Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku became the Shadow Monarch in a solo leveling world story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. 25 years ago, 6 Antarctic scientists discovered a massive palace made of indestructible marble buried in the ice. That was humanity's first exposure to what they called magic. It was a miraculous discovery that sent the world reeling. The world's second exposure was closer to genocide. The gates, rifts between dimensions, began to appear, spewing forth monsters that were invulnerable to humanity's armaments. Guns, missiles, and a few nukes later, even the weakest stood strong. It wasn't until the scientists returned from the Arctic wasteland that humanity was able to push them back. Not because the scientists had an ingenious plan fueled by research of the palace, rather, the exposure to the palace had turned them into something new, something humanity had never seen before: heroes. The awakened humans wasted no time putting their skills to use, destroying more and more gates. But no matter how many they destroyed, more popped up, each waiting 7 days before unleashing their contents unless a hero went inside and destroyed the monsters that humanity came to call villains. Fortunately, the gate's magic seeped onto Earth in tidal waves, awakening more and more to the cause of the heroes. Not only that, but the lucky few developed special abilities, called quirks. 10 years later, after many bloody and brutal battles, humanity reached a stalemate, finally managing to rebuild their destroyed cities and recover their population. With the heroes tackling any gate that popped up, the supernatural events became little more than a daily sight. There were disasters here and there, sure, Jeju Island and 𝐭𝐲 being notable ones. But there was some semblance of peace again. Another 20 years later, and the bloodiest war in the history of the universe would begin with an 18-year-old boy just trying to make some money for his ailing mother as a rookie hero. He was the weakest, but somewhere, deep in the dark matter of the universe, there was a throne of shadows waiting for him to sit upon it. That boy was Izuku Midoriya, that boy was the Shadow Monarch. The first gate, despite being only 18 years of age, Izuku Midoriya had seen more than enough for a lifetime. His father's funeral, his mother laying comatose in a hospital bed, his bank account when trying to cover the costs of all the medical bills, and his sister's concerned gaze every time he left the house to participate in a raid on a gate. But out of it all, the one sight he never got tired of was the pros in action. Standing in a crowd near Tatooine Station, Izuku watched as the swirling mass of sparking blue energy spat out a massive beast. Well over 60 feet tall, it was made completely of stone, and should have put the crowd into a severe state of panic, but this was the world of heroes. Stupid boss. A woman spat. Standing ahead above the villain was Mount Lady, a giant A-rank hero clad in size-changing purple and white armor. I already killed all the villains in that gate, couldn't you have waited just a little longer to break out? The stone monster roared, sending Izuku into a spiral of writing. As an E-rank, the bottom of the barrel, Izuku had 2 options: study villains until he could predict their moves like a Dark Souls game, or die. Gargoyle boss villain. B-rank. Wings cannot be used for flight, but for defensive measures. Charges head-on and attacks with his claws, does not appear to use his taloned feet. Izuku had a dozen notebooks for the villains that humanity despised, and ironically, none for the heroes that were adored. Simply put, Izuku would never be on the same level as his favorite heroes and would never fight alongside them, so he figured there was no point to obsess over their strategies. Meanwhile, Mount Lady was swinging a mace the size of a telephone pole, batting aside the gargoyle's swipes with ease. "Come on," she said, giving a wink to the onlookers and reporters. "Let's give 'em a show." She crouched down low, giving the audience a nice view of her rear as she prepared to raise to her full height, bringing the mace to bear and decapitating the villain with pure force. But that never happened. Instead, the crowd jumped in shock, their ears ringing from the blast of an antimaterial rifle. And just as Mount Lady had planned to destroy the head of the villain, this bullet caused it to explode from the inside out, peppering the giant hero with shrapnel. "Hey! That was my kill," she shouted, looking around for the source of the shot. "How impudent," a voice drawled out, drawing the attention away from Mount Lady and to a nearby rooftop, where a curvy lady with dark blue and pink hair stood, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. Lady Nagant! The crowd cried out in amazement, Mount Lady now a fleeting thought in their mind. The woman's cold exterior broke for just a moment to give a kind smile and a wave to the crowd. Did you hear me? Mount Lady cried out. My! Kill! Nagant glared at her. Don't be stupid, A-rank, you should have finished it inside the gate. Instead you decide to put innocent people at risk for a show. Mount Lady glared back at the S-rank. The two, even amongst heroes, were special. Not just because they had the skill to back up their arrogance, but because they had quirks. Every now and again, you'd get an awakened human who also manifested a quirk, a special magical ability that augmented their power. Mount Lady could grow to ridiculous size, making her a perfect fighter against giant-class villains. And Nagant could create bullets from her hair, infusing them with her magical energy. Weapons with magical attributes were already rare, so to be able to produce bullets with magical infusion was just insane. It bumped the two up from their natural awakened strength of A and B respectively to S and A, and it gave them massive fanbases, Izuku among them. He was awakened as an E rank, and on top of it, he didn't even get a quirk, making him the weakest of the weak. But even still, he fancied himself a hero. OCRP. He muttered, glancing at his old, cracked phone that was several generations older than most had. I'm gonna be late. He took off sprinting, barely above the speed of an average human, disappointed to miss the rest of Nagant and Mount Lady's interaction, but knowing that if he missed out on the earnings of the gate he had signed up for, he'd be late on rent. If there was one thing that Izuku wanted more than anything else, even a reawakening, it was some custom-made hero armor. Not only was it super cool, with most armors being designed as jagged and threatening with matching color combinations, but they were exceptionally useful in gates. Augmenting strength and durability, a single piece of S-rank armor could raise even an E-rank to low C-rank. And on top of it all, Izuku did not have any good raid clothes to begin with. He barely had the money to pay rent every month, much less clothing better than a baggy hoodie and uncomfortable and ripped jeans. They were all he could spare and afford to lose, but that didn't mean he liked it, especially since fumbling around usually got you killed in a gate and baggy clothes did not help that. As Izuku reached the construction site, where a small group was forming, he checked his phone once more, confirming that this was the time and place of the D-rank gate that he had signed up for. Anyone 18 or older could get a permit to raid gates and earned access to the Hero app which monitored raid teams and gates. Well, anyone who could prove they could handle it. It took Izuku 5 attempts at different hero centers to become eligible, and even then, his access was limited to low D-rank gates or lower. If it was up to him, he'd try to take on a C rank, but he wasn't allowed, no matter who he tried to ask to take him under their wing. Such a thing was illegal, as it consistently got people killed. The only way Izuku would earn access to higher gates would be a reawakening or by getting into a hero college, like UA. The schools were basically agencies of their own, allowing most to learn the gates with a teacher of a higher rank guiding them. And once students graduated they could become faculty, having access to most gates regardless of their rank. That was just how powerful hero colleges were, they were basically allowed to break laws. After learning that there was no more coffee left at the stand, Izuku went to join the group, cringing as his eyes met those of a familiar girl. "Oh my Doria," she sighed. "Hey Yorozu." He greeted, trying to offset the concern in her dark gray eyes. But while her pupils held kindness, the rest of the group just glared at him. "It's the weakest, can't we ban him or kick him from raid parties?" "My friend works on the dev team for the Hero app, he said he'd bring it up with his boss. Just gonna put others at risk. He's the only E rank here." Yorozu returned their glares with her own, putting some of them, who liked to be on the healer's good side, on edge. And really, it was hard to talk back when the girl's beauty commanded more attention than some raid leaders. That didn't even account for the fact that she had a quirk and was ranked A. "What in the world happened to your face?" she asked, noticing the giant purple blotch on his face and gingerly reaching out a hand to feel the bruise on his cheek. He winced. "Oh, it's fractured." She cupped her hands together, sparks flying as mana emerged from her hands, becoming matter as she used her quirk. "Here, this should help." She handed him a small bottle of green liquid. It was a healing potion, a concept that didn't normally exist despite all the fantasy going on in the world. Yorozu was pretty much the only one who could make them due to her quirk allowing her to create almost anything. Despite that, she was a healer, a backline support, rather than a fighter. Izuku thanked her and downed the potion, the dull pain growing fainter by the second. So what happened? She asked again. Izuku shook his head, deciding not to mention the other dozen or so bruises beneath his clothes that were healing thanks to her potion. Nothing important, just got into an argument. She pursed her lips together and crossed her arms. Was it Bakugo? Izuku scratched the back of his head, ignoring the pain from the welt on his skull that was also healing. I just wanted to see if he could take me into a higher-ranked gate with him. And he punched you? He was just trying to knock some sense into me, Izuku chuckled. He held back, otherwise I'd be dead. I agree that you need some sense knocked into you, Yorozu agreed, but he broke a bone. That goes beyond trying to teach you a lesson. Izuku felt a pang of shame in his heart, knowing that even though Yorozu meant well, she was looking down on him. And he couldn't blame her, she was strong, smart, and appealing. She was leagues above him in almost every way. You think I'd be seen anywhere with an E rank? Don't make me laugh, you waste of space. Izuku shook his head, trying to shake the image of Bakugo's scornful eyes. All right people, let's get going. The raid leader declared, gathering the group in front of the swirling rift. He walked through, and the group followed. Izuku and Yorozu, at the back of the group, were the last to pass into the gate. It probably saved their lives, because once on the other side, not only did the gate close, but the teens' eyes widened in fear. Laid before them, drenched in a puddle of BLD, was the raid group. Not a single one was alive. Death Izuku's body immediately went into survival mode. His head whipped around, ignoring the massacre before him. What was it? I didn't see it. Yorozu was wide-eyed, her face pale with shock. The two were standing in a massive cavern, the ceiling so far above them that the darkness hid it from view. If there was anything with them in the room, they wouldn't be able to spot it. The only reason they had seen the dead bodies was that their gear was imbued with mana and had a slight glow for caverns just like this. Where'd the gate go? She asked. Izuku gritted his teeth, trying to fight off the shudders running through his body. There were two options here. Either the group had died to a trap, or they had died to something that was so fast, so nimble, that the human eye couldn't track it. We'd already be dead, Izuku muttered, deciding neither option made sense, unless the trap was motion activated, but they had moved since the gate closed, so that option was less likely as well. He stumbled forwards, snatching up one of the fallen swords, a magic weapon, glowing with energy. Unless you've figured out how to create enchanted weapons with your quirk, you should grab one of those. I'm a healer though. Well, you're still an A rank, 4 ranks above me. If you swing hard enough with one of those swords you'd probably cut through a building. I might be able to cut a car in half. Big difference. Yorozu hesitantly scooped up one of the thinner swords, showing a clear hesitancy with the blade, her grip fumbling. Okay. Izuku tried to calm his breathing. We just walk straight until we find a wall and then follow it to the boss room and hope that it reopens the portal when it dies. This is a D rank gate, so even an A rank on their own should be able to handle it just fine. Right, Yorozu? He looked up from his pondering, to see the girl stifling sobs. Her face, already white with terror, had somehow gotten even paler. It wasn't just shock making her cry with fear. Her eyes were fixed behind Izuku, on something behind Izuku. Like a metal neck rusted from air and salt water, Izuku's neck creaked around in slow jolting movements, his entire body alight with a sensation that stabbed at his very soul. Death. In the darkness of the cavern, just a few feet above the ground was the giant face of a moving statue, with glowing eyes, and a horrific sadistic smile. There was no way to better describe it than ungodly. It was Izuku's turn for his throat to be choked with cries of fear as his gaze met the giant's. A stone creature decorated with otherworldly adornments, it was nothing less than a royal executioner. Where are its feet? Beset with such a horrific face, seemingly floating in midair, even Izuku's thoughts slowed to a crawl. But before he could comprehend the way the statue was positioned, he was plunged into darkness once more, the lights of the eyes going dark. "Why, Momo, be back to back," Izuku said, pressing his shoulder blades up against hers, feeling her tremble, or perhaps it was his own body shaking with fear. It was true evil, revealing itself, only to hide once more, and make its victims guess at where their fate would come from. Tap, tap, tap. Izuku couldn't feel his body anymore. So chill with fear it had gone numb. Directly above him, he heard the telltale click-clack of something walking on the ceiling. And in the darkness, he could ever so slightly make out a long spindly shape moving around. Death. Izuku swung his sword to his right, instinct pushing his E-rank senses to the absolute limit of human perception. It was a good thing he had already gone numb, because whatever he hit was coming at him with the force of a planet. Izuku's last moment swing had prevented the two from being decapitated, but that didn't mean they were immune to amputation. Izuku looked down at where he used to have a right arm, now just a blooded stump connected to his shoulder. He wanted to scream, not from pain, but from the irrevocable mental damage that came from reconciling the reality of losing a limb with the expectation that it still be in place stopped him. The scream caught in his throat, along with the trailing blood from the tongue he had practically bitten in half because of the stress. In shock, and hopped up on adrenaline, he didn't feel any pain, a rare blessing amongst the tragedy. It was all that allowed him to grab Yorozu's wrist with his remaining hand and take off running. In what direction? What for? There was no plan. Izuku and Yorozu had reverted to their basest of human instincts. Run, hide, escape danger. Human minds couldn't fathom the true hopelessness of an approaching death, so they ran, even knowing there was no escape. Tick-tick-tinkay, the cavern ceiling echoed with the pitter-patter of the demon in the room, chasing them down like a mouse in front of a cat. It was faster than measure, it would never lose sight of them, it just knew they hated that noise, that they feared it. It was also leading them. Izuku cracked his side against a stone structure in the center of the room, grunting as he spilled over onto the ground and letting go of Yorozu's hand. He struggled to pull himself to his feet, noticing the ground was alight with magical blue flames. They circled the structure Izuku had bumped. An altar with mythical runic language carved into it. And past that, the flames made a meter-wide path, leading to a dark tunnel, an exit. Just as he was about to get up and sprint for it, the all-too-familiar walk of the creature echoed in the cavern. Dark legs, thin, but also the width of a human being, crept down the wall near the entrance. Spider-like and pointed, sharp enough to tear through human flesh with ease. They continued down the wall until the statue's face returned, glowing with glee as it spotted its prey. But really, it wasn't a statue at all. It was a mask, connected to the dark spindly legs by a grotesque fleshy mass, like a blooded and flayed neck. The smile appeared to grow wider, gleeful in the predicament it presented. A predicament that Izuku didn't need an explanation to understand. Growing weaker, and paler from blood loss by the second, his body began to relax. He climbed atop the altar, sitting cross-legged, his head hanging low as he grew weaker. Yorozu, he muttered. Run. The spider-like creature began approaching, the legs striking the ground with enough force to split rock in half. Don't leave the path. In other words, she'd have to walk right under the monster to reach the exit. Izuku wasn't sure if she'd be able to, having been paralyzed with fear the entire time. But to her credit, she began to crawl forwards. On hands and knees, she inched forwards, bit by bit, scraping herself on the rough rock. The spider creature was growing ever closer, but its gaze was not fixed on the girl crawling along beneath it. Izuku's breathing was growing shallow. He was desperately attempting to stay conscious, to make sure he was a proper sacrifice so that Yorozu could escape. By the time the creature had reached him, its face just a few inches from him, he was practically blacking out, and Yorozu had barely made it halfway to the exit. The bone-chilling laugh was accompanied by a crack. As one of its limbs snapped to the side, moving with such speed that it was doubtful an S-rank could track it. It slammed into the side of Yorozu, sending her rocketing off the path and slamming into the wall of the cavern with a sickening smack. Please, let her go. The face made no acknowledgement of Izuku's pleading, only opening his mouth, wider than he should have, like a snake unhinging its jaw. And the entire time, That goddamn smile was still somehow as wide as ever. Fine, Izuku let himself go, allowing the darkness to take over just before the giant mouth snapped shut around him. Sorry, Mom. Empress. Yes. In the darkness, Izuku writhed in pain, his entire body lighting up with what felt like powerful electric shocks. He screamed for all he was worth, but the sounds never left his lips. All he could hear were the two voices, their speech blotted out by the rushing BLD in his ears. Hell was all Izuku could think. This was his hell, his afterlife. An empty void of pain. An empty void, aside from the throne of darkness standing before him. Its inky tendrils snapped through the air, whipping around as if looking for something. And at the step of the throne was a single glowing gem of light. Pure and filled with life, it beckoned Izuku to a peaceful place, it beckoned him to an end. An end? Is that what I want? The faces of his loved ones flashed through his mind. No. I haven't saved her yet. I promised I'd save her. Izuku, still possessing only one arm, clawed his way through the pain, dragging at the darkness of the void to pull himself to the throne's base. He grabbed the jewel of life and light and cast it aside, instead grasping the armrest of the throne with an iron grip. The throne stabbed into his arm, the tendrils inflicting even more pain than Izuku thought was ever possible. But he pulled himself to his feet, the darkness, still painful, was helping him along, dragging him into the seat of the throne, stabbing him, draining him all the way. Izuku didn't stop, planting himself firmly atop the throne, gritting his teeth as the tentacles enveloped him, swallowing him in darkness, engulfing him with anguish. And then, it stopped. Gah! Izuku shot up, tears streaming from his eyes as they darted around, scanning for the monster that had swallowed him whole. All he saw was a hospital room. Breathing heavily, borderline hyperventilating, he looked to his right arm. It was there, it was moving. Izuku almost went to question if it had been a dream, but as doctors and nurses rushed in upon hearing his scream, he spotted something. I need to see her. Izuku cried, throwing himself against the horde of doctors trying to hold him back and ignoring the shaking all over his body. Where's Yorozu? Sir. She's in intensive care, she's lucky she's alive. You can't see her right now. It's a miracle that you're alive. Lay down. Izuku. A small shape came rushing through the door, weaving past the doctors and slamming into Izuku's chest. Oh, thank God. Izuku groaned, what are you doing out of school? He fell to his knees, helped down by the doctors and his sister. You idiot. Kay drew back her hand like she was gonna slap him across the face, but apparently thought better of it and instead worried about holding back tears. I got a call that my brother went missing in a raid. You think I'm gonna stay at school? Fellas, a calm voice called out from the doorway, are we having some trouble here? The man, dressed in a suit that had not a wrinkle or smudge on it, walked into the room. Izuku Midoriya. Why yeah. I'm Detective Tsukochi, I was part of the raid team that recovered you and Yorozu. Then I owe you my life, Izuku mumbled, his already weak body growing weaker. Nothing of the sort. The man said. But what I do need you to do is calm down and get back in the bed. We're gonna have some questions for you if you feel up to it. But what about Tsukochi shook his head. The girl will be fine, we've got some of All Might's top healers on it. Oh, Might. Tsukochi nodded. When the pro heard about the scenario, he sent the best he had on hand. Why? We're not that special, are we? Tsukochi smiled. That's one of the things we're here to find out. But he and I have been friends for some time. I called in a favor when I heard a D-rank gate swallowed so many competent heroes without spitting them back out. Izuku grimaced, competent heroes. I bet I wasn't included in that list. On the contrary. I pulled your records. For an E-rank, you're DMN hard to kill. You're either skilled enough to avoid death, or you should be playing the lottery, because you'd have to be DMN lucky. Tsukochi smiled as he helped Kei get Izuku back into bed. Would you mind if I had a moment alone with your brother? He also nodded at the doctors, who took their leave. Kei frowned, but when Izuku nodded, she relented. I'll just be outside. When the room was empty, Tsukochi took a chair beside the hospital bed. I'm part of the Hero Safety Commission, an agent assigned to handle mysterious ongoings in situations regarding gates. So I need to know what happened. Liking his lips, Izuku dove into the story, visibly shivering when memories of the pain or that ungodly creature popped into his mind. He told up to the point where he was supposedly consumed by the giant spider-like entity, leaving out the detail about his forcibly amputated arm. And that's the last thing I remember. Everything else is fuzzy, like a dream. It was the truth, sitting upon that throne. It felt real and unreal at the same time. Tsukochi nodded. When we entered the gate, we found no sign of any villains, nor an altar. We only found you, Yorozu, and the bodies of your raid party, which all in all, is really strange. I'm sure you know that as well as I do. Yeah. I'm still having a hard time believing it all happened. That's understandable. Tsukochi grabbed something from his suit pocket. This is a small-scale power sensor. It's only rated to go up to C rank in terms of power assessment. You wanna see if I reawakened? Tsukochi shrugged. Gates as strange as the one you entered tend to be special. If you were left alive, well, I have no idea what it could have done to you, but there's no point in not trying, right? Besides, it is my job to figure this whole thing out. Izuku was more than happy to try. If he really did get a reawakening, then he wasn't going crazy. Those green floating holographic boxes were real and a part of his new power. So he laid his hand on the baseball-sized measurement device, taking it from Tsukochi. There was a small number incrementer on the side, but it didn't rise above 10, Izuku's standard measurement. Tsukochi grinned belatedly. Well, I guess that's not what the gate was for. But I guess it'll just end up one of those mysteries for now. My quirk is basically a lie detector, and I sense no lies in your story. Apparently lies of omission didn't set off the quirk. Whenever Miss Yorozu wakes up, I'll confirm your story with her and then you can go back to your life. Izuku nodded, conflicted. He was debating if he was, in fact, going crazy and seeing things, or if the measurement had been wrong. No, it was far more likely that he had lost his marbles than an agency's device being faulty. But then, what was the dungeon for if not to bestow upon Izuku these strange things? Get some rest, kid, Tsukochi ordered. By the way, I'm sorry about what happened to you too. It might be smart to stop your hero work. No matter how long you've evaded death, he'll catch up sooner or later. With that, he left the room, allowing Kei to once again rush in and berate Izuku over and over again. He bore the brunt of her disapproval until she had worn her throat out. Once that was done, she harumphed and crossed her arms, pouting like a child as her dark hair spilled over her shoulders. It made Izuku smile. You look like Dad. He always pouted when Mom made him eat his vegetables. Kei's pout softened and glimmers of tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. You're still an idiot. I know, he said, reaching out and ruffling the black hair she'd inherited from their father, as opposed to the dark green from their mother. Go home, do your homework, and get some sleep. I should be telling you that. He just gave her a knowing look before she threw her hands up in the air. Fine. And relented, leaving, but not before giving him a hug. Izuku, now left alone in his hospital room, stared at the green boxes floating in front of him. They were slightly transparent, but solid enough to read. Inbox, 3 new messages. Izuku tried tapping on the messages, but his hands went straight through. Read. Nothing happened. Check inbox. Alert, the system has been installed. Alert, the system is in place to help the player become strong. Alert, refusal to work with the system may result in a penalty. Daily quest activated, become strong. Okay. Maybe I'm not going crazy. The boxes appeared displaying words that hadn't even been on Izuku's mind. It meant that this wasn't a creation of his deluded and damaged mind, but the real purpose of that dungeon, to give him this system. Daily quest, become strong 100 push-ups 10 kilometers run 100 squats 100 curl-ups warning. Failure to complete this quest may result in a penalty. I couldn't even do all that if I was fully rested, Izuku thought to himself, falling back onto the pillow of the bed. It's a daily quest, I just got it now, so that means I have 24 hours right. He couldn't even finish the thought before drifting off into peaceful sleep. Peaceful, at least until the alarm woke him up. Izuku's hands found their way into the soft silky sand that one would only find in the most remote deserts. Penalty quest, survive time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds 4 hours. That was when Izuku realized he was in some sort of remote desert, with sandy dunes stretching out farther than the eye could see. Okay, note to self, when the magical system threatens you with a punishment, take it seriously. He looked over to the message. 4 hours. It better teleport me back after 4 hours. Otherwise I'm gonna need to find a phone in the middle of the Sahara. Izuku had always heard that in some survival situations the best thing to do was sit still and wait for help. But that usually applied to scenarios much different than Izuku's, and really he had nothing else to do. So he began strolling the dunes, kicking up sand like he was a toddler at the beach, all the while looking for signs of something. The only things of interest were some giant crystals that turned the sunlight into powerful beams of energy on certain points, creating melted sand. Which meant he wasn't on Earth as far as he was aware. By the time he reached the tallest hill of sand he had seen yet, only 30 minutes remained on the timer. He had no reason to be suspicious that anything else would happen. After all, being in this desert was punishment enough for a newly admitted patient to the hospital. Izuku was tired, thirsty, and in real need of a shower. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite that simple. In reality, Izuku's challenge was only beginning. And it started with Izuku getting taller. He squinted, unsure of the reason why it felt like he was rising higher and higher ever so slowly, the other dunes getting progressively smaller. The reason became clear soon enough. Click click click. Izuku looked down to see that he had not only been standing atop the highest dune, but also a very large bug, one that was said to have been awoken from a peaceful slumber beneath the warm sands. Poisonous giant centipede. The name appeared at Izuku's feet, directly above the creature's head. It made a sound similar to a roar and whipped its head to the side, flinging Izuku off with no effort. Thankfully, it was exactly the direction Izuku wanted to go. He knew that the creature was way too strong for him. So either he outran a creature with 50 times more legs than he did for 30 minutes, or he could kill it. This was not some Lovecraftian horror stalking him in the darkness. This was just a standard villain, a monster that humanity had killed time and time again. Perhaps that was why Izuku found his legs more sturdy than just a few days ago in that deep dark dungeon. Of course, he'd still have to run for his life, but he was pretty used to that. The centipede, still groggy from its interrupted nap, was slow to catch up, and allotted Izuku just enough time to reach the towering crystals that focused the sun to a powerful beam. He stood just to the side of one, standing out of the way of its angle, and making a perfectly stationary target for the creature. It roared, thinking its prey had given up, and charging faster. He wanted a snack after his slumber. At the last moment, Izuku leapt behind the beam of light, narrowly avoiding the molten pool of sand glass. But the centipede was not so lucky. Incensed into catching Izuku, it whipped its head to the side to try and follow his jump. Instead, it passed right under the crystal. With a loud pop and a disgusting smell, the centipede's head fell to the ground, decapitated from the rest of its body. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired items. C-rank villain core poisonous extract chitin scales. You have completed the secret quest. When the system gives you punishments, make rewards. Izuku grimaced at the secret quest line. It felt like a joke made at his expense, one that could have gotten him killed. It was frustrating to have what felt like a computer make jokes about putting him into life or death situations. But that frustration was belayed by the following message. Rewards, 1 D-rank or lower item from the store plus 20 stat points. Runestone store. Izuku muttered. There's a store for this thing. He felt like flipping off the system, God, and anyone else who would see it, but he didn't want to tempt fate. You gotta give me more than like 10 minutes to learn all this stuff before throwing me in the deep end. Izuku looked around, not spotting any other creatures. So with 20 minutes left on the timer, he began looking through the system. Okay, store, inventory, stat page, armor, weapons. This really is a video game. Izuku checked his inventory for the supposed runestone, curious about it, but it wasn't there. Oh right, I still need to claim them. Accept rewards. The inventory immediately filled with the rune stone and a unique-looking coin, assuredly a voucher for the free store item. The stat page also showed the available points to be distributed. But he put it off for the time being, not because he wanted to save them for later, but because he already knew how stats worked. He'd rather focus on his other rewards before paying attention to the stat page. Rune stones contain the concentrated magical power of various villains. Crush a rune stone in order to obtain a new skill. A new skill. Those are like magical powers, right? Sounds pretty cool. He stared at the stone in his hand, an oblong shape. There's no reason to save it, is there? Couldn't be. Before he could question himself any further, Izuku exerted his force on the stone, crushing it without any sort strain. Skill, Echo Attack. Active skill. Mana cost, 50. Description: your next attack strikes twice in quick succession. So then if the centipede hit me with this, I'd get hit by 200 attacks. Izuku cringed at the thought, but quickly shook it off, instead bringing up the store to look through the D-rank options. Thankfully, the store had a bunch of applicable filters to it: armor, weapons, artifacts, materials, and a few other things that were locked and labeled as I want something that is more expensive so I can make full use of this. A weapon, or armor, or both. Izuku scrolled through weapons and armor until he found exactly what he was looking for, the gauntlets section. Breaker Knuckles, Aegis Gauntlets, Earthshakers. The list was rather short. And despite their anime-like names, nothing about them was all that special. They were just gauntlets enchanted with mana as far as Izuku could tell. But even that was more than he'd ever had in his life. With seemingly no differences other than base stats and gold cost, Izuku picked the one with the most stats and consequently the one with the highest price. Item: Earthshakers. Item class, D. Item type, Gauntlets. Attack, +20. They fit onto Izuku's hands perfectly, as if they were made for him, which he supposed they were. Seemingly made up of dark gray rocks, they made Izuku's fists almost twice as large. Kinda unwieldy though, can't keep these guys in a sheath. Thankfully, after some experimentation, Izuku found out how they worked. With nary but a thought, Izuku could send them between the inventory and his fists within an instant, making them far more convenient than even a sword being sheathed. For a brief moment, with his new gauntlets and new rises in levels, which he had felt took him up in power, he considered hunting for more of the centipedes. But as soon as the thought was brought to mind, his knees wobbled, then collapsed. Without even noticing, Izuku had expended himself beyond what he thought was possible. He was so suddenly exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. Time remaining, 5 seconds. With a tired sigh, Izuku fell asleep, his sand-covered body returning to the hospital room. Izuku Midoriya, level, 5 strength, 15 vitality, 15 agility, 15 intelligence, 15 sense, 15 available points, 20 mana, 150 HP, 600 expend it all. You have completed the daily quest rewards. Status recovery +3 stat points. Random item box. It was only the 3rd day since Izuku's run-in with the penalty zone of the system, but since then, he'd become extremely familiar with it. Though the daily exercises tired Izuku to the bone, the first reward of the daily quest allowed him to refresh himself, clearing his exhaustion as if it was never there. And the 3 bonus stats each day were a nice boon. The only lame part of the reward so far was the random item box, which only ever contained small amounts of coins or weird knickknacks like pens. Such an odd thing for a magical system to give out, Izuku thought to himself as he grabbed that day's rewards, putting them between strength and vitality. Izuku Midoriya, level, 5 strength, 20 vitality, 19 agility, 35 intelligence, 15 sense, 15 available points, 0 mana, 150 HP, 600. He had dumped the 20 stats he'd gotten from the secret quest into agility. He'd always been slower than the villains he fought, having to rely on instinct to be one step ahead of them, and most of the time that wasn't even enough. Although, he might have gone a bit too far with it, because now people gave him shocked looks as he darted past them on his daily run. Even at a light jog, he was far faster than any Olympic athlete giving it their all. So when he cranked up the effort, he nearly surpassed 60 miles per hour. As he opened the random box, he expected very little, but this time, instead of a random writing tool, a thick green key dropped into the palm of his hand. Item, Dungeon Key Item Class, E-Rank Item Type, Key Description, may be used to open an instant dungeon at Tatooine Station's third entrance. Instant dungeon. Does that mean I can make gates? Izuku was immediately hesitant to take on another gate so soon after the recent incidents, but upon checking his bank account on his phone, he realized that he'd be late on rent if he didn't make any money soon. And really, it was just an E-rank. Even if it was too dangerous to Izuku to handle, he would have been able to outrun anything and just leave. Was it irresponsible? Maybe, probably. But Izuku didn't exactly have a lot of options for making money considering that he just barely graduated high school and went on to hero work immediately. Besides, what was the point of getting those new gauntlets if he wasn't going to use them? So, Izuku made a quick stop in Yaozu's room. By now, most of her outward injuries were healed, but the doctors were keeping her in a medically induced coma to make sure she wasn't in pain that not even morphine could properly counteract thanks to the severity. On top of that, her incredibly serious injuries, such as ruptured organs or broken bones, could heal properly without her moving and disrupting the process. Izuku had known her for some time, meeting constantly in lower-ranked dungeons, but he'd never gotten much out of her in terms of her life story. He never knew why she only participated in weaker raids despite having such power. He also didn't know why her room was so empty. For Izuku it made sense. His sister had visited him, his mother was in a coma, his father was missing, and he spent so much time raiding and worrying about money that he didn't make many friends. Was the same true of Yaozu? Could her parents be dead or gone? Could she really be worried about money when she had the ability to make anything? It all seemed too eerie for Izuku. He just hoped he'd have more time to talk with her later. It was strange, but he felt a sort of kinship with her, being the only two survivors of such a disturbing sight. The doctors had mentioned waking her up soon, so Izuku hoped this E-rank gate would earn him enough money for rent and maybe a dinner with her. Izuku scoffed at the thought before making his way down to his floor's front desk to ask for a day pass. He hadn't been officially discharged yet, so protocol like that was necessary. It was a simple matter, however, and he was walking the streets of Japan once more in no time flat. Not just that, but the same area he had been in before that fateful raid. Nearby workers were paving the road, fixing the area that Mount Lady had damaged with her massive steps. And even days later, the gargoyle's head, which had been blown to pieces by Lady Nagant, still littered the streets in tiny pebble-sized fragments. Lots of names with Lady in them. Izuku smiled to himself as he reached the stairs that descended into the subway station. Taking out the grass-green key, he hesitated for a moment, not sure if he would cause a panic by opening a gate. Although, it wasn't all that busy, and even if a few people saw it, Izuku could write it off as the gate popping into existence of its own volition. Assuming how it worked, Izuku jabbed the key at the air, finding something solid and turning it. Green lightning shot out in all directions, a rectangle of energy forming in front of the station. It was quite the display, yet no one seemed to notice, as if it was visible only to Izuku. I put points into agility for a reason. If need be, I can do the good old tactical retreat. And without any more contemplation, Izuku stepped through the energy barrier. Instant dungeon, E-rank, you are not allowed to leave until you beat the boss villain. Oh Xiang, Izuku muttered, the energy behind him coalescing into an opaque barrier. The stairway was no longer clean and pristine. Instead, it was unkempt and covered in dried BLD. The walls appeared as if they had decayed over the course of 100 years, cracked, discolored, and barely holding up the structure they were a part of. Izuku found himself more worried about a collapsing ceiling than any villains at the site. It's different from normal gates, Izuku realized, seeing passerbys approach the wall of energy and disappear through it. They weren't entering the dungeon, they were simply carrying on in the dimension they resided in. Because Izuku was only seeing the ruined subway station as the instant dungeon, he didn't see the real-world version that was somehow layered beneath this one. Well, time to get going. Izuku equipped his gauntlets, the chill permeating to his very core returning. Just an E-rank, he tried to force the image of the giant spider-like demon out of his mind as he descended. Not gonna happen again. But no matter what he told himself, his fists were still clenched tight, the rocky armaments grinding against themselves. With the BLD rushing in his ears, he began to worry that he wouldn't be able to hear the villains coming. And when he reached the bottom of the staircase, it was clear that the normally straightforward layout of Tatooine Station had been turned into a mess of twists and turns. Realizing he was psyching himself out, Izuku began reciting all he could recall from his notebooks and years of struggling through gates. A dungeon space like this is likely to contain villains that are too weak to fight head-on, and their strategies will rely on confusing, surprising, and taking advantage of their prey's misguided senses in their dungeon. Izuku knew that talking out loud was probably a stupid thing to do, but he figured he'd run into a villain sooner rather than later anyways. And he was right. Passing by the shops, all boarded and chained up, Izuku stopped in his tracks, hearing a rumbling from behind the storefront to his right. Whatever it was large, unwieldy, and judging by the grumbles it was making, it was hungry. Izuku brought his gauntlets up to bear, posing like a pro fighter would, guard the chin, and be ready to move. The rumbling grew louder, and louder, and louder. It was building up until the shop behind Izuku burst open. Hit from behind, Izuku was launched forwards with enough force to tear through the shop he had been keeping his focus on. The chain barrier and boarded-up windows were smashed to pieces as Izuku landed inside, realizing that there had been nothing inside of it. He was certain he had heard something coming from this little shop, yet it was empty. Pulling himself out of the rubble, Izuku stood to see what had hit him. Clicker tortoise. If there was something to compare the creature to, it would be an alligator snapping turtle. Dark, jagged shell, and massive mouth that came to a sharp pointed edge. The only difference was that this thing was the size of a car. Izuku heard another grumbling roar off to his right, and had he not already been fooled, he would have instinctively looked towards it. But now he knew that this creature, like this dungeon, was confusing. It was somehow throwing sound all over the place, an ingenious way to lead prey around by the ears. Other creatures in the animal kingdom, or perhaps even other villains, would continue to be fooled by the tricks, but humans were extremely adaptable animals. Strong jaw, heavy charging force, thick armor, slow. Izuku made a quick assessment, climbing out of the wrecked stand that he had been thrown into. Noticing it, the tortoise charged forwards, aiming to crush Izuku whilst his movement was still restricted. Thankfully, Izuku had put his stat points into agility. Whoa! Izuku breathed out in amazement as his body scampered over the top of the villain, light as a feather. He had already tested the limits of his speed, he knew he was fast, but there was something so cathartic about this. A feeling so pure. After years of being outclassed by villains and even other heroes in just about everything, he finally felt in control. Of course, that wasn't to say that things would suddenly be easy for Izuku, and he didn't expect anything of the sort. He lived his life hanging by a thread, never taking anything for granted. So when he landed behind the villain, as it slammed its head into the shops, and threw a punch at its shell, he wasn't all that surprised to bounce right off of it, barely leaving more than a dent. He wasn't deterred in the slightest, because for the first time he'd visibly damaged a monster with high defense with nothing more than raw force. Probably should have put some more points in strength, but at least I'm fast enough that this thing can't hit me anymore. A shrieking noise emanating from Izuku's left. He almost didn't look, but with the tortoise still working to extricate itself from the terrain, he took a momentary glance, and he was lucky that he did. Shrieker between a bat's body, with 4 wings beating in quick succession, and the cougar head that it possessed, it was a bizarre combination. No bigger than a dog, it was faster than Izuku's top speed. Without the time to think, Izuku swiped his gauntlets to the side, backhanding the creature as it rocketed towards him. He felt its brittle bones crack beneath the weight of his gauntlets. You have leveled up. It was too easy, and that was just the problem. Izuku felt a sharp pain in his right side as the tortoise swung its spiky tail into his side, sending him tumbling down the station's tunnels. HP 400-650. Izuku looked down to see that his side was bleeding. When the villain had tackled him from behind, the blow had been blunt, probably intended to soften up his food, not expecting Izuku to survive it. Now it was going for serious damage. The cry of other shriekers emanated in the darkness and the tortoise crawled back. It seemed that they had some sort of mutually beneficial relationship. The Instant Dungeons ecosystem was more complicated than Izuku thought. With the additional villains heading his way, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 needed to finish off the clicker while he still stood a chance. One good hit should do it. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 clenched his fists, standing and facing the villain head-on. It grumbled in response, and after a tense standoff, the two charged. Unfortunately, for the tortoise, it was unable to follow 𝐒𝐬𝐽's movements, and the teenage hero appeared just to the side of the beast's head, jabbing out with all his power. Skill, Echo Attack has activated. Mana, 125-175. The villain's head shot to the side, rocked by the force of the punch, and mere milliseconds later, before it could even recover, the Echo Attack was delivered. With so much lateral force exerted on its neck, it was no shock that it snapped, killing the creature instantly. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired items. E-rank villain core chitin hide spiked boots item. Spiked boots item class. E item type. Boots agility +3 strength +12. When using kicks, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hurriedly equipped the new armor as the bats approached, still bleeding from his side. It wasn't too large of a gash, so 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wasn't worried about bleeding out from it alone, but he didn't have a healer. If he accrued any more damage, he'd be in big trouble. Looking down the pathway, the horde of bat-like creatures flying at him was astonishingly big. They'd swarm him for sure, and leech away whatever life he had left. They were easy to kill, but there were too many. Okay, time to get a little crazy, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, a feral grin on his face as he bent down and grabbed the corpse of the tortoise villain by the tail. Just gotta hope my strength stat is enough. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 heaved against the weight of the body, but it barely budged. Not gonna work. I guess I can outrun them, but I just got all this power. No running just yet. With the option in his back pocket, 𝐒𝐽 tightened his grip on the tail even further before lifting one leg. It says it adds 12 strength when I kick. It doesn't say that strength only goes to my feet. 𝐒𝐽 stomped on the ground, the momentary boost in stats kicking in for just a moment and shattering the concrete floor. A moment long enough for 𝐒𝐽 to throw the creature like it was nothing. It flew through the corridor, its mass crushing dozens of the bats like they were nothing. Their brittle bones broke from a weak backhand by 𝐒𝐽, so there was no way they could withstand the weight of the clicker tortoise. And just like that, the mutually beneficial relationship became a malignancy to the shrieker bats. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. I wonder, 𝐒𝐽 let out a heavy sigh. It felt so much lighter with just a dozen extra stat points when before I couldn't move it at all. 𝐒𝐽 recalled math class. Are these stats weighted? I probably could have just kicked the thing like a soccer ball and sent him flying with that alone, 𝐒𝐽 realized. He had been needlessly creative in stomping the ground to activate the buff, but it had worked all the same. After gathering up the item drops, just some cores and assorted material drops, like shrieker wings, 𝐒𝐽 took a moment to breathe. Just a moment though, because there was a dungeon to clear out. 𝐒𝐽 was ready for anything. But as it turned out, there was nothing left to adapt to. The instant dungeon was just a repeating CYCL of shriekers and clicker tortoises. This dungeon is supposed to be E-rank, I guess. Maybe the system didn't want to overload me with too many challenges. 𝐒𝐽 shook his head. The concept sounded far too forgiving for the same system that had dropped him into an otherworldly desert just because he didn't do his push-ups. If it expected these guys to be a challenge for this long, maybe it thinks I'm weaker than I am. 𝐒𝐽 made many guesses and theories as he crawled through the dungeon, rinsing and repeating the same tactic of killing the tortoise with Echo Attack and then throwing it at the approaching swarms. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired the title, Hide Pisser. All attacks against heavy armor deal 50% extra damage. 𝐒𝐽 Midoriya, level, 14 strength, 29 vitality, 28 agility, 47 intelligence, 24 sense, 24 available points, 0 mana, 255 HP, 900. By the time 𝐒𝐽 had reached the staircase down to the boss room, he had stopped leveling up. Just like his weighted stats, the XP gain was also weighted, meaning that it was no longer efficient for him to hunt down more villains. And now, it wasn't a question of if he could beat the boss villain, he had to. The system wouldn't allow him to leave, and eventually 𝐒𝐽 would run out of food. So his only option was to kill it. He didn't have room to question if it was even possible. After the first tortoise dropped armor, 𝐒𝐽 was hoping the others would as well, but so far, no other items had dropped. But he did appreciate the title he received from the system. Even with his gauntlets, it was hard to fully break through the armor of villains like the tortoise. Checking his side, where the tail had nicked him, he felt a dried wound. It stung, but as he leveled up, the pain had lessened and mostly vanished altogether. So levels didn't completely heal him, but they did help the process along. Izuku considered farming the villains for more and more XP, but checking his stats page he knew he'd have to kill dozens upon dozens just to get a single level more, and he was starting to grow exhausted. This was no place to remain for longer than he had to. So, he descended. The steps led down to the subway platform, partially flooded with water and empty of the train cars that operated around the clock back in the real world. The room filled Izuku with a chill, freezing him in place, the pressure exerting itself on his mind all too familiar. No, it's not here, he told himself, the grinning mask appearing in his mind. I can do this. I can do this. An influx of water exploded from one of the tunnels as a figure shot out from them, not even stopping at the platforms before rushing into the tunnel opposite the one it had exited. Izuku hadn't even caught the faintest glimpse of the creature as it hid itself in the subway tunnels, rushing from place to place. But much like the tortoise, it was all a trick. The ground beneath Izuku exploded as he tried to focus on the subway tunnels, forgetting that these beasts were not keen on fighting head-on. Izuku was launched away with the rubble, narrowly avoiding the spiny creature and its mouth. Risaka's mate, Thorny Devil, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 Izuku scowled as the name appeared above the creature's head, signifying its uniqueness. The monster itself was a typical lizard form, covered in dozens of sharp spines, edges, and points. It was like a bus-sized porcupine, but much more maneuverable. Not waiting for Izuku to make the first move, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 shot forwards, its back legs propelling it far faster than the eye could track. Even with his increased levels and heightened agility, Izuku had to rely on his classic instincts to tell him when to dodge. And without that feeling of death pressing against his entire body, he wouldn't have made it in time. Even after all of this, it's still stronger. Izuku knew that boss monsters were leagues stronger than the fodder you had to kill to get to them, but this one felt like it wasn't an E or even D rank. This felt like he was back in the desert, running from the centipede, a C rank, in an E-ranked dungeon. Izuku grinned bitterly. It just doesn't feel fair. I'm the weakest hero after all. You could cut me some slack. His tone was light, but his body was heavy. It was the only way he could cope, the only way he could stay moving and not collapse like when he sat on the altar. I'm not waiting for death to take me this time. Skill, Echo Attack has activated. Mana, 75-25. Izuku lunged for 𝐻𝐿𝐼's head, hoping that the same strategy would work twice. Unfortunately, there was a reason 𝐻𝐿𝐼 was a boss villain. Its head whipped to the side, jaws open, ready to swallow Izuku whole. Izuku had too much momentum, he wouldn't be able to stop in time, and he didn't have enough strength to completely clear the lizard's height. This better work. Izuku kicked at the ground with his next step, doing all he could to exert his will on the system and demand that this step be counted as an attack. The system obliged. Izuku launched from the floor, both his initial step and the echo aftershock shooting him high above even 𝐻𝐿𝐼. In fact, Izuku didn't just clear the monster, but the entire room itself. Barely maneuvering in time, Izuku's feet ended up on the ceiling, making it look like gravity was flipped for just a moment. He had enough mana for just one more echo attack, and he used it. Izuku hated the brutish idea of being nothing more than a pair of fists to wail away at villains. He'd spent years just barely surviving with his wits. It felt insulting. All those higher ranks than him, using brute force, not inventing, not doing anything more than punching or slashing harder than before. They could afford to relax, to sit back and use the old reliable strategy. Izuku never once had such a luxury, so he'd always been forced to use humanity's one defining advantage, creativity. Launching off the ceiling, echo attack and his boot strength buff sending him flying like a rocket towards 𝐻𝐿𝐼, who looked up just in time to see two rocky gauntlets fill his vision. And with a thunderous crash and a shockwave that stirred the dungeon itself, Izuku cracked its skull open like a watermelon, spilling its bloody insides out to mix with the water. Everything, he breathed, Bakugo's face appearing in his mind, alongside the others that had berated him for the weakness he was born with. I'll use everything to become stronger. Expend it all to beat you, just like you all scorned me. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired items. C-rank villain core elemental enhancement gem earth rune stone. You have defeated the instant dungeon. Hey. Izuku was laying on his back, still in the instant dungeon, when the walls began to fade, or rather, they began to restore themselves. Turning back into the pristine white halls of Japan's subway system, it seemed that the instant dungeon had collapsed, merging Izuku back into his original reality. Despite that, there was nobody around him. It was late at night, that much Izuku was sure of, but Japan's subway system, especially Tatooine Station, was almost always running, and was never completely empty. Regardless of the hour, the place should have been bustling. This first I guess, Izuku said, shrugging off the weirdness to crush the runestone in his hand. Skill, Speed Strike toggled skill mana cost, 20 per second description. When this skill is active, the player will move 50% faster and will be immune to any environmental or debuff slows. 20 mana a second. A bit expensive. With my mana at 305, I'd only be able to manage it for 15 seconds. Echo Attack is probably a better use of mana. Izuku looked then to the elemental enhancement gem Earth, as he began working his way out of Tatooine Station. Item, Elemental Enhancement Gem Item Class, E-Rank Item Type, Earth Enhancement Gem Description, can be infused into weapons or skills to augment them with additional abilities. This change is permanent unless the gem is removed, in which case the gem will be destroyed, but can be replaced by another one. It works with skills too. It's E-Rank, and the system says I can remove it to replace it with another, which means I'll get new stronger ones later, right? So I shouldn't save it for something. The only question is what to use it on. Izuku pondered as he walked out into the cool air of the starry night. Taking a deep breath, he welcomed the feeling of safety that came from being back in the real world. It was still all very surreal for him. Sir, what the hell are you still doing here? A soldier rushed up to Izuku, making him jump from surprise. He hadn't even noticed the man approaching. I beat an E-rank dungeon, and what I assume is a low C-rank boss all by myself, yet I still jumped when a normal human approached me. Izuku grinned sheepishly. Oh, I see. My apologies. I didn't realize you were a hero. Were there monsters down there? The soldier asked, gesturing to Izuku's gauntlets, which he had forgotten to put away. Oh, no, that area is clear. Good, then please come with me. Some other heroes are struggling not that far away with a villain. A gate broke. This didn't have anything to do with the instant dungeon, did it? I doubt it, but I'd be a little upset if I caused this. When the soldier wasn't looking, Izuku pressed the elemental gem into Echo Attack. Skill, Echo Attack Earth active skill mana cost, 35 gem, E-rank Earth description. Upon striking an enemy with this skill activated, stone spikes will attempt to piece them in the same spot. The spikes may come from the ground, ceiling, and walls, but if the ground is too far away, the skill will not activate. The spikes will scale with the size of the enemy that was hit. The mana cost lowered, but I can't tell how good this is. If the stone spikes are strong, it may be an upgrade, but it could also be a downgrade now that it's a more specific skill. And it relies on the enemy not being fast enough to dodge. Izuku grumbled to himself, not sure if he should be happy or disappointed. Oh well, if it's that bad I can just remove the gem. Sir. Oh, sorry, Izuku waved the soldier off as they turned a corner, revealing a crowd forming around a draconic shape. A drake? Izuku asked, beginning to run alongside the soldier. It's from a C-rank gate. It was the weakest villain inside, regarded as a low D rank, so we had the E and D ranks handle it while the other heroes caught the bigger fish. But they are starting to struggle. Draconic-type villains are some of the most potent, Izuku informed the man. Their physical abilities and intelligence give them a scale closer to 1 rank higher, regardless of the magic measurement tool's readout. And what rank are you? Izuku wasn't sure what to say. Clearly he was far stronger than an E rank by now, but he was registered in the Hero Safety Commission as an E rank. If he told the truth, revealing he had a video game-esque leveling system, he'd undoubtedly get hunted by someone looking for the same power. If he said he got a reawakening, that would confuse the situation as he would continue to grow, yet get placed in lesser dungeons. I'm a registered E rank. Izuku answered, technically telling the truth. The soldier's face slumped, but continued on all the same. The heroes were doing their best. With designated tanks holding shields, damage dealers holding swords, daggers, or crossbows, mags flinging magic from afar, and supports giving buffs or healing. If the group was to take on an E or D rank gate, they'd almost certainly breeze through it. But this villain was bordering on high D rank and was capable of intelligent strategy. The supports and mags were spending all their time dodging rather than healing or attacking because the Drake knew that they were the big problem. To make matters worse, there was an entire crowd gathered around the fight, taking photos like it was an attraction at Tokyo Disneyland. This meant Izuku couldn't just ask the other heroes or soldiers to keep a secret because there would be video proof of him fighting on a level way above an E ranker. But these people are in danger, they can't see it, but their heroes are failing fast. I have to act. Please step aside, Izuku asked the soldier, crouching low, like a sprinter ready to take on the Olympic track. I didn't tell you my name, did I? The soldier did as he was asked and squinted. No, good. Skill, Speed Strike has activated. Like a bullet, Izuku took off from the ground. He wasn't going faster than a B rank or higher, but he was going fast enough to the point where the E and D ranks couldn't get a proper look at him, nor would any of the cameras catch him in the act. Flying by the Drake, which seemed to be the only thing able to lay eyes on him at such a speed, Izuku landed a strong, but relatively ineffective punch against such a large target. If he had put more effort into it, the Drake might have flinched, but Izuku wasn't aiming to exert himself. Skill, Echo Attack Earth has activated. Izuku's mana had barely regenerated enough to use those two skills in quick succession, but as soon as he took cover behind a nearby building, hiding from both the Drake and the onlookers, it dropped to 0 once more. But more importantly, what the foodish, the hero's cries of shock were cut short as massive spikes, sized perfectly for the Drake, emerged from the asphalt, piercing it in multiple places and pinning it to the floor, bleeding profusely. Izuku watched from the shadows as the heroes took the chance to leap into the fray and hack away at the villains stuck to the rocky formations. It took a few minutes longer for the thing to die, but die it did. You have leveled up. I got a level for that. Interesting. I would have liked to see what drops it had, but, oh well. Worst case scenario, the soldier would remember his face and try to track him down, but Izuku didn't see that happening. He sighed. It had been an extremely busy and tiring day, and he'd need to get up the next morning to get his daily quest done and repeat the CYCL. So, remembering to hide away his gauntlets this time, he began his trek back to the hospital. At the same time, he looked down, surprised to see that his spiked boots did not appear on his body. He still had the stat bonuses from it, but there was no sign of them. Even feeling around that area, it only felt like he was wearing normal shoes. So armor and accessories were basically just energy hovering around his body, impossible to be touched, but still present enough to utilize their powers. The hospital was quiet by the time he returned in the wee hours of the morning, with only a handful of doctors and nurses still bustling about. They gave Izuku some strange looks, clearly concerned about the state of him and his clothing. His wound was healing, but it was still a pretty nasty-looking injury. One that Izuku had almost forgotten about. Izuku expected to immediately collapse into bed and fall into unconsciousness, but as he walked back into his room, he noticed a figure sitting in a chair near his bed. For a sparse moment, he panicked, thinking the dark shape was an attacker, but then he heard snoring. As his vision adjusted to the shadows, he smiled. Yorozu, with an fork connected to her arm, was resting in the chair, clearly waiting for him to return. He didn't want to make her wait any longer, but he was also hesitant to wake her. Not to mention, his mind was already fading into a fog of sleepiness. Tomorrow, he promised the empty air, before falling into bed. Izuku woke to the piercing glare of Yorozu's stormy gray eyes. Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Good morning. She crossed her arms, long silky hair spilling over them as her bloodshot eyes fixated on Izuku. Where were you last night? Izuku's immediate thought was, "Sorry, Mom." But thankfully, his awkwardness kept such words from slipping out. Izuku's mind raced. He didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to tell the truth. Yorozu broke the stalemate, however. Easily deducing what was on his mind, she said, "I knew it." She tried to stand, before realizing her legs were still too weak to stand on without something to lean against, so she sat back down. "How could you?" she asked, as if Izuku had personally betrayed her. "How could you go back into a dungeon after all we went through? Wasn't that a clear sign to stop? For us to quit and find normal professions?" Izuku didn't know what to say. He had spent dozens of raids with Yorozu, yet he'd never truly seen this side of her. She was always participating in lower-ranked gates, so Izuku knew she had some reservations about raiding in general, but she never let it show. At least, not until the last gate, of course. "We're only 18, but we both have put our lives on the line so many times, for what? Only to see that horrible face." Again Izuku was speechless. The obvious answer would be, for humanity. To stop the gates from breaking and spilling villains into our world. But that wasn't exactly true for Izuku. Right now, he was putting his life on the line for his family, for the people he cared about. In the grand scale of things, his efforts in the gates didn't mean a thing compared to the S, XS, or national rank heroes. He could have said that to satiate Yorozu's question, but it wasn't really the answer, and that fact bugged him. Why couldn't he say that his purpose was to help more people than just his family? Izuku had mentioned Kei to Yorozu a bunch, the two of them sharing laughs about her sibling antics, or sharing admiration for how hard she was studying. But Izuku has never once heard Yorozu mention her own family, and the one time he asked, her gaze grew dark. Was she fighting for them? Or was hero work a way to fight against them? Izuku had no answers, so he simply pondered what she had asked. "I'm sorry, but please stop raiding." Yorozu's lips pursed as she tried to hold back tears. "I'll do whatever I have to, even if I have to abuse my quirk for money. Please. I don't want to see anyone else die." The tears were now streaming down her face as she pleaded. Izuku was shocked. He stared wide-eyed and pale at Yorozu's declaration. The only time he had ever asked her why she didn't use her quirk to make gold and live luxuriously, she refused to answer, her body language becoming stiff and closed off. So this wasn't some half-hearted demand. She was prepared to defy whatever morals she had just for him. He stood, walking over to her calmly and resting his hands on her shoulders. "You don't have to do that." He pulled her into a hug as she sobbed, the face of that giant creature dispersing as she allowed herself the catharsis of letting it all out. "You won't have to watch me die. I promise." How can you say that?" she sobbed. "Even as an A rank, I'm terrified." Izuku smiled lightly. "Yorozu, I'm not sure what you fight for. But I fight for the people I love. That doesn't mean I'm not scared out of my mind, but it means I have a reason to surpass that fear. And now, I have another reason to fight. Would you like to show the system to Momo Yorozu?" Izuku remembered the previous night, appearing out of nowhere to help the other heroes take down the Drake. "I don't just want to fight for my family anymore. I want to save everyone I can. I want to grow stronger for the sake of everyone who has suffered because of the gates, especially you. And now, I have the means to do so. I have the chance to be a hero." Izuku leaned back and said yes. Suddenly, the glowing green boxes popped to life in Yorozu's eyes, and she was granted a sight. The sight of the system. "Is this real?" Yorozu asked, her eyes still puffy as she waved her hands through the holographic boxes. It made Izuku laugh, remembering how he'd done the same when he first saw it. "I guess it depends on how you define real, but if it's any indication, I took on an entire E-rank dungeon by myself. I'm way stronger," he responded. "Then what is it?" Yorozu's cares began to fade as her curiosity took over. "Is it a late quirk manifestation?" Izuku immediately went to respond with no, but stopped himself short. Quirks only ever manifested in awakened humans, but very few ever got them. There was no limit to when they could appear. Some got quirks immediately upon awakening, others had to wait years or even decades. One of the oldest heroes didn't even get their quirk until they were around 80 or so and was already retired. Quirks defied all logic, even logic relating to awakenings, which pushed humans past what physics considered possible. Quirks, like endeavors, made his flames have virtually limitless heat as long as he could supply mana. Whereas other heroes with flame magic had a very staunch limit on what they could output. By that logic, there was no reason that this system couldn't have been a quirk. With the way it broke all rules of awakening, it wasn't out of the question. But it's too complicated for a quirk, both Izuku and Yorozu muttered to themselves at the same time. Looking up, they held a tense stare down for just a moment, before snorting in laughter. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," Yorozu said, an enormous grin stretching across her face. "These past few days have been so insane that she trailed off, the face of the giant creature momentarily reappearing in her mind. So she got back on track and asked, "Does it have any sort of intelligence?" "Well, it doesn't respond to questions, but it acknowledges verbal commands and comes up with these abilities I'd never even thought of before, which means it's not basing its behavior or powers off my own memories or creativity. It's coming up with this stuff on its own. So like it's pre-programmed." The two glanced over to the green boxes, a shudder running through their body. "By whom?" Izuku lowered his chin, muttering to himself. "That giant thing was trying to kill us. Then again, the system was tied to that gate. Maybe it wasn't trying to kill us, but just toying with us, making a big show of things. Perhaps it was just a puppet." Yorozu ignored him. She wasn't being rude, or even trying to avoid the memories of the gate, it was just that her focus was now directed at a new box. "What's that?" Secret questline initiated. Inner Circle Part 1. A trusted partner has been completed. Rewards. Quest, Inner Circle Part 2 E-Rank Elemental Gem of Player's Choosing. B-Rank Instance Dungeon Key Secret Quest, Inner Circle Part 2, A Fellow Warrior Requirements. Complete the B-Rank Instance Raid Key given to the player with the player's trusted confidant. Awkwardness shot through the pair as they read the word partner, but it passed as Yorozu was more focused on the second part. "I know," Izuku didn't have to ask what she meant. "I understand. There's no way I could drag you back into a dungeon after all this." He was disappointed, but hid it well. The two had obviously grown closer and Izuku would have loved to have an A-rank like her as company, especially with her newfound knowledge of the system. He gathered his words carefully before speaking, not wanting to upset the girl. "You don't have to answer this, but why did you take on hero work?" She averted her gaze and gave a bittersweet smile. "I have to atone for all my parents have done, for what I'm responsible for. Raiding is all I can do." She said no more, which Izuku accepted with a nod. Not because his curiosity was tamed, in fact, he really wanted to know the details, but because her answer was pretty non-committal in terms of her future. If anything, it seemed like she was still determined to right some wrongs of her past. She wasn't totally giving up on hero work. If there was someone Izuku trusted to have by his side throughout all of this, it was her, and he really hoped his assumption was correct. "Go beyond," he said, chuckling. But Yorozu just tilted her head, like a confused puppy. "What's that?" Izuku turned bright red, embarrassed that his reference hadn't gotten through to her. He felt like one of those Chunibyo who acted like they were anime characters. It's nothing." Apparently, Yorozu was not as obsessed with the hero world as he was in terms of fandom. He decided to not let slip that he kept track of UA alumni like some sort of creepy internet stalker. But instead of reacting with discomfort like most, she just smiled and gave a small giggle. "Some things don't change, I suppose. So, what will you do next?" "What will I do next?" Izuku repeated the question back to her, pondering it before laughing. "Well, first things first. I gotta make rent. That'll come out to around 50,000 yen. The teller took Izuku's bag of villain cores as the money was transferred into his account. That was everything from the E-rank gate and that giant centipede thing. Between rent, mom's medical bills, and the other assorted costs of living, this might cover half of the month. Thanks to raiding, other assorted jobs, and a not-so-insignificant amount of debt, he just barely managed to stay afloat with his sister, with raiding providing most of it. Even without the student loans that put most of the young people in Japan into debt, Izuku stood far above below them when it came to the amount of money he owed. The last E-rank gate had been entirely cleared on his own, and yet the villain cores, magical stones imbued with mana that could be used for the crafting of weapons and other materials, had been worth far less than other E-rank cores he'd collected before. He briefly debated selling other parts of the system, like materials, weapons, armor, or the new fire-type elemental gem he had gotten from the Inner Circle questline. But in the end, decided that if he was going to take on more gates, he needed all that to earn more money. It's just like a temporary investment, just gotta put enough power into my stats and then I'll be strong enough to sell off more valuable things. Izuku walked out of the Hero Safety Commission trading office, his head down as he mumbled to himself. I might be able to take on a D-rank gate right now, but I don't have any keys, nor do I want to just show off the power I've accumulated to everyone. I could join a raid team, but that would limit the amount of levels I can get from it. I wonder if hey, watch out. A girly feminine voice called out, activating Izuku's flight or fight response, but in the world of heroes that he lived in, it was almost always fight. Izuku's body, despite not spending all that much time fighting humanoid opponents, had spent a great deal of time becoming accustomed to fighting styles that would give him the slightest edge in combat. That, in combination with his body's ability to act before his mind could even catch up, was what had narrowly saved his life many times in the past. This time was no different. Not that it saved Izuku's life, it just made it a little easier. Izuku didn't even need to look in order for his hand to snap out, catching someone by the wrist and using their momentum to pivot. He flipped them forwards, giving them a hard landing on the pavement of the sidewalk. Izuku almost panicked for a moment, fearing that he had injured an innocent man without a second thought. Thankfully, the man in question was not only holding a firearm, but a handful of villain cores. Somehow, even in the age of fantastical weapons like swords, spears, and maces, which heroes were allowed to open carry, guns remained outlawed without exceptionally specialized licenses. It was borderline impossible to find someone with one outside of high-ranking heroes like Snipe or Lady Nagant. This guy didn't fit that bill. Whoa! Nice moves. Izuku looked over to the source of the voice, finding a curvy girl with long pale blue hair. Spirals of yellow energy were curving out of her body. She wore what looked like an elegant armored dress that spiraled just like her quirk, giving her an almost surreal appearance. And in a Heido, Izuku was stricken speechless by the sight of the gorgeous up-and-coming hero. Oh, do you know me? Her question was filled with delight, as if she'd never had a fan before. You're one of UA's big three. An S-rank hero student who was instrumental in the recent A-rank Chiba prefecture raid. Oh, you know quite a bit. With moves and knowledge like that, could it be that you're gonna be applying for UA yourself? She jumped forwards, getting remarkably close to Izuku. Too close. I'm just an E-rank. Nejaya ped her head to the side. Really? Your energy seems a lot different than an E-rank, not like any other rank I've seen though, the man on the floor groaned, beginning to recover from the move Izuku pulled. It saved him from the sudden curiosity from Nejaya. Can't forget about you, she said, grabbing him under the arms and heaving him up like he was a toddler. For an S-rank, he was likely no heavier than a feather. She cuffed him, forcing him to drop the villain cores and gun. She exerted just a tiny amount of her S-rank aura, forcing the man to go unconscious. Thanks for the help, Nejaya said to Izuku. I can't let my full power go without damaging the buildings, and I'm no good in alleyways. He was a surprisingly nimble little guy. She couldn't catch him. She can't be that slow, right? No. I can feel it coming off of her. She's serious business. She could erase me with less than a thought. Is that my sense stat letting me know I'm in front of someone that powerful? I guess I rely on my energy detection a little too much. She giggled. I got so used to tracking villains and antiheroes that I forgot that normal humans don't have mana. Antihero was in reference to awakened humans who used their powers for evil. Technically, antiheroes by definition were good guys, but just like gun laws in Japan, the name antiheroes for human villains stuck. No offense Miss Nejaya, but just Nejaya-chan. Oh, okay. No offense, But why are you out here chasing this guy? She flashed a gleaming smile. Well, I can't just forget about the little guys. Heroes like Endeavor or Hawks are always going around with these big shows of power. I want to be a hero who can be relied on for any situation. This one was good practice to remind me that I still have a long way to go. So bubbly, Izuku thought to himself, an uncontrollable smile pulling at his lips. Most S ranks are so superior, I didn't expect her to be so humble. Well, I hope I didn't get in your way, he said, bowing as a show of respect to the senior hero. But if anything, that only upset her. Like a toddler, she pouted, a display that any onlooker would call adorable. Stop being so formal. You were the one who stopped him. Heh, I kinda stumbled into it. Well, that just means you deserve even more thanks for it. To anyone else, the S rank might have seemed patronizing, but 𝐒𝐲 was painfully earnest. It was behavior you expected from All Might, one of the few exceptions to the rule of S ranks being high and mighty warriors with no time for the peasants. How about this? She declared. This guy was stealing from a hero pawn shop. Help me bring back the stuff he stole and I'll buy you something from the old man working the place. Oh, I couldn't ask you to do that, Miss 𝐒𝐻𝐻-chan. Nonsense. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 chimed, grabbing Izuku's wrist as she hefted the criminal over her shoulder. I'll get you whatever you want. Ah, Izuku realized that in some ways, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was no different than some other S ranks. She was determined to get what she wanted, and her grip wasn't exactly something Izuku could break out of. Well, I guess I have no choice. He chuckled to himself. With the criminal still slung over her shoulder, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 introduced Izuku to the shop owner as he handed back the villain cores. These are worth a pretty penny, the man said, clearly happy to see the cores back. Just a few of the Nomu cores recovered from Jeju Island. I promised I'd get him something for helping me. Is it okay if we browse for a bit? Haha. Only you'd ask a store owner if it was okay to give him some business, 𝐒𝐻𝐻-chan. The two were somewhat acquainted apparently. At first, Izuku intended to dodge the issue of owing such a powerful hero, but then he spotted something on one of the store's shelves. What's that? Oh, that. The elderly man walked over to the shelf, reaching up to grab the display case that held an ornate-looking key. Some fellow in a robe sold it to me. Apparently it was carved from the scales of a 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Not sure what purpose it holds aside from being eye candy. 𝐒𝐻𝐻? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. It was one of the first B-rank boss villains to break out of her gate. A lamia that nearly destroyed half of Germany on her own in the early days of Awakenings. These days, it was exceptionally rare for anything less than an S-rank gate to break and cause damage to the real world, but back before Awakenings were common and hero society was built up, even a B-rank boss villain was virtually immortal in the eyes of humanity. As such, despite being far weaker, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 came to be known alongside names like 𝐾𝐚𝐲, Orion, and 𝐷𝐿𝐿 as one of humanity's biggest threats. Item, Dungeon Key Item Class, C-rank Item Type, Key Description, may be used to open an instant dungeon at Joran Falls in the Aizu Prefecture. Of course, neither 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nor the old man could see the display of the system. How much? Izuku hesitantly asked. The old man stroked his beard, then smiled. Well, it hasn't sold in over a decade of business. For your help today and for 𝐒𝐻𝐻-chan, it's yours. There were dozens of other valuable items in the shop, but none of them could compare to the worth of a dungeon key, something that only Izuku knew the true worth of. Cool. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 did her best to clap her hands together without dropping the man over her shoulder. She didn't seem all that perplexed by his choice, which made Izuku wonder if she was just that positive of a person, or if she had deeper insight to it thanks to her status as an S-rank. Well, I've got to drop this guy off at the police station and sort through the paperwork. She said it as if it was a trip to Tokyo Disney. It was nice to meet you. Oh, I never got your name. Izuku Midoriya. Well, Izuku, I hope I get to see you at UA soon. CYA later. You got to meet 𝐒𝐻𝐻-chan. Kei hounded Izuku, following close at his heels as he went to grab something to eat from the fridge. Aizu, that's not fair. He laughed. Not fair. It's not like I went searching for her without you like some creep. We just stumbled into each other. The universe isn't fair, she grumbled, crossing her arms and pouting. You gotta let me meet her. It's not like we exchanged numbers, 𝐂𝐸𝐳 responded, trying not to grow red at the thought of something like that with someone as popular as Nejiya. He hadn't even exchanged numbers with Yaozu. Should probably do that, duh. If you get her number though, you need to give it to me as well. Hey. Izuku looked back at his sister. No, I wasn't talking about Nejiya. She rolled her eyes. Eyes on the prize, Aizu. My eyes are on the prize, he clarified. We're just not looking at the same thing, you and me, he said with a grin. Dad wouldn't let you get away with this, she teased back. Heh, I suppose you're right. Before their mother had slipped into the eternal slumber, a state where a normal human accumulated too much mana in their body and forced them into a coma, she had told them plenty of their father's exploits as his friend's go-to wingman. If he was still alive, he'd probably be hounding me just as much as Kay. He kept that one to himself as he looked over to the system's readout of the new instant dungeon key he had gotten. I'm gonna be heading out later today, Kay. I could be gone for a while. More raids? She asked suspiciously. Just a little one, Izuku lied, choosing not to look directly at Kay. I don't see myself being gone more than a day. The last one was a little one too, Kay remarked. That was a fluke, Izuku promised, actually meaning it this time. Kay pursed her lips, suddenly looking a lot older than a high school student. Don't be stupid, okay? Dad was an S rank, and even she needed to say nothing else. Izuku rested his hand on her head as she teared up. You've got nothing to worry about. He sighed. Man, this is gonna become an open secret if I'm not careful. I'm gonna be okay. Why? No, why? Because I have a little secret to tell you about. After enough time spent explaining the system to his sister, Izuku managed to get the green light to head to Joran Falls and use the key. This time, he wasn't able to choose whether or not to show her the system. Apparently vision of its game-like screens were a Quest-exclusive thing. However, after a quick demonstration of his strength, lifting the fridge up by one hand, Kay was convinced he was stronger. Even an E rank would struggle to do something like that with such ease. And really, when it came down to it, Izuku wasn't one to tell such flippant lies. It didn't take long to convince Kay, and before Izuku could even ask her to keep it a secret, she came to the same conclusion. The monetary benefits from this alone are huge, not to mention the threat it poses to the national and XS rank's position of power. If there's no limit, then, wow. You'd better not tell anyone about this, not unless you seriously trust them. That was Kay's thought process, and it made Izuku proud. He'd not continued his education, and in the months leading up to the end of high school, his grades had regrettably started slipping. But Kay never let up, and pushed her intelligence past her brother as she continued to study, not only at school or home, but online, taking several extra classes and constantly learning about the world. Izuku was worried she'd push herself too hard. That was one of the biggest problems for the youth of Japan after all, and too many had committed suicide because of the strenuous studies. But even when Izuku told her to slow down, she refused. If anything, she only pushed herself harder. Whether or not she really was flourishing, or just hiding the stress, was unknown to Izuku. Regardless, there wasn't much for him to do about it. After taking a bus and then hiking up a trail, Izuku arrived at a small clearing, where massive and majestic waterfalls crashed into the white wake of a shallow lake that flowed into a stream some distance away. These were the Joran Falls, an appealing location that Izuku had always wanted to visit but never had the time or money to. Now he'd get the chance to become completely immersed in the terrain. If it was anything like the last instant dungeon, he'd get put into some sort of decrepit version of the lush forest. It was sad that was the version he'd have to experience, but he could always walk around and appreciate the bliss of nature once he had cleared the dungeon. Okay, it's a C rank, which is a step up, but if I continue to grow during it, it'll be fine. Izuku muttered under his breath as he pulled the key from his inventory. He'd come all this way, and he felt there was no turning back now. Plus, he'd had 2 extra days of his daily quest. Adding onto his strength stat, inserting it into the air in front of him, he felt it lock into place. With an unnatural smoothness, he turned the key, and it vanished from his hands. And yet, No gate, or any sort of dimensional disturbance occurred before his eyes. Izuku's brow scrunched up, and he looked around. Finding nothing, he was about to start searching the forest, but before he could begin, every inch of his body lit up, screaming danger at him. He looked to where his sense stat pointed him, eyes widening at the torrent of flames heading for him. Without a second thought, he equipped his gauntlets and punched the ground just in front of his feet. Skill, Echo Attack Earth has activated. Izuku jumped back, just in time to avoid the dozen or so spikes of stone that ruptured the earth beneath him. They formed a makeshift wall, obscuring Izuku from the massive blast of fire. The flames wrapped around the pillars, liking at Izuku's clothes and skin, but only managing to singe him. Within half of a second, the heat vanished, replaced by the coolness of the fall's air. That was close. Izuku let out a sigh, peeking around the side of the pillars. He couldn't see whatever had thrown the flames, but what he could see was a new system notification for a quest. It's just handing out these like candy. Izuku cautiously went to examine it, but a shrill scream stopped him short. His blood went cold. It wasn't a villain's shriek. It was a human. Quest, be a hero. Requirements, save as many people as you can. Rewards will be determined based on the player's performance. No, wait. Izuku shouted at the air, realizing what had just begun. Cancel quest. Cancel dungeon. There was no response, so he took off running in the direction of the scream. No. Izuku had no qualms about putting his own life on the line. He'd been closer to death more times than he could count. Maybe that was why he was so reckless in using a C-rank key. But there was one thing he couldn't stand. The thing that made him feel so worthless. The thing that made his stomach churn. When he was still the weakest hero, he would do his best to not get injured, to not become a liability to the raiding party. Of course, he always ended up being tended to by Yorozu while the other heroes fought. It was something that carved right through his soul. His heart sank whenever he put people, even heroes, at a slightly greater risk, and now, he'd unleashed hell upon the serenity of Joran Falls. Help! Skill, Speed Strike has activated. Speed poured through Izuku's frame as he burned away at his mana. So much so that he was having trouble maneuvering through the trees and thicket. And it wasn't long before he was charging headlong into a sturdy trunk without any way to stop or avoid it. So he crashed right through it. Like a shotgun going off, the tree fractured into 1,000 splinters, with Izuku rushing past them before they could even hit the ground. Within just a few seconds, he crashed through 2 more. The felling of each tree hurt him internally. He didn't want to cause so much damage, but saving the lives of others came first. Thankfully, he didn't have to destroy many more before coming into a clearing, where a woman was running from an undulating beast. Flame Salamander. The Crimson Salamander looked no different than any average salamander, except for the fact that it was larger than a Great Dane with a maw full of fire. And that maw was aimed squarely at the woman's back. I won't make it. Izuku inwardly curses, one hand snatching out to grab the elemental gem from his inventory. Skill, Speed Strike Fire Toggled Skill Mana Cost, 2 per second. Description. When this skill is active, the player will move 75% faster and will be immune to any environmental or debuff slows. The player's attacks will also be imbued with fire elements when this skill is active. Even with the boost in speed and the decrease in mana, the salamander's breath would beat him. No! It was a sensation he hadn't felt since the gate that started this all. The thin strings of life dancing between souls. His was stronger than ever, a thick carbon steel threading. But the woman's was little more than a frayed piece of silk. I don't just want to fight for my family anymore. I want to save everyone I can. I want to grow stronger for the sake of everyone who has suffered because of the gates. Izuku's own words filled his head and his heart. And like a cable snapping, he blurred forwards, calling upon his hero's favorite catchphrase. Smash! The salamander didn't even have time to register that it was decapitated. All it saw was its body walking around in confusion before death caught up with it. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired title, Hysterical Strength of a Hero. When pushed to the limits, the player has the chance to access more strength than their body can handle, effectively doubling their strength and agility stats for a single strike. This title can only be invoked every 30 minutes. Izuku skidded to a stop, the forest path behind him a burned husk from his speed. He clutched at his thighs in pain. The muscles were rebelling against the display. In fact, every tendon or ligament in his body was unhappy with Izuku. "It's fine. I can handle it," he told himself as he spun around to look for the woman he'd saved. Bystander has been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 1. Well, that's handy. But it doesn't say how many people are in trouble. Izuku grumbled under his breath, spreading out his sense stat as far as it would go. But since it could only pick up on mana, and since the only people in the forest were normal humans, Izuku would have to rely on the positions of villains and go through them as fast as he possibly could. Mana, 300, 375, 150 seconds of speed strike. Izuku let out a heavy sigh as he crouched down into a sprinter's pose. It'll be enough. It has to be. Then, he took off. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 3. You have leveled up. Izuku no longer bothered waiting for the alerts. There was no time to waste. The faster he went, the stronger he'd get. He couldn't stop for even a moment. He needed to go faster. He couldn't let a single person suffer. He had to save them all. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 6. The salamanders were no match for him. They weren't fast enough to keep up with him. Their defense was low. And their senses were dull. Even the E-rank dungeon was more difficult than this. Izuku shouted, carving through half a dozen more villains. He almost felt bad for them. But he recognized that the difficulty of this dungeon was not the monsters. Rather, it was the people he aimed to save. Mana, 28450. Thanks to his increasing level, Izuku was burning through his mana storage at a snail's pace. As long as he didn't run out of villains to fight and people to save, it would hold steady for him. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 8. Izuku couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Nothing could stop him. Hell, nothing could even slow him down. But that wasn't the reason for his smile. Izuku was no longer the bystander, the liability on the battlefield. He was the hero who saved people with a smile. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 13. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 20. You have leveled up. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 25. By the time Izuku managed to comb through the forest, the salamanders, which he killed in droves, were no longer giving him all that much experience. Which made sense, since they were pretty weak to begin with. Izuku shook his head at that thought. Just a week ago, I would have seen them as impossible foes to beat, now they are weak. He felt like berating himself for such an analysis. So this is how the S-ranks became the way they are. He mused to himself. Gotta be careful then. Can't let this go to my head. Player has reached level 30. Special level-based rewards have been distributed. Rewards. 1 random Q. Izuku's attention snapped away from the system, his sense stat lighting up like a rich house on Christmas. That's the boss. And, people. Having grown over 10 levels, his sense stat not only increased the range at which he could sense mana accurately, but it also expanded his physical senses. Now, the quiet sobbing of a dozen people filled his ears. Skill, Speed Strike Fire has activated. If his senses were right, this was the final challenge, the last villain and the last group of bystanders. Only once they were safe, would Izuku's guilt die down. This system, I can't trust it. If it puts these people in danger so easily, what else is it capable of? It was an undeniable fact that Izuku needed the system, for his own growth, for his family, and for those he wanted to protect. But, up until that point, it had only presented Izuku with threats. Now, the rules of the game had changed. Izuku now gave no thought to the trees before him, crashing forwards with abandon. He hoped that the noise of the trees snapping would draw the villain's attention away from its victims. He was correct. An explosion of force emerged at Izuku's side, blasting him off course and slamming into a nearby rocky wall. Oh, he groaned, pulling himself from the wall to look up at what had hit him. Toxic flames, 𝐒𝐿. The creature was a long royal blue snake, with fangs the size of Izuku's forearms. 𝐒𝐿. Wait, wasn't that the name of Enoch's mate? Izuku recalled the E-rank dungeon's boss villain. There's no way it knows I was the one who killed it, right? The snake unhinged its jaw and let out a hiss that was closer to a roar. There was clear rage in its slitted eyes. Okay, I guess it does. 𝐒𝐿 is affected by buff, vengeance. 𝐒𝐿's speed and strength will be enhanced by 50% and 𝐒𝐿 will feel far less pain. Izuku could still barely hear the cries of civilians, and 𝐒𝐿's belly wasn't bulging, as it would if it ate a whole human being like a normal snake. Which meant it hadn't gathered the people to eat. You set a trap. It was hard for Izuku to hide the amazement in his voice. He'd heard of villains setting traps before. Orcs and goblin types tended to do so. But they never took hostages, never corralled them in order to trap more heroes. This villain wasn't just brute force like the others. It had a sense of the battlefield, the wants and desires of others. It was intelligent. And Izuku could respect that. I'm sorry, he bowed his head to the snake. It was foolish from a battle standpoint, but Izuku couldn't help himself. I underestimated your emotions. I didn't realize I'd hurt you that badly. I had no choice but to kill Enoch. However, that doesn't mean it was right. I have people I want to protect as well. This world is cruel. 𝐒𝐿's hiss was more subtle this time. Buff, vengeance has not faded. 𝐒𝐿 has permitted the bystanders to be teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders have been teleported to the safe zone. Bystanders saved. 39 All bystanders have been saved. Rewards have been dispensed based on your performance. Performance. Perfect. The system went on displaying messages, but Izuku ignored them, staring directly into 𝐒𝐿's eyes. Thank you. Izuku may have just imagined it, but he could have sworn the snake bowed its own head in return. Even still, there was no ignoring the rage pouring off of it. It was no animal, but it was also not so easily swayed to forget the ache in its heart. Then I'm sorry. I have no choice but to fight you to the death as well, and I don't intend to abandon my family. Without another silent exchange between them, the snake curled in on itself before snapping forwards. With Speed Strike active, Izuku could only barely avoid the attack. 𝐒𝐿's head smashed into the same rock wall that Izuku had, but unlike the teenage hero, it showed no sign of slowing, bouncing off the rock like it was made of gel. Is it bleeding? Izuku dodged another strike, getting a glance at its forehead. It was indeed spilling a gross brown blood from its head. I can use its resistance to pain against it. Rather than fight the villain head-on, Izuku began positioning himself between the snake and the environment. Under normal circumstances, something as simple as a rock wall wouldn't be able to injure a villain. But because the villain was using all its strength to slam against it, its own body was slowly accumulating damage. Damage that the villain couldn't feel. Izuku remembered stories of SEPA patients, people born with a genetic defect that kept them from feeling pain. They could slice open their skin, or dunk their hand in boiling water and not feel a thing. And therein laid the downside. They couldn't recognize injury, so if they weren't careful, they could end up killing themselves. And 𝐒𝐿 was no different. Throwing its whole weight into attacks had begun to deform its own skull, crushing itself in the process. I'm sorry, Izuku murmured. I'm not sure if there is such a thing as an afterlife, but I hope there is. He felt a kinship with the villain. They were both doing what they thought was right to protect or avenge those they loved. I hope you get to see your mate again. This time, when 𝐒𝐿 charged, Izuku didn't dodge, but charged head-on, dropping to slide along the ground at the last second. Because of the head injury, 𝐒𝐿 was beginning to slow, their thought process and reflexes dulling. They couldn't react in time as Izuku's fist aimed upwards, right at the bottom of 𝐒�l's chin. Skill, Echo Attack. Earth has activated. 𝐒�l's head was launched straight up from the force, its slithering body whipping around in a panic, striking Izuku and knocking him through several trees. Unfortunately, for the creature, it was already over. Thanks to Izuku's hide pisser title, the scales around 𝐒�l's head had become cracked and weakened. Which meant that when the stone spikes rose from the ground, they skewered Hrasaka like it was nothing. You have defeated boss villain Hrasaka. Izuku lowered his head out of respect. I'm sorry, he muttered again, the glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes. Grunting, he pulled himself to his feet, wiping away the tears. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be upset, no one got hurt. You have obtained items from Hrasaka's body, C-rank Elemental Enhancement Gem Poison Concentrated Venom C-rank Boss Villain Core Scale Smashers Gauntlet Special Level Based Rewards have been distributed. Rewards: 1 random quirk 1 random runestone rewards have been dispensed based on your performance. Performance: Perfect rewards, 1 random quirk plus 40 stat points Hero's Amulet Artifact. Izuku's eyes went wide at the mass of rewards he had been given, but they went even wider when they presented him with quirks. He immediately wanted to comb through every last drop of loot he had been granted. However, with sirens approaching and a mysterious gate break, he didn't want to remain for any longer. The situation had been his fault, but if he stayed, the authorities would only be confused by his explanation, possibly even try to apprehend him. If someone had been killed, Izuku would have owned up to it and accepted the blame, but since no one had died, he felt it was okay to leave the rest to the cops and paramedics. Taking one last glance at Hrasaka's corpse, still held high by the stone pillars, Izuku vowed to never again take the life of a villain so lightly. They were monsters that threatened humanity, but they weren't without empathy. Izuku had never thought of them as creatures of emotion, just unfeeling killing machines. That was a mistake. Rest well with your mate, he offered to the empty air. Maybe the world after this one isn't so cruel. Okay, let's go through this bit by bit, Izuku said to himself, his lower half safely nestled under the blankets of his bed. Claim boss villain rewards. Rewards: C-rank Elemental Enhancement Gem Poison Concentrated Venom C-rank Boss Villain Core Scale Smashers Gauntlets. Most of Hrasaka's drops were pretty self-explanatory. The only thing that needed any inspection were the gauntlets. Item: Scale Smashers. Item class: C. Item type: Gauntlets. Attack, plus 50 additional description. These gauntlets have 2 slots for enhancement gems, allowing for combined elemental abilities. By default these were stronger, and thus Izuku equipped them, but he couldn't help feeling a little sad about putting away the Earthshakers. He tended to be sentimental like that, especially since they were the first real weapon armor he'd owned, something that had, even if it was only for a short time, helped him tremendously. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to ignore a stronger weapon for the sake of personal attachment. The gauntlets weren't living things, so it was easier to change them out for the Scale Smashers. Currently, Izuku only had the poison gem, but he'd get more later to make use of the dual slotting. Other than that, there was nothing more to examine from that set of rewards. Claim level-based rewards. Rewards: 1 random quirk 1 random runestone obtained quirk, amplify obtained runestone, analyze quirk, amplify quirk class, B rank cost, no physical or magical costs are required. Description: agility and strength are connected. From now on, any point put into strength will put an additional point into agility, and vice versa. Effects can be increased by evolving this quirk to its next stage. Skill: analyze passive skill mana cost, 0 description. From now on, the player will be able to see the information of a villain just by looking at them. More details can be gained if this skill is evolved. Phew, Izuku's brain felt like it was overloading as he scanned each and every word. After all, there was no telling what unique aspect of a quirk or skill would save his life. Wow, so they can be evolved. Does that mean my other skills can be powered up as well? I suppose that'll happen on its own just by using them. The real ticket item here is this quirk. Theoretically, if I level up, that'll put 1 point into each, which means the quirk will activate and put another point into strength and agility, meaning each level up is like 2 stat points for strength and agility. Izuku had to assume that the quirk didn't allow recursive effects. Meaning you couldn't put a point into strength, then get 1 in agility from the quirk, then have that point activate the quirk again and put 1 into strength, and so on and so forth. If something like that was the case, he'd essentially have infinite strength and speed. It didn't seem like something the system would do. He'd find out soon enough regardless. Claim performance rewards. Rewards: 1 random quirk plus 40 stat points Hero's Amulet Artifact obtained quirk, Soul Collection quirk, Soul Collection quirk class, XS rank cost, No physical or magical costs are required. Description: by creating a symbiotic relationship with the system, this quirk will store all the souls of every living being the player has killed, or will kill whilst under the system's influence. Soul list: Rasaka Anok 51 Shriekers 15 Clicker Tortoises Non-Elemental Drake 25 Flame Salamanders. Izuku wasn't sure if he should be in amazement or disgusted. In terms of rank, XS was just one level below the national level. But on the other hand, this list just served to disturb Izuku. These were souls. Souls he had taken from living beings. Whether they were pure evil or not was up for debate, but he was still storing them as if they were trophies. There seemed to be no point in keeping them. And even after fiddling around with the system, it became clear that there was no way to release the souls. He had no choice but to let it be and hope that, somewhere down the line, there'd be a way to free them. It put a pit in his stomach, but, aside from shouting vulgarities at the system, something not in his nature, there was nothing to do, so he moved on. Izuku took the stat points and decided to hold on to them until he was done looking over the rewards, with the last being: Item, Hero's Amulet Item Class, C Item Type, Artifact All Stats plus 5 Additional Description. Every person saved from a dangerous situation provides the player with additional experience for levels, skills, and quirks. And with that all said and done, new items equipped and new skills gained, Izuku only needed to distribute the 40 stat points. After cutting it close with his mana stores, he decided to put 20 of the points into intelligence and the other 20 into agility, and subsequently an additional 20 went into strength with the Amplify quirk. AN. The numbers in parentheses indicate stats gained from equipment. But the actual number is still the total. For example, the strength stat without equipment is 71, but with equipment it is 76, so it is listed as this is so it's easier for me to track stat changes with equipment changes. Izuku Midoriya, level, 30 strength, 76 plus 5 vitality, 49 plus 5 agility, 88 plus 8 intelligence, 66 plus 5 sense, 46 plus 5 available points, 0 mana, 656 HP, 1344. Izuku took a moment to lay back in bed, absorbing all the new information as he considered what to do next. I could always bug some sort of helmet to cover my face. No, you have to register with your hero ID to join gate raids. They'd know who I was, Izuku. Before Kei had even finished her shout, Izuku was out of bed and rushing into the living room, his heart in his throat from the suddenness of the call. What? Kei was on the couch, staring at the TV screen. Was this you? Earlier today a gate break occurred near Joran Falls. The gate had not previously been detected by the Hero Safety Commission, and no individuals reported seeing it. Thankfully, an unknown hero was on the scene and single-handedly cleared the gate. Some minor injuries were reported, but no casualties have been discovered. The scene swayed to a view of Rasaka's corpse. Those who were rescued by the hero reported seeing a flash of bright green before seemingly being teleported out of harm's way. The hero has yet to come forwards and reveal themselves. Izuku grinned. Yeah, that was me. He was still conflicted about being the source of the gate, but he also felt proud of his success. It was a very paradoxical sense of pride, since he wouldn't have the pride without first putting the people in danger. Wow, you were going that fast. Izuku shook his head. Maybe C rank speed. Low B rank. The people I saved weren't awakened, so even if I went half speed they wouldn't have been able to see me. Their eyes just can't process that sort of speed. Cool, she murmured, clearly wishing for similar powers. Oh, by the way, your phone has been going nuts ever since you got home. What? Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Had someone seen him after all? Was he in trouble? Kei reached down to the coffee table in front of the couch, snatching up the smartphone with the cracked screen and handing it to Izuku. Rushing to unlock it, all of the stress drained out of Izuku. There were 2 unknown numbers that had contacted them, but the first message sent by both introduced themselves. Hey Aizu. It's Nejaya-chan. I hope you don't mind, but I pulled some strings to get your number. The perks of being an S rank. I just wanted to say thanks for the whole Joran Falls thing. My mom and dad were there, so I guess I owe you another one. What the? Izuku wasn't sure what to make of the text. How did she, Izuku recalled their interactions. She specializes in energy detection. If she went up to the falls to check on her mom and dad, she'd have sensed the traces of my energy. It was just a hypothesis, but he couldn't imagine anything else he'd done to give himself away. Kay just rolled her eyes, familiar with her brother's constant mutterings. She turned her attention back to the TV as Izuku checked the other contact. "Hello Midoriya, this is Yorozu. I asked the hospital staff for your number as I was being discharged. I hope such a thing was not a gross invasion of your privacy, but I figured I should let you know that I spoke with Detective Tsukochi. Unless he was deceiving me, he's closing the investigation on that gate and marking it as an unknown. Your secret is safe with me." Izuku thought back to the key he had for the B-rank gate. He had the gamer urge to go complete it and the quest related to it, but he also had no longing to put Yorozu in such a spot. "Hey Kay. Yeah. If you and a friend were really into skydiving, and your friend had a bad experience with it one time, how would you convince them to get back into it?" Kay looked up at her brother with a puzzled expression and a small laugh. "What kind of question is that? Please." She sighed. "I guess it depends on how bad the experience was. If her parachute didn't open and she nearly died, I wouldn't try to convince her at all. That's some scary essay." Izuku grimaced at her language, but said nothing. Their dad was always a little vulgar anyways and mom put up with it, so he let it slide. She was getting to that age after all. If it was something small, I'd take a video of me skydiving to remind her how fun it could be. She shrugged. "I mean, I wouldn't go skydiving myself in the first place." Izuku nodded, still without an answer, but grateful for her help. "Thanks." "Yep. So is this about Yorozu? How did you dash?" She gave a bittersweet smile. "Izuku, you really only have one friend. I can't imagine this would be about anyone else." "Fair point," Izuku responded, doing his best to not feel a little dejected hearing that from his sister. "Don't push her. If what you told me about her was correct, then I don't think she should be a hero." "Kay, I'm not trying to be mean, Aizu. She's strong, she's smart, and she's scared." Kay looked into Izuku's eyes. "You want to be a hero, like Dad was. And that makes you different from Yorozu. Because you're always conquering your fear. I don't know if she can do the same thing." Izuku stared, mouth slightly agape at his sister. "What?" Izuku smiled and shook his head. "You almost sounded like an adult for a second there. Forgot you were my little sister." She scowled. "Hey, I'm not the one who nearly failed high school." Izuku held his hands up in placation, smiling all the same. I know. I'm just proud is all. Mom and Dad would be too." She looked away from him, averting her gaze. "Why I think? I don't think, I know." She murmured to herself happily before saying, "If you want to find out why Yorozu is the way she is, you've got to find out why she started raiding in the first place. That's the first step." "Thanks, Kay. I owe you one." "Then you can order me a pizza," she said with a grin. "No problem." Izuku, "Hi Nejiya-chan. I haven't gotten any calls from the news networks, so I assume that means you haven't told anyone that I was the one at Joran Falls. I appreciate it. We can call that even." "Nejiya-chan, no way Aizu. You saved my parents' lives. Keeping quiet isn't even close to making up for that." Izuku, "Hey, it's our job to keep people safe, isn't it?" "Nejiya-chan, HMPH. Well then I'll just find another one of those key thingies for you." Izuku, "Oh, I try to talk you out of it, but I feel like that would be an exercise in futility." "Nejiya-chan, exactly. CYA when I CYA." Izuku laughed to himself as he sat at the quiet cafe, night slowly descending upon the orange glow of the sky. He was dressed in a casual t-shirt with a long black trench coat over it and jeans. The coat was his father's, and with winter approaching, he got another rare opportunity to wear it. Hi." Izuku turned around, trying not to gawk as he spotted Yorozu. He had only ever seen her in practical clothing during raids, and even then she was a beauty that boggled the mind. But now, dressed up for a night out, it was hard for Izuku to stay focused. She was wearing a long-sleeved red sweater, a short, frilly white skirt with a stylish black belt, and matching thigh-high white boots. In addition, her hair was tied up in twin tails, an adorable look that Izuku never would have imagined her being caught in. He thought it was a style that only worked in anime, but apparently not. "Hi, thanks for meeting me," he sputtered out, just barely managing to speak like a normal human being. "Thank you for inviting me," she said, giving a small, yet elegant curtsy before taking the seat across from him and ordering a coffee. Once they were settled, Izuku began to panic inwardly, unsure of how to start the conversation. He was here as a friend, and to learn more about her, but he suddenly realized he had no idea how to go about it. Thankfully, it was Yorozu who began the conversation. "I don't mean to be rude, but was there a specific reason you asked me here tonight?" she asked, a slight blush on her face. Izuku pondered the question for a moment. He could try to naturally guide the conversation to her fear and reasons for hero work, but he doubted he could do it all that well. In this case, the best policy would have to be honesty. "Yes. Izuku took a deep breath, gathering his courage. "I want to know more about you. Why you chose hero work as your career. Why you only took on lower ranks. And why you're still interested in going forwards with it." He looked down, ashamed of such selfish questions. The silence was foreboding, as Yorozu went quiet. "I'm sorry, that was a terrible thing to say." "You don't have to." His heart skipped a beat as he looked up, seeing Yorozu's stifling tears. He had hurt her more than he had imagined, or not. "You'd really listen?" Izuku blinked. If you're willing to tell, I'd really like to listen." Yorozu pursed her soft pink lips, wiping at her eyes. "No one. I've not been able to tell anyone in so long." She took a long shaking breath, one hand over her chest as she calmed herself. "Well, it's a long story. I've got all the time in the world." Yorozu nodded gratefully. "I was born into a very wealthy family, whose business exploded when villain materials made their way into the market. Now they are the primary market for hero equipment." Izuku knew this much at least. Most people had heard of the Yorozu family. "But my family, they're not what they appear to be. On the outside, they're a family-run company aiming to help humanity fight villains. But in reality, they're a cult." "A cult?" Izuku asked in disbelief. "As in a religious group filled with crazy people?" Yorozu nodded sorrowfully. "They call themselves the Chaos World Worshippers." "They worship villains?" Izuku guessed. "Yes. And they routinely sacrificed animals, and humans, to villains inside gates." Yorozu folded her hands together to keep them from shaking. "I was inducted to the cult at a young age, and I was forced to watch these sacrifices. Because they believed I was some empress of the chaos world. They treated me like I was some special part of the villain's plan for humanity. I tried to tell the police what they were doing one day, but the police just laughed and scrayed me home. They paid them off," Izuku grumbled, horrified by the corruption. "Yes. I couldn't go to the police, the government, anyone. And one day, during a sacrifice, a villain got past the awakened guards and charged at us." Yorozu just barely lifted the hem of her sweater, revealing the beginning of a scar that stretched farther than Izuku could even see. He didn't doubt it went most of the way up her body. "I nearly died because they wanted me to heal naturally, not from magic. When I finally did heal up, I ran away from home and took up hero work. Not just to make a living, but to make up for all those lives my parents." She trailed off, once more clenching her jaw shut to stop the tears. "I'm scared, but I also want to help people. I want to fight against what my parents believe in." I'm so sorry, Yorozu." Izuku reached over the table, resting his hand atop hers. "You're doing something amazing, but you have to know. Those people who died, who your parents sacrificed, they don't rest on your shoulders. You were a child who tried to tell the authorities. You did more than most could. It's not your fault." She nodded, tears now pouring down. "Those words, I'm not sure I believe them, but I needed to hear them. Thank you." She hiccuped out a sob, grateful that the cafe was mostly empty. "What if we go to Tsukochi? He seems reasonable, and has connections to all no." Yorozu instinctively responded. "No. I'm sorry. But I've avoided them for this long. I can't risk exposing myself to them again. The Hero Safety Commission has a fake address for me, as well as a fake name and age. If we try to go to them, there's no telling what would happen. Izuku gently nodded. I understand. You've kept my secret, and if I need to, I'll take yours to the grave. Midoriya. Yes. I need your help. Whatever you need, he responded without hesitation. I want you to help me clear that gate, she said, referring to the system's B-rank dungeon. Izuku smiled. It would be my pleasure. Yaoyorozu looked up into the sky. Ah, the stars are out. Item, Dungeon Key Item Class, B-rank Item Type, Key Description, may be used anywhere, but will only work with the quest partner's presence. Cannot be entered by the player alone. Momo Yorozu, Rank, a Role, Battle Mage Proficiencies, Magical, Chemical Creations and Versatility. This Analyze skill is pretty neat. Wanna check it out? Izuku asked Yorozu, who was a few feet stretching before the foray into danger. Sure. She said, reaching for her toes, the sweatpants exaggerating her waist. Izuku had to look away, otherwise he would have gone cherry red. Oh, Battle Mage. That makes me sound a lot cooler than I am. What a flattering thing. Careful, it might flatter you, but this thing isn't exactly benevolent. Izuku had already told her about the gate at Joran Falls, but he felt it was best to reiterate himself. Right. It was for that very reason that the two teenagers were standing on a deserted beach, with an even emptier parking lot behind them. They should be entering the gate this time. But if for some reason it broke like the one in Joran Falls, no one would be in danger. Essentially, they were using Dragon Ball logic. It's nice when you get to choose the location for the fight. Yorozu remarked, wringing her hands out. We don't have to do this, no. We can take it slower with smaller gates. She shook her head. I'm an A rank. I can't be scared anymore. Her right hand positioned itself over her left arm, using her quirk to withdraw a metal grip. But it didn't belong to a sword. Bit by bit, like a 3D printer, a matte black metallic shape emerged from Yorozu's arm. A Heckler and Koch P30L. Izuku could feel the massive energy pouring off of it. Magical energy. Have you been able to do that this whole time? Izuku doubted it would have made a difference against the giant creature, but he'd never seen her create something like this. I thought you said you couldn't create enhanced magical weapons yet. Izuku smirked. He looked calm, cool, and collected on the outside, but in reality, he was losing his mind. Firearm-wielding heroes were so rare that stumbling across one had odds worse than the lottery. He didn't blame her for not using it sooner. After all, she was the designated healer in raids, and while she probably could have mowed through a few dozen E or D rank gates on her own, it was the path she had taken. My parents taught me how to do it when I was young. I've only started practicing again a few days ago. This is the best I can do for now. I'm sorry, but I wanted to be a healer, not a fighter. And now, I don't want to be afraid anymore. I want to fight, like you. Not be stuck on the sidelines healing, she said with a knowing smile. You say that as if I was never afraid during those raids. Yorozu's brow scrunched up. Who were? Izuku chuckled. I'm surprised you didn't pick up on it. The only people without fear are sociopaths or national ranks. Fear turns to adrenaline, adrenaline turns to power. And power turns into hate. She said, her nervous energy fading. Izuku barked out a high-pitched laugh at the quote, quickly slapping one hand over his mouth, which in turn caused Yorozu to start laughing, and then back to him. It was a hilariously vicious CYCL, so much so that they had to take a moment to sit down. After all, the opening of the gate was up to them, they had all the time in the world. After a few minutes they managed to quit the contagious giggling and wipe the tears from their eyes. I can't remember the last time I laughed like that, Yorozu said, gazing blissfully up into the cloudless sky. Me neither, he looked over to her, a grin still on his face. I didn't take you for the type to quote movies. Well, technically the quote is dash, she stopped herself mid-sentence and cleared her throat. Movies and books are my favorite pastime. I just so happen to be good at remembering lines. What an incredible coincidence, so do I. Yorozu gave him a sideways glance. W was that? Spy Kids 2. Izuku chuckled. My sister made me watch those stupid movies religiously with her when we were kids. Yorozu rolled her eyes as she pushed herself back to her feet. Alright, let's go before my nerves get the better of me. A leather belt and holster emerged from her arm and she wrapped it around her waist, holstering the handgun she had made. Izuku followed suit, grabbing the B-rank key from the inventory as he stood. You sure? Don't make me say it again, she said, a gentle smile on her face. Yes, Izuku obliged, inserting the key into the empty air and opening a gate. The swirling mass of energy looked surprisingly normal. Here. It looks like a normal gate. Is that good or bad? Izuku shrugged. I'm not sure. The first instant dungeon was just like a wall of energy I walked into. With the second one I didn't even see a gate. Now this. Maybe it's because I'm here. Yorozu postulated, but Izuku just shrugged again. Oh well. Let's just get going. There was a fire burning in her eyes. A mix of excitement, fear, and ambition. It wasn't that she wanted to just jump into the gate, rather she wanted to get it over with and use all of the energy stirring inside of herself. Izuku, being the frontliner, felt much the same way, so he stepped forwards, passing through a gate with Yorozu for the first time since the gate that started this whole thing. Here. I kinda expected more, Yorozu bemoaned as the two emerged inside a cavern glittering with bright blue crystals, magic crystals. They weren't as potent as villain cores, but they were far more common and not quite as dangerous to get a hold of. And they could be used for all sorts of products just like villain cores. All things considered, it looked like a very standard gate. And of course, normalcy with something like the system was, ironically, stranger than some new and wacky gate. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, I guess. Yeah. We could have made a fortune if we brought a mining team with us. Yorozu said, examining the closest magic crystals. Mining team. Izuku looked around in awe. We'd need the whole mining company to take care of this place. Who knows, maybe they'll all get deposited into the system inventory when we beat the boss. Izuku chuckled. If wishes were fishes. Well, Yorozu looked down the cavern corridor. You felt that? Yep. Feels like maybe 20 average C ranks. Despite the massive amount of glowing magical crystals, the cavern corridors still managed to be pitch black. I don't hear anything though. It is strange, Izuku remarked, making sure to equip his new gauntlets. Think there's dash. Both teens hit the ground, narrowly avoiding decapitation by whatever projectiles had flown through the darkness to strike at them. That was close. Izuku shouted, looking around for where the projectile had landed. At the same time, Yorozu yanked her handgun from its holster, firing it off into the darkness, the shots echoing loudly throughout the cave system. Whether by skill or sheer dumb luck, one of the bullets streaked into the shadows and hit whatever was attacking them. A loud screech, followed by the crashing and cracking of crystals, overlaid with the gunshot echo. Taking advantage of the chaos created by the shot, Izuku leapt to his feet, activating Speed Strike and charging forwards. As he did so, more crystals along the wall began to illuminate, as if showing him the path. And as a side benefit, they also illuminated the creatures once Izuku got close enough. Crystal Canary, rank, C-type, avian proficiencies, wind magic and ranged attacks. The villains looked nothing like actual canaries. If anything, they were closer to vultures. Vultures made out of pure magic crystals. One was already on the floor of the cave, half of its crystal body devastated by the bullet fired. But it was still moving, or at least trying to. It was like the weight of its own body was too much for it to handle. Izuku didn't wait for it or any of its brethren to make a recovery and regroup. Stomping his foot, Izuku crushed the head of the villain on the floor, swinging his fist around at the same time and smashing into the side of another one of the birds. They shattered like glass. You have leveled up. They've got nothing for close range. Izuku reported to his partner, leaning his head to the side to dodge another one of the same projectiles that had nearly gotten him mere moments earlier. Said projectile was actually one of the feather crystals resting on the villain's wings. It was exceptionally fast, borderline impossible to track even. However, when Izuku had full sight of the creatures, the attack lost all advantage. These things were flying by flapping their wings. They were flying with some sort of wind magic, meaning they were slow, clunky, and made the few movements they did make very telling. It didn't take much effort for Izuku to predict the path of the crystal shard they flung at him, and it wasn't like they were fast enough to run from him. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Immediately, the flow of the fight changed. Instead of trying to attack both teams, the villains focused all their attention on Izuku, a costly mistake that allowed Yorozu to start picking them off with her handgun. You have leveled up. Oh. So I get experience if she kills them too. The sound of glass breaking filled the caverns for a minute longer before the last crystal canary was crushed under the weight of Izuku's gauntlet. Crystal canary hair. Izuku muttered, crouching down next to the bodies and pulling out a pocket notebook from his breathes. So far, the villains he'd fought at the hands of the system had been pretty standard, nothing worth noting, but these things were exceptionally unique. No BLD, seemingly no organs. Not even a brain. He scribbled down his thoughts as Yorozu caught up to him. Maybe the crystal makes for a conduit for magic energy, and the magic energy acts as a brain, giving sentience. No, maybe Izuku's notebook vanished into motes of light while he was still holding it. What? Skill. Analyze has evolved into skill, documentation. Skill, documentation now allows for more info to be gleaned from targets. Also stores all of players' notes in the new compendium section. See, can I have my notebook back? The system didn't respond to that question. So you don't need to use a skill to evolve it. I thought you'd have to use it a bunch to increase the proficiency like most video games have you do. Yorozu didn't notice Izuku grasping at the air, as if he could retrieve his stolen journal. Which would mean there are hidden paths you can take to evolve skills and maybe even quirks. Interesting. She then looked over to Izuku's stat page as he continued to mourn. Oh. And it looks like Amplify worked as we suspected. For each level up, you got 2 stat points in agility and strength instead of 1. Izuku. Momo finally noticed her teammates' despair. My notebook. Yorozu sighed. We'll get you a new one. After Izuku recovered enough to stand once more, the two took a short break to mine some of the crystals off the wall. They wouldn't sell for much, but they were a nice souvenir of their journey together. Hey if you can make magical weapons, can you not make me some? Yorozu smiled. It was like a boy on Christmas Eve asking if he could open his gifts early. The things I make only seem to work in my hands, like they're coded to my magical signature or something. Ah, shame. Wait, then what about your potions? Yorozu shrugged. I haven't worked out all the details of my quirk. I assume it's because the concentrated mana is being used to heal or enhance the body, rather than someone else trying to use that magic for themselves. So because the potion is designed to heal, it works when taken, regardless of who takes it, since they don't need to control it, but because something like a weapon needs to be controlled, and since it's not their mana, they can't work it. That's the theory. Izuku nodded. Wow, that's a little confusing. She smirked. Tell me about it. My parents, the smirk faded. My parents had me spend most of my childhood experimenting and practicing with it, and I still haven't found the end of its effects. Effects? Yorozu liked her lips, her eyes darting around with uncertainty. It made me infertile. I can create anything, except for life. She gave Izuku a bittersweet smile. It affected my biology. I can never have children of my own. I'm so sorry. She shrugged. I've come to terms with it. There's always adoption. Anyways, let's not get too caught up in real-world issues. We still have a fantasy dungeon created by a magical video game system to clear. It was enough to put weak smiles back on both their faces. They had been walking for some time but hadn't encountered anything since the crystal canaries. The way was still lit by the magical crystals, but it somehow seemed darker. Opening up ahead. Izuku said. It's giving off boss energy. We only killed like 20 villains. There's no way we're at the boss villain already. Maybe the system is going easy on us. Yorozu tentatively suggested, to which Izuku grimaced. I wish, he responded, strolling forwards faster and faster, not wanting to get caught in the dark like the crystal canary ambush. Up ahead, the two could see a faint light getting brighter as a massive cavernous opening exposed them to what looked like hundreds of thousands of crystal growths. The energy signature got stronger and stronger, that was, until they reached the opening to the cavern. The two looked around the dome-shaped space, seeing nothing but more and more crystals. Maybe it was just all the energy stored in the crystals. Yorozu tilted her head and gave Izuku a disapproving look. Give me some credit, I know how to differentiate. Izuku shrugged. I do too. Yorozu's eyes widened. Then it's an ambush. On cue, Izuku's senstat told him to run as fast as possible. Skill, Speed Strike Fire has activated. Izuku narrowly flung himself to the side, avoiding a massive furry shape that dropped from the ceiling. It was, for all intents and purposes, a cat. A giant elephant-sized saber-toothed cat. A giant elephant-sized saber-toothed cat with crystal wings, spider-like legs in addition to its normal feline legs, stony armor plates, and antenna. It charged at Izuku, swiping with both its paws and spider legs. Mimicat, rank, B-type, feline role, mini-boss proficiencies, stealth attacks, versatility skills, mimicry, crystal wings, crystal shot, silent steps, sensory disruption, enhanced movement, camouflage. The list of skills went on and on and on. And in the midst of trying not to get skewered by the long spindly legs, Izuku didn't have a chance to properly take it all in. Well, this explains why we found nothing else in here. Izuku muttered to himself, you ate everything else, didn't you, big guy? The cat roared, flexing its wings and shooting a veritable storm of crystal buckshot in Izuku's direction. Skill, Echo Attack Earth has activated. Like back in Joran Falls, Izuku punched the ground and jumped back, creating a makeshift barrier of stone. It was shredded like paper and it nearly shredded Izuku as well. He had hit the deck, but one of the shards pierced all the way through his left forearm. He was lucky it hadn't torn the limb from his body altogether. White-hot pain lit up Izuku's arm, but he ignored it. He'd suffered far worse. The real problem was that he wouldn't be able to dodge the next shot of crystals in time. Bang! With pinpoint precision, 9mm bullets smashed into the Mimikat's wings, shattering them into a million pieces and stopping them from firing their next volley in the nick of time. Unfortunately, it also meant the villain's attention was now on Yorozu. Skill, Echo Attack Earth has activated. With the momentary relief from the beast, Izuku shot forwards, aiming to finish the fight with one blow. And his strike was true, slamming into the side of the villain before it could pounce at Yorozu. All they had to do was wait for the stone spikes to pierce its hide and do nothing. The size of the spikes was proportional to the creature they were attacking, so they were massive to compensate for the Mimikat's size, but they were stopped short by the rocky scales on the underside of the villain. They didn't make any headway at all, just shattering the second they hit the scale armor. But the exchange wasn't worthless. It gave Yorozu the time to aim another perfect shot, taking out one of the creature's eyes. And as it roared in pain, Izuku tore the crystal shard from his useless arm, roaring alongside the creature. Skill, Speed Strike Fire has activated. Let's see how you like it. He shouted, jumping straight up to the monster's head and slamming the shard into its second eye socket. Thanks to the fire attribute of Speed Strike, the crystal practically exploded in flames, cooking the inside of the Mimikat's head. But the villain wasn't done, and one of its spindly legs batted Izuku aside, landing him conveniently next to Yorozu. How is this thing still alive? She asked, tossing Izuku a healing potion, which he immediately downed. Blinding the villain was the only reason they were allowed to take a brief reprieve. It's got two different objects embedded in its skull. The bullet and crystal shard had clearly hurt it, but not put it down. It can take on the attributes of whatever it consumes, I'm guessing. That's what mimicry does. Maybe its vitals are somewhere else. Or they don't exist, Yorozu countered, calling back to the crystal canaries, who didn't even have organs. We don't have the power to completely obliterate it, unless you're hiding a trick up your sleeve, Izuku bantered. It's got a circulatory system at least, right? Otherwise it wouldn't bleed. That's right, Yorozu confirmed. Then, Izuku reached his hand into his inventory, withdrawing the C-rank elemental enhancement gem he'd taken from Risaka. Let's hope the poison spreads fast. Item, Scale Smasher's Poison Item Class, C Item Type, Gauntlets Attack, plus 50 additional description. These gauntlets have 2 slots for enhancement gems, allowing for combined elemental abilities. Elemental Effect Poison. Each strike injects a lethal venom into the target's bloodstream. The gauntlet grew a few short, yet extremely sharp spikes on the knuckles, presumably for the injection of the venom. Then we'll cast as wide a net as possible, Yorozu declared, holstering her gun and focusing, pulling dozens of vials and syringes from her arms, each filled with a different chemical. I'll follow your lead, she said, flinging one of the vials with perfect timing, lodging it into the Mimikat's mouth as it roared and clawed at its injured eyes. When the mouth next closed, the glass crunched beneath its teeth, releasing the foul liquid into its body. It gagged and writhed upon tasting it, but Izuku doubted it would be more than a momentary discomfort for the villain, even if Yorozu had augmented the poisons and toxins with mana to make them more potent. It was the perfect opening for Izuku to rush in close, Yorozu flanking from the other side. Smash! Drawing upon all the strength he had, Izuku was no longer just trying to activate Echo Attack, he was genuinely trying to bash the creature to death. If the poisons weren't effective, he'd need to beat the thing into a pulp, and he always felt stronger when shouting like his idol. Enemy has been injected with venom. The impact sent the Mimikat sliding along the ground, using its many legs to anchor itself. And at the same time, Yorozu took the opportunity to jab 3 separate syringes into its side, pushing the liquids inside of it. One of the monster's spider legs flung itself at Izuku, but it was nothing more than a desperate flail, easy for Izuku to grab out of midair and snap like a twig. He then took the opportunity to kick out at one of the feline's furry legs. The crack was just as loud as the spider leg as the bone was shattered. A punch to the head gave Yorozu another chance to inject it with even more. Enemy has been injected with venom. By this point, the creature was stumbling around from a combination of its broken limbs and impaired vision, as well as the half a dozen types of chemicals ravaging its body. Go down, Izuku muttered under his breath. Yorozu drew her gun and began unloading into the beast, expending every last bullet she had and drawing BLD all over the creature. It was no longer roaring. Instead, it was breathing. But it wasn't so willing to give up. Every ounce of muscle in its body tensed up, every ligament tearing against its own weight, and with a tremendous amount of energy, it collapsed. Izuku let out a heavy sigh. He had felt the power gathering inside of it. If it had managed to use sound to gather their location, it might have been able to kill them with one blow. But now, it was on the ground, the chemicals slowly eating away at its life force until there was nothing left. You have leveled up. 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 You have obtained Runestone, Stealth. Izuku Midoriya, level, 40 Strength, 93 plus 5 Vitality, 62 plus 5 Agility, 108 plus 8 Intelligence, 76 plus 5 Sense, 56 plus 5 Available Points, 0 Mana, 821 1000 HP, 1900 Tenebris Skill, Stealth Toggled Skill Mana Cost, 10 Mana per second. Description: by activating this skill, the player is capable of completely hiding their presence from the physical world. The player can still be detected if their opponents have increased sensory abilities. Yorozu set about creating more ammo for her handgun as Izuku scanned over the text. Sneak attacks aren't exactly my thing, you're still gonna use it though, right? Of course. There's no point in not using everything in my arsenal. You think the next room is the boss villain? Izuku nodded. I'd put money on it. The only reason we haven't run into anything else in this place is because the Mimikat ate it. The boss is probably the one thing it couldn't eat. That's a little worrying. Izuku shrugged. If it's that large, it might also be slow. Whatever it may be. You want to take a break or push on? Yorozu checked her gun with practiced efficiency, pulling back the slide halfway to make sure a round was chambered. I say we get this over with. You're pretty handy with that. You didn't miss a shot back there. Yorozu laughed awkwardly. It's a little strange, but I'm a bit of a gun nut. I'm not like the Americans or anything, she quickly clarified, it's just that I have an appreciation for the simplicity and effectiveness of the design. She averted her gaze. Taking them apart and putting them back together was like a fun puzzle. It kept me sane as a kid. Izuku had to admit it was a little disturbing to imagine a small Yorozu grinning happily as she disassembled and reassembled guns. But he wasn't judging. Everyone made it through life differently. I bet you could give Lady Nagant a run for her money. Yorozu's face flushed a light pink. I'm not that good. Izuku felt the urge to compliment her further. She was exceedingly cute when she got flustered. However, he didn't want to waste any more time inside a dungeon. It was mostly just an urban myth, but many heroes claimed that the longer you spent inside of a gate, the more your soul was worn away at. There was nothing credible behind it, but it had stuck with Izuku for some reason. When we reach the boss chamber, I'll use stealth and go in first. Scout it out. Sounds like a plan. So the two set off on a rather tedious walk, with very little conversation between them. The air felt heavier the deeper into the gate they went, and they wanted to avoid getting ambushed in the event that the Mimicat had missed a few snacks. But apparently the feline had been quite thorough, only skimping on the few crystal canaries that had attacked them near the dungeon entrance. I feel it, Yorozu and Izuku said in sync, before glancing at each other and giving a smirk. Well, I sensed it first, she teased. Alright, let's see how well this works. Skill, stealth has activated. Whoa! It's like you just disappeared into thin air. Yorozu looked around for Izuku, despite the fact that he was right in front of her. I can still sense your mana, but it's like it's jumping all over the place. I guess it works pretty well then, Izuku said, making Yorozu jump. If it can confuse an A rank, I think it's a solid skill. Alright, if it gets dangerous, yell for me, or just run. Izuku nodded, forgetting he was invisible. Alright. Be back in a sec. The very next cavern Izuku walked into was almost identical to a geode. With crystals lining even the floor, it was next to impossible to move swiftly. But he could tell that the boss villain was in that very room with him. Not just because he could sense it, but because it could sense him. It's a nice trick. A deep gravelly voice echoed throughout the crystal cavern. Not even I can pinpoint your mana. Izuku froze in place. Suddenly, the mana he had been sensing ballooned out of proportion. It was time to retreat. But I would be a poor soldier of the Iron Body Army if my senses could not make it past that skill of yours. The voice was right behind Izuku. He hadn't even felt the source of the mana moving, yet here it was just inches from his back. Death, the same sensation from that strange creature in that first dungeon, assailed him. Without a moment to think, Izuku activated strike speed and jumped straight up with all of his might. It was the right choice, because in an instant, the crystals he had been standing on were shattered into a million pieces, and even the crystals around them burst apart from the sheer energy. We can't fight him. We'll just have to run. Leave the gate altogether. Warning: player and his trusted companion cannot leave until the boss is defeated. Death again. Izuku dodged by the skin of his teeth. If it weren't for his experience with the closeness of death, he would already be a stain on the wall. Gotta regroup at least. He's way too fast. I can't even catch a glimpse of whatever he is. Izuku was so flustered by the speed of his opponent that he didn't have the time to acknowledge the fact that the villain had spoken to him. He was too busy pushing his senses to the limit just to stay alive. If I call out for Yorozu, he'll be on her too. I can only hope she hears this going on. Maybe she can get the jump on this guy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Izuku shouted as loudly as possible. Time out. He landed in a defensive position, prepared to take a hit, but it never came. He hesitantly looked up to see a dark-skinned being. Dark-skinned meaning entirely blackened, like the entity had been charbroiled. And throughout his body, there looked to be dozens of crystals embedded into the skin, each one bursting with energy. It didn't look like a hindrance, but an enhancement. What is it, mortal? The creature, a humanoid, spat out the word mortal with enough contempt to make Izuku flinch. You can speak, and you can understand me. The creature, with glowing red eyes, bore down on Izuku. Speak, or be eviscerated. Let's not rush into killing each other, he said. Let's talk for a dash. Do not patronize me, mortal. I am a born warrior. Born to kill things like you. I just want to understand you, Izuku cautiously responded. Why you're here, why you want to kill me, everything. I just want to understand. The being's eyes widened for just a split second at the word understand. Very well. If you must know before you die, I am not here of my own free will. That fool Ashbourne trapped me here after my liege forsook me. His enhancements, he said, pointing to the crystals, were not up to the same par he wanted. I was considered a failure. Ashbourne. Liege. That's right, he mentioned an army. Are the villains more organized than humanity thought? You're trapped here. Of course I'm trapped. The creature yelled. My brothers and sisters, you think we all wanted to be stuck in this hell? In an eternal prison? Well, maybe I can help dash. I was promised freedom, but only if I snuffed out every last mortal soul that entered this godforsaken place. You are the first to be seen in well over a millennia, so I assume you are my prey. Lesser Tenebris of the Iron Body Army, Arca Tenebris. Izuku's Latin was shaky at best, but he recognized that word. The Dark. Whatever this demon was, it was part of a species called the Dark, and that did not bode well with all of its aggression focused on Izuku. Let's just take it easy, I will help you get out of this place, just let me try to dash. This guy is not a lesser anything. Even with speed strike, stealth, and every ounce of strength in him, Izuku was barely alive. Just one hit. Just one hit to slow him down. Title: Hysterical Strength of a Hero has activated. Izuku roared back at Arca. For a single moment, his strength and agility stats doubled, giving him two things. 1. He managed to match Arca, blocking his incoming blow and countering with a kick to his kneecap. His armor boots further enhanced him, giving him another plus 12 strength for the kick. It wasn't enough to snap his knee in the wrong direction like Izuku was hoping for, but he could hear the faintest tearing of a ligament. It wasn't much, but it would slow the villain down. And 2, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Yoizoru at the entrance to the geode-like cavern. She was pulling dozens of metal pieces out of her arms, slapping them together as quickly as possible. It looked like she was just fiddling with random parts, but Izuku knew she had a plan. I don't think he's noticed her, in that case. Everything's on me to keep him busy. Izuku's muscles spasmed in response to his overuse of them, but he ignored it, managing to block a second blow with his forearm, without the title boost. Both the pain and the actual ligament damage had slowed the demon-like Arca just enough to allow Izuku to keep up. However, just because Izuku could get ahead of the game now, didn't mean he was in the same league as his opponent. Each hit from Arca was heavy, only outclassed by the weight of that statue-face creature. Without his gauntlets, Izuku's arms would already be black, blue, and broken. Impressive, for a mortal. Arca took a step back, allowing Izuku a moment to catch his breath. The demon was grinning grotesquely from ear to ear. I haven't felt pain in so long. I feel alive again. You humans. You always think you're so smart. But the universe is filled with beings you cannot even fathom. You're pathetic. Izuku smirked. You're right. I'm not that smart. I nearly failed high school after all, but Arca's eyes widened as he felt the mass of magic power gathering behind him. We're both idiots compared to her. Varozu's face was pale and dripping with sweat as she hefted a Barrett M107 antimaterial rifle. It was nothing special itself, just a normal antimaterial rifle. But inside of it, there rested a single bullet made of raw magical energy. And judging by Yorozu's face, she had used every drop in her body to construct it. There was no doubt that it could destroy anything in front of it. Skill, Echo Attack Earth has activated. Izuku drove his fist into Arca's cheekbone as he turned to face the gun barrel. He couldn't let him move, not even an inch, until that bullet tore through him. The stone spikes ran through the ground, not doing any damage, but obscuring his view and staggering him just for a moment. All he had to do was swipe his arm and knock away Izuku and the stone spikes. But when he could see once more, Varozu was gone from where she had been standing. And then, Arca fell over. He wasn't hitting the deck in the hopes of avoiding the bullet. And he hadn't been knocked over by Izuku either. He looked to the right, noticing he couldn't turn his neck. What he saw was his own body. The bullet had not made a single sound. It had torn through his neck with such force that he was decapitated. The last punishment from the universe he had received was to watch his own body fall over, dead. You have defeated Lesser Tenebris of the Iron Body Army, 𝐻𝐻𝐿. You have leveled up. 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 You have obtained a new quirk. You have obtained new items. You have completed quest, Inner Circle Part 2. At the same time 𝐻𝐻𝐿 fell over, Yorozu did the same. Thankfully Izuku was there to catch her. Did we do it? She was pale, muttering, and barely coherent. Yeah, Izuku smiled, you did it. She let out a soft sigh before passing into unconsciousness, the last of her energy spent. But her pulse was strong, and her breathing was steady. She'd be just fine with a bit of rest. But more importantly, she had surpassed the fear that had assailed her not so long ago. She had killed a dungeon boss with a single blow. Alright, let's get the hell out of here, Izuku said to no one in particular, scooping up Yorozu in his arms and beginning his trek back through the caverns. When Yorozu awoke, the first thing she heard was the crashing of waves on the sand. Where? She sat up to see Izuku working on a small collapsible stove in front of her, while she rested on a blanket on the soft warm sands. Hey, morning. It's morning. Yorozu was tired but she didn't think a whole day had passed. Sorry, force of habit. You've only been out for a few hours. He pointed off into the distance, where the sun was starting to turn the sky a bright orange. You brought all this with you? She asked, looking around to see a cooler and some food. Had it in the backpack I left here on the sands before we went in. I figured it'd be nice to have a bit of a picnic after the gate. The two had traveled by bus to get to the quiet beach, and Izuku didn't feel like carrying an unconscious girl onto said bus and getting questioned. Not only that, but he was also feeling a little under the weather. Not because of a physical condition, but because of 𝐻𝐻𝐿's words. Izuku and humanity themselves had always had the idea that villains were intelligent, organized to some extent. But there was never an inkling that they were incredibly organized, intelligible, and structured. If the Tenebris was to be believed, they had entire organized armies. Not only that, but Izuku had learned something interesting. The gates were not some sort of invasion device. They were not being used to ferry villains onto Earth, they were prisons. So who let the prisoners loose on Earth? Are you okay? Yorozu asked, clutching at her throbbing head. I'm fine. Izuku lied, putting on a smile for her. I've got a load of rewards to accept, couldn't be happier. She gave him a disapproving look and he sighed. I'm okay, I'm just kinda rattled. Yorozu nodded, happy to receive a straightforward answer. You don't have to lie to me. Izuku smiled, genuinely this time, yes Please don't start calling me Copy that Izuku said before snorting out a laugh. Yorozu gave him a second disapproving stare, one that definitely looked like it was coming from someone more mature than their age. In other words, it was a stare befitting him. Izuku decided not to mention that and instead handed her one of the hot dogs he was making. And once he had his own, he sat down next to Yorozu and began looking through the system alerts. Alright, new quirk, new items. Accept rewards. The two, now eating and relaxing on the beach with the soft sounds of waves, took the opportunity to read in peace. Quirk, Stone Body Quirk Class, B rank cost, no physical or magical costs are required. Description, every stat point put into Vitality is doubled. Oh, so it's like Amplify but only for Vitality. Izuku rubbed at his sore forearms, still reeling from the shocks of 𝐻𝐻𝐿's fists. Be good for the future. Though I wish I had it before I got 10 whole levels. You want a healing potion? Yorozu asked, noticing his discomfort. No, Izuku once more felt conflicted. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 clearly wasn't a good person. Even Risaka was just after revenge on Izuku and had let the civilians escape. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 just wanted to kill and inflict suffering. Yet Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for him. Several millennia stuck inside that gate. Maybe it had made him insane. Maybe it wasn't his fault. He voiced as much to Yorozu, who nodded. We're killing living beings. Some of them are evil, no doubt, but they can't all be. However, even if their intentions are pure, they're still trying to hurt people. We can't allow that. Yorozu rested a free hand on Izuku's shoulder. It's good to keep an open mind. You tried to talk him down and offered to help. If he didn't listen, that's his fault, not yours. Who imprisoned villains in the first place? Izuku shook the thoughts from his head and continued onwards. Item, Crystal Chassis Item Class, B Rank Item Type, Chest Plate plus 20 Vitality Description, reduces pain reception by 15% Item, Tenebris Essence Item Class, S Rank Item Type, Enhancement Description, a fine powder extracted from the essence of a Tenebris. Can be consumed to evolve a quirk. Izuku and Yorozu's eyes widened in sync, realizing just how powerful the item was. It really should have been ranked higher than an S rank considering its effects. Wow, what are you gonna use it on? Yorozu asked. Izuku tilted his head. He could have enhanced Amplify or Stone Body to increase his stat gain. He could have evolved Documentarian to gain immense amounts of knowledge about his enemy, which he realized he forgot to do against Aka. But he decided on none of them, because an idea came to mind. Consume Tenebris Essence. Evolve Quirk, Creation. Yorozu immediately raised her hands. No, you shouldn't waste it on me. That's not Quirk, Creation, has evolved into Genesis. Quirk, Genesis Quirk Class, S Rank Cost, Mana Cost varies based on the objects created. Can create non-magical items with very little mana or can create potent magical items with a high mana cost. Description, can create anything so long as the user knows the chemical composition. Can now create temporary summon creatures to fight alongside the user. Creatures will constantly consume mana and will fade once the user stops feeding them mana. Addendum, genetic defect of quirk has been corrected. User's reproductive system has been amended. Creation was one hell of a quirk to begin with, now it was powerful beyond belief. But the real power was in the last line of the system alert. Yorozu's lip quivered as she herself read it. I can, she slapped her hand over her mouth to stop the sobs from escaping her mouth. Thank you, she reached over and wrapped her arms around Izuku. She was young, she obviously wasn't ready to have children. But deep down, she knew something inside of her had been fixed. It lifted a weight off of her shoulders that she hadn't even known she had been carrying. Now, when she was ready, she could have her own children. Izuku stared agape at the system alert. He was ready for creation to go from powerful to overpowered, but he hadn't been prepared for it to take initiative and help cure Yorozu of her NFRTLTY. Maybe the system isn't all bad, just a little, wow, was all Izuku could say aloud as Yorozu happily cried into his shoulder. It was a psychological healing as much as it was physical. Just the knowledge that it had been fixed was more than enough for Yorozu to start crying. To actually think about a future that she could now have, that was a gift. Oh, sorry I got your shirt all wet, she said, chuckling as she pulled away. Izuku just smiled. Nothing wrong with crying a little. See, it wasn't a waste. She nodded, wiping away the tears as she continued laughing. Such a load off my mind. Phew. Sorry, do you want to look at the rest of the system now that I'm done bawling? Sure. Accept quest rewards, Izuku said as Yorozu leaned over once more, this time resting her head against his shoulder. He turned bright red. If this beach wasn't abandoned, anyone there would think they were a couple. Rewards, quest, job change instant dungeon key quest. Inner Circle Part 3 D Rank Omni-Elemental Enhancement Gem. Plus 25 stat points job change. It could be a role thing, Yorozu suggested, then continued upon seeing Izuku's confusion. Like in video games, you have a role or job. You can be the tank, the mage, etc. Quest, job change requirements. Complete the dungeon with the provided instant dungeon key. The player must complete this dungeon alone. Quest, Inner Circle Part 3 requirements. Well, that's helpful. You got a D rank item? Yorozu questioned, pointing at the enhancement gem. I assume that's because it's omni-elemental. I guess it means I can use all elements at a D rank with it. Izuku was already planning on putting that one into the second slot on his gauntlets. He already had poison on his gauntlets, but having every other element in the system was pretty attractive for something he could always do, that being punch. The plus 25 stat points were also nice. If he put it into strength, agility, or vitality, he'd basically get double the stat points, but at the same time he was hesitant to let intelligence and sense fall behind. So what he decided to do was put 10 into sense, 5 into intelligence, then 5 into vitality and 5 into either agility or strength. Izuku Midoriya. Level, 50 strength, 118 plus 5 vitality, 102 plus 25 agility, 146 plus 8 intelligence, 91 plus 5 sense, 76 plus 5 available points, 0 mana, 1655 HP, 4532, 4532. What a day, Yorozu sighed as the sun reached the horizon, the sky turning a light pinkish color. Didn't think I'd ever kill a villain boss myself, I couldn't have done it without you. Same here. They sat in silence for a moment, simply reflecting and enjoying the sunset. We're gonna miss the last bus, you know. Izuku chuckled. We can outrun the bus. Very true, the UA applications are almost due. Are you gonna apply with me? Yorozu asked, her voice just barely above a murmur as she rested against Izuku. It's a great way to get access to more gates without joining an agency and signing your life away in a contract. And we can probably learn something from the pros. After all, we have been kind of freestyling as heroes. Since the two of them had either been too weak or too afraid, they hadn't really worked properly in a hero team. They were just patchwork additions. Clearly they were more than strong enough to clear B rank gates, at the least, on their own. But there was always more to learn. We just have to make sure we actually get accepted. Yorozu looked up at Izuku with her soft, intelligent gray eyes. We will. BL Red item, job change dungeon key item class. Rank item type, key description, may be used anywhere that is not in sight of others. Cannot be entered by anyone other than the player. Dungeon cannot be exited until the job change quest is cleared. Izuku, wanna give me any hints? Nejiya-chan. The entrance exams aren't much of a secret. UA has some written exams to confirm that you have basic education and can function in society basically. Handle paperwork if you join an agency, etc. But the practical is the real deal. You'll get paired with a raid party and will have to clear a gate of rank equal to your team's strength -1. So if the party is ranked A, you'd handle a B rank gate. Izuku, and how do they know if all of the party members properly participated? Nejiya-chan, oh, they make sure there's a faculty member with your team to bail you out and score you guys. But if you handle Joran Falls solo, I doubt you'll need to be bailed out. Outside of Yorozu and Kei, Nejiya was the only one who knew that it was Izuku who had cleared the gate at Joran Falls. It complicated matters because she was assuming one of two things. Either Izuku was a false ranker, someone who hid their strength for malevolent, or at the very least, immoral reasons, or he had undergone a reawakening or quirk awakening. Nejiya probably didn't think the former of Izuku, but it was one of the only options, so it was no doubt on her mind. Izuku groaned loudly. He was standing at the same beach he and Yorozu had traveled to for their last gate. I'll probably have to go to the Hero Safety Commission to get a reawakening measurement. It'll be too hard to hide my strength at UA. I'm registered as an E rank, but I'm probably closer to a low to mid B rank right now. He looked back down at his phone. Nejiya's practically a pro hero already, should I just ask her? Should I just show all my cards? Nejiya, next to Kei and Yorozu, was probably the most trustworthy person Izuku knew. She didn't know the whole story, yet she was still acting friendly and keeping his secret under wraps. Indecisive, he pulled open another contact on his phone. Izuku, hey Kei, I need some advice about Nejiya. Kei, whatever it is, yes. 100% yes. Izuku smirked. Izuku, you're a nutcase, you know that. Kei, says the guy trying to woo two girls at once. Izuku, I'm not trying to woo anybody. I just wanted to know what you thought about letting Nejiya in on our secret. Kei, see the above text, dumbass. Izuku rolled his eyes and said goodbye to Kei, still smiling. Izuku, Nejiya, can you meet me by the Hero Commission Agency tomorrow? Nejiya-chan. First of all, it's Nejiya-chan. Second of all, sure thing. I assume you want to get a reawaken measurement. Izuku, yeah, but my reawakening isn't exactly standard. I just want to explain some things if that's okay. Will be much less confusing in the long run that way. Nejiya-chan, no idea what that means, but cool. I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku put his phone away and took out the job change quest key. If Yorozu was correct, it would give him a role, something that might help him specialize his power. She said that in video games, roles helped specific stats grow, like a tank getting more health, or a DPS getting stronger attacks. Regardless, it had the potential to really push Izuku to the next level, so he wanted to get it done as soon as he could. With UA entrance exams fast approaching, any additional strength was appreciated. So just like the day before, Izuku lifted the key into the empty air and inserted it. But unlike the other day, the gate didn't wait for Izuku to enter. Instead, it scared him right in the second it appeared. The instant Izuku turned the key, it vanished from his hands and his view of the tranquil crashing waves of the beach turned to that of a medieval castle hallway, complete with torches lining the walls. Quest, job change has begun. Izuku leaned his head to the side, narrowly avoiding an arrow that went whistling past him. That was quick. He felt a cocky grin creeping up his face as the next arrow came rocketing towards him. This time, he grabbed it out of midair, whipping it back at the suit of armor that had launched it from its bow. Izuku wasn't sure what exactly the arrow hit, but the magical suit of armor collapsed into a heap, clearly dead. Strangely, there was no BLD, no insides to speak of at all. It was like a doll that had its strings cut. That's odd, Izuku said, looking down the neck part of the armor to see inside of it. There was nothing but empty space. He'd never seen anything like it, but there was the chance that higher-ranked heroes had seen them before. This place isn't that bad so far, Izuku said, once more moving as minimally as possible to dodge a charging ball of fire. With the new levels this feels almost too easy. He spun around to catch sight of the attacker. Another suit of armor, though this one was far lighter. Looking like a combination of leather and chainmail. It had a magician look to it, confirmed by the ball of fire floating in its palm. And the floating hood, containing only darkness, completed the look, making Izuku think of Kayaba Akihiko's avatar from Sword Art Online. But this was not the game master. Magician types were exceptionally powerful when it came to heroes, but very rarely could they fight a villain head-on alone. They were backline attackers. They could dish it out, but as Izuku proved by putting his fist through its chest, they couldn't take it. In fact, their reaction time was too slow to even see Izuku coming for them. You have obtained item, Crystal Crushers. Item, Crystal Crushers item class, A item type, Gauntlets attack, plus 150 gem slots, 1 plus 20 intelligence crystal armor set bonuses, set bonus 1 2 pieces, all mana costs reduced by 25% set bonus 2 3 pieces. Set bonus 3 5 pieces. Intelligence and mana costs. Well, I guess it makes sense for armor pieces made out of magical crystals to enhance magic stats. Izuku thanked his lucky stars that he had yet to fuse the Omni-Elemental gem into his Scale Smashers, and instead had the chance to use them on the crystal gauntlets. If the entire armor set was based around magic-based attacks, then being able to use all elements with his gauntlets would be absolutely overpowered. The system keeps adding new content, here. Izuku muttered to himself, curious about the other 2 armor set bonuses. Then I guess let's not put it off. Item, Crystal Crushers Omni item class, A item type, Gauntlets attack, plus 150 gem slots, 1 plus 20 intelligence description. The player now has control over all elements. Said control requires mana, and the larger the feat, the more mana it consumes. The rank of the enhancement gem is proportional to the mana required. A lower rank makes control harder. Izuku held out his hand, coated in the sky blue crystals, and focused on shooting out a fireball. His wish came true, and the nearest wall which he had aimed at exploded in flames. But at the same time, his mana dropped precipitously. Mana, 2032, 2432, 400. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nearly shouted, ignoring how it echoed down the halls, alerting nearby villains. Okay, well I guess it was right about the rank of the enhancement gem increasing the mana cost. D-rank gems are hungry for mana. With a simple fireball costing 𝐒𝐿 a sixth of his mana, it was clear that the Omnigem was a massive boost in versatility, but not in accessibility. It would be good for tight situations, but 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't exactly be able to use it all the time. 𝐒𝐿 spent a moment scrolling through the system store. Are there really no potions in this? Demon, I wish Yorozu was with me. She's got a lot more mana than I do. The nearby clank of metal armor snapped 𝐒𝐿 out of his thoughts. He closed the store and faced down the dozens of suits of armor lining up to fight him. But I guess I don't need magic to beat you guys, just good old-fashioned punching. 20 minutes later and 𝐒𝐿 was still bashing apart the same wave of knights that had first approached him. And during that time, he noticed something wrong. I'm not getting any levels, even though I've smashed like 100 of these things. It was apparent that the job change quest was special in that it didn't want to let 𝐒𝐿 increase in power the longer he was there. It had only been 20 minutes, but it had been 20 minutes of bashing apart magical suits of armor. It was starting to drain 𝐒𝐿's stamina. If he wasn't careful managing it, he'd end up in a lot of trouble. Phew! 𝐒𝐿 crushed the helmet of the last knight in his hands. You have obtained item, Crystal Kickers. Item, Crystal Kickers item class, A item type, boots gem slots, 1+20 agility set bonus 2-3 pieces, mana recovers twice as fast. There was nothing really special about 𝐒𝐿's new armored shoes, but he'd take the raw stats and the set bonus any day of the week. I really need leggings and a helmet, 𝐒𝐿 said, examining the system equip screen. Those two were all he needed to have a full set of equipment. Seriously? 𝐒𝐿 asked, seemingly no one as his hand snapped out to grab at nothing. Or at least it appeared that way. In reality, his hand made contact with the throat of an invisible assailant. It appeared that 𝐒𝐿 wasn't the only one with a stealth skill. Am I fighting myself here? He asked. So far each of the enemies represented a skill or piece of equipment, or specific stat he had. The archers matched his agility, the magicians matched his magic output, the knights could take a hit and dish one out, and the assassins could almost sneak up on him. It was a dangerous game of chicken that 𝐒𝐿 was playing, kept on the edge of a cliff with each enemy he fought. And there were a lot to fight. In fact, a new wave was approaching right at that moment. Fine, but you better give me some good items. An hour later and 𝐒� had received nothing for his trouble. Sweat fell from his brow in waves, spattering the crumpled, burned, and eviscerated armor. He wasn't injured, but he could have gone for a shower and a nap, that was for sure. Unfortunately, he'd picked up on the pattern of the dungeon. Every time he tried to rest and recover, more enemies appeared. If he didn't finish the dungeon soon, his stamina would be his downfall. Thankfully, 𝐒� could see the end of the hallway, where a massive, ornate, red and gold door stood. If this isn't the end of this dungeon, I don't know what would be, 𝐒� said, gathering himself and doing a few quick stretches before more enemies showed up to interrupt him. I could really go for some ramen after this, 𝐒� sighed. Well, at least I've caught up on rent, I guess I could treat myself. He finished stretching and went to place both hands against the door, prepared to heave against its humongous frame. Instead, it opened before he could even touch it. Without a sound, it eerily slid open, revealing nothing but pure darkness. It was so dark, in fact, that when the torches along the pillars and walls burst to life with blue flames, 𝐒� was temporarily blinded. It was a throne room, plain and simple. The walls and pillars were decorated with gold, carved marble, and just felt royal. Just as the warmth of the torches washed over 𝐒�, it was quashed by the chills running down his spine. 𝐒� was not alone in the throne room, as signified by the clattering of armor and the heavy thunk of armored feet on stone. From behind the throne, a knight, decorated in BLD red armor, stepped out. Nearly 7 feet tall, he towered over 𝐒�, the crimson glow of his eyes piercing the young man. BLD red royal knight, Igris. Rank, S-type, humanoid role, boss proficiencies, swordsmanship, defense, strategy. Skills. BLD red blade. Every ounce of 𝐒�'s body screamed bloody murder at him. It screamed one word. Death. This was no villain, no simple enemy of humanity. This was a monster, a demon in the form of a knight. It may not have been on the same level as that statue face, but it was giving Izuku the exact same feeling. He was outclassed. At best, Izuku was high B rank. 2 full ranks below Igris. Not to mention one of his proficiencies being strategy. He didn't just have raw power, but the brains to back it up. I should have gotten stronger first. What was I thinking coming here immediately? Igris unsheathed the long sword on his hip with a petrifying sheathing. Letting it rest at his side, it stood between Izuku and the throne. The message was clear. This does not belong to you, only my king. I'm at a huge disadvantage. There's no way I can beat him head-on. Izuku expected to be decapitated any minute, as if the universe was paying him back for what he and Yorozu did to Aka. But Igris refused to move from the throne. Do you understand me? Izuku asked, hoping to open a dialogue considering the vast difference between them. Igris simply tilted his head to the side, refusing to say or do anything. It was like he was waiting for Izuku. He's a strategist, so he's probably looking for me to make the first move. But why? He clearly has me beat in power. He's a knight, so maybe he doesn't have a good sense of energy levels like Nejiya-chan. Does he think I'm stronger than I am? If that's the case, this first attack has to matter, because after that, he won't hold back. Echo Attack Earth has activated. Izuku, having no other choice, raised his right arm and shot forth an icicle. Enhanced by his intelligence stat, the icicle could have pierced all the way through an aircraft carrier, the long way. But to Igris, it was just something to bat to the side with his sword. The icicle, considered an attack, still technically hit, triggering Echo Attack, and forcing spikes through the smooth stone floor. It was ineffective against Aka, and it stood no chance against Igris either. In fact, the stone crumbled before it could even reach him, like his very presence was turning it to dust. Really? That's all? Igris didn't say that, but Izuku could feel the disappointment emanating off of him. Then, he was gone. As if teleporting, Igris appeared next to Izuku, lightly swinging his fist to backhand Izuku in the stomach. Izuku didn't even have time to process his trajectory before he slammed into the throne room walls, cratering the stone. He somehow wasn't dead, but he did have at least 2 broken ribs. He regained lucidity just in time to look up and see Igris charging him with his sword aimed straight for Izuku's chest. The only reason he could see him was his activation of Speed Strike. But he wouldn't be able to dodge or block the attack, so really, all he had given himself was a glimpse of his death. Enhancement Gem has been removed from Echo Attack. Skill, Echo Attack has activated. Izuku swung a right hook at the air, just moments before Igris made impact. It was a Hail Mary move. By hitting the air, the second impact of Echo Attack made it just in time to nudge Igris's sword off course. It wasn't by a lot, hell, it was barely anything at all. But instead of piercing his heart, the sword sliced through the flesh just under Izuku's left collarbone. It hurt like hell, but Izuku was pretty sure that, for a B rank, it wasn't fatal. However, the next blow would be if Izuku didn't think of something quick. With only his right arm still working, he reached up and grabbed Igris's neck, pulling the surprised knight close enough for Izuku to once more activate Echo Attack and slam his forehead into the knight's. Igris barely moved backwards, but he did move backwards. It wasn't because of the attack though. Igris yanked his sword out of Izuku, earning a shout of pain. But the knight stopped there, instead moving as a blur to appear in front of the throne once more, his sword guarding it yet again. He wasn't waiting for me to make the first move to learn my attack patterns, Izuku realized. He only attacked because the icicle got close to the throne. The throne, Izuku's vision was growing dark, but through the haze of pain-filled tears, he took a closer look at the seat. It looked different now, because it had color to it, but there was no mistaking that its complicated design was the same as the one he'd seen just before waking in the hospital. The Throne of Shadows. Heh, Izuku gave a light laugh through the pain. So that's the game, here. Claim Daily Quest Reward 1. Reward, Status Recovery. Izuku had been using his daily quest reward to restore his energy after his workouts, but he also figured out that the status recovery healed injuries. So not only did his fatigue of the past couple hours disappear, but his shoulder also pulled itself back together, healing the damage from Igris's blade. Of course, Izuku still had to figure out how he would get past Igris, but at least he had both of his arms back to the point of being usable. All I need is a moment. A single second where he's caught off guard. Mana, 1943-45-32. Between all of Izuku's skills and abilities, he had consumed a fair chunk of mana. He could maybe pull off one more big show before being depleted, and after that, he had nothing that came close to Igris. This was the only way forward. I hate taking notes from him, but I promised I'd use everything in my disposal to win. Activating Speed Strike, Izuku charged the throne, not hesitating even as Igris came to meet him. SHT. It's a bad angle. I'll never get past him like this. Izuku raised his gauntlets, preparing to take the hit. He needed a reset, he needed to try again. With Izuku guarding with his gauntlets, Igris decided to kick out instead, slamming Izuku's solar plexus with the sole of his heavy boots. The air was forced from Izuku's lungs and he practically blacked out. When he came to, he was sitting in another crater in the wall, and Igris was back at the throne. He didn't push the attack because I was already unconscious. Igris was taking his role as guardian of the throne as seriously as possible. He could have killed Izuku twice by now, but the knight wasn't so easily fooled as to push the attack on someone already unconscious and leave the throne undefended. It was clear to Igris that Izuku was trying something tricky. What other reason would he have to charge head-on? Izuku pulled himself back to his feet once more. And again, Igris battered him away on his next attempt, breaking even more bones in Izuku's body. And again. And again. Izuku was bruised, blooded, and broken, but he wasn't done yet. He wiped the BLD from his lip. By now, Igris had chosen to stand firmly by the throne and wait for Izuku to come to him. It was exactly what Izuku wanted. Before then, Igris would close the distance between them. Which meant that even if Izuku got past him during that exchange, the knight would have far too much time to catch up to him. Now, if Izuku could just trick the royal guard once, he'd be right next to the throne. So once more, Izuku pulled his battered body from the crushed stone, letting out a heavy sigh, and lowering into a crouch. This was the last of him. Not only was his mana running low, but his body was giving up on him again. The status recovery had been spent. It was do or die. He could feel it in Igris's glowing eyes. The knight was ready to perform an execution. He wouldn't wait any longer. Kicking off the ground, Izuku felt the ligaments in his calf and thigh strain and tear. But it was okay. He was flying through the air, aimed straight for the throne. If Igris could have scoffed, he would have. Izuku's trajectory was all too predictable. He had seen his tricks. There was nothing that could save him here. It was foolish. And a foolish man did not deserve the seat where his liege once sat today. Igris raised his sword, preparing to bring it down with perfect timing to bisect Izuku. There would be no more chances. With a certainty that this would be the end, he swung downwards. Now! Izuku aimed his palm at the floor and imagined his old friend, someone he had once cared for. A childhood friend who he could always smile with. Boom! Using the last of his mana, Izuku created an explosion underneath him, using the extra height to just barely dance past the sword. Rolling through the air, Izuku flipped past the knight, landing just in front of the throne. With both legs damaged, however, Izuku immediately crumpled. It mirrored the scene from the first time he had taken the throne. He reached out, fingers stretched for the soft velvet seat as Igris rose up behind him, preparing to stab the sword through his back and out through his chest. Izuku felt death bearing down on him, but he could also feel the warmth of the seat as his finger brushed against it. He expected the sword any second, but all he heard was the clattering of metal as Igris collapsed, his strings cut, just like the other suits of armor. Job change quest has been completed. You have received rewards. Job has been assigned. Player, Izuku Midoriya. Death follows you wherever you go. You are closer to death than you are to life, but you seek to help the living. Your longing to save the innocent is strong enough to call forth the dead to fight for you. You are the Shadow Monarch. Power over death. Izuku Midoriya, do you accept the role of Shadow Monarch? Izuku Midoriya, do you accept the role of Shadow Monarch? Izuku groaned, Realizing he was resting on the steps just in front of the throne, his fingers outstretched towards it. He was alive, but he was also laying in a puddle of his own blood. He was too weak to move. Fighting Igris had taken more from him than he realized. And the wounds inflicted by the knight had not been made with a fragile touch. Izuku Midoriya, do you accept the role of Shadow Monarch? Shadow Monarch. Izuku's vision wavered. He was starting to lose consciousness again. The shadows created by the flickering torch danced along the walls, giving Izuku glimpses of horrible beasts in his delirious state. Izuku Midoriya, do you accept the role of Shadow Monarch? ACC. Suddenly, the shadows on the walls peeled away, rushing towards Izuku with abandon, making him question whether or not he was hallucinating. It reminded him of the shadows that crept up his body when he first touched the throne back in that world of darkness. The pain had consumed every thought during then, so he could only brace himself and hope it wouldn't be so agonizing. But it was for nothing. When the shadows washed over him, it was not a wave of pain, but a gentle cooling balm. Izuku felt his bones, his ligaments, everything, pulling themselves back together. A rush of endorphins and serotonin flooded his mind. For just a moment, everything in the universe made sense, felt right. Then, the shadows settled, and Izuku's lungs were finally allowed to fill with air. He pushed himself back to his feet, feeling lighter than ever despite his stats looking no different. Please choose a command phrase for shadow extraction. Izuku rubbed at his temples. Give me a minute. He tried to recall the system messages he'd seen before passing out. Something about calling the. His eyes widened and he spun around, his sense stat telling him that Igris was alive and well behind him. The knight could have easily killed him, but instead, it was kneeling just a few feet away from Izuku. Except, it wasn't the same Igris Izuku had seen before. Igris LVL. 1. Elite Knight Grade Skills. BLD Red Blade. Equipment. Shadow Blade of the Royal Guard. He was the exact same shape as the old Igris, but instead of his crimson red armor, he was wearing armor made completely of flowing smoky shadows accented by lines of emerald green energy. No, it wasn't just his armor. He was made of shadows. And over in the corner laid his original body, still dead. Shadow extraction. Izuku mumbled breathlessly, realizing the true strength he had just been granted. Wait, he quickly worked his way through the system until he reached one of his quirks. Soul List. Risaka Anok 51 Shriekers 15 Clicker Tortoises Non-Elemental Drake 25 Flame Salamanders 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 20 Crystal Canaries. Shadow extraction can be used on Soul List. Now it made sense to Izuku why he had been given this quirk, why it was so powerful. Please choose a command phrase for shadow extraction. Command phrase. Arise. Wind whipped through the room as names disappeared from the soul collection list. Green energy and inky black shadows filled the room as shapes coalesced. A giant serpent, a demonic presence, a grotesque feline, and more. Skill. Shadow extraction. Job specific. Active skill. Mana cost. Shadows consume mana to reconstruct themselves when damaged, but no mana is consumed to initially summon them. Description. By using the command phrase on suitable targets, their soul and mana will be extracted and reformed into a loyal servant of the player. Shadows can also be stored in the player's shadow or hidden in the shadows of others when not in use. Shadow limit. 30/30. Checking his soul list, Izuku could see that not all of the souls had been consumed, only the strongest, like boss villains, or the strongest of the typical villains. Would you like to assign names to your shadows? Izuku looked over his shadows, all of them having generic species names, then looking to Igris, who already had his name. The powers of the Shadow Monarch. Power over death. The throne of shadows, the darkness he'd felt time and time again. It all made sense. For so long, Izuku had been so close to death. So close that he could now call upon them. Still being prompted by the system, he went through naming the special shadows he had obtained, aside from Igris that was, who had already extracted and named himself apparently. Risaka LVL 1, Night Grade Anok LVL 1, Elite Grade Arca LVL 1, Night Grade. Most of them were just the names they had in life, but when Izuku got to the Mima Cat and the Drake he was stumped for a moment. Izuku never had a cat before, and he tended to be bad at coming up with creative names, so he simply stood there for a while, staring off into the distance as the shadows awaited his command. He hadn't played many video games in his life, but there was one that had basically put him off playing them altogether, Dark Souls. And in that game, there was a cat. Alright, I guess you're Alvina. Alvina LV1, elite grade. The Mimicat purred at that, seemingly happy with the name it had been given. And when it came to draconic names, Izuku really didn't have much, so he decided to go with Draken. Draken LVL1, elite grade. He also had 20 Shadow Crystal Canaries and 5 Shadow Flame Salamanders, both at normal grade. Together with the other 5 shadows, they filled out all 30 slots. This grading system is weird. Izuku mumbled, carefully examining them. The standard villains had normal grade, presumably the weakest. Then, basing it off their strength in increasing levels, it went Elite, Knight, and then Elite Knight, which was Igris's ranking. He found it strange that it didn't run on the human ranking system, but then again, that was a subjective system made up by humans. Whatever this was, it was some sort of magical ranking decided by the actual system, which may have been more objective than humanity's rankings. Can you guys speak? Silence was the answer. Yeah, I kinda figured. Izuku suddenly felt quite awkward with all of the shadows either staring or kneeling before him. It said it used your souls as a base for the shadow form. Does that mean you guys have free will? Igris, still kneeling, tilted his head to the side in a way that said, yes and no. He then put his hand to his chest, resting his fist against where his heart would be, before extending an open palm to Izuku. The message was clear. Our souls are yours. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that, but he had the sense that they were not obedient slaves. More like loyal compatriots. He looked to Rasaka and Enoch, the two which had the most reason to resent him. The two were close to each other, a given since they were mates in their old life. Do you not resent me? Rasaka's attention snapped from Enoch to him. He slithered closer, his emerald green eyes focused on Izuku before moving back to Enoch and to Izuku again. A second chance. Rasaka gave a small hiss before slithering away, confirming Izuku's suspicions. He still had a lot to sort through in his mind, but his stomach was rumbling and his body was exhausted. All of his physical injuries may have been healed, but there was still a lingering weariness in his bones. Okay, let's see how this works. Can you guys hide in my shadow? In an instant, the shadows dissolved into a liquid-like substance that snaked across the floor, coming to rest within Izuku's shadow. It was perfect. Except for the shadow still kneeling in front of Izuku. Igris. The knight looked up at Izuku with pleading eyes. A 7-foot-tall shadow knight is a little conspicuous, don't you think? I can't just walk around with you behind me. Igris lowered his head in disappointment, causing Izuku to scratch at the back of his head in thought. Sorry, but you would just draw too much attention. Even if I claimed you were a quirk or part of my reawakening, it's just too much. Igris nodded, holding his fist against his chest in a pledge of loyalty before slinking into Izuku's shadow like the rest. What's up with him? He already has a name and his shadow was extracted before I even assigned a command phrase. Like he did it on his own, Izuku had plenty of questions and very few answers, but he figured he wouldn't learn anything more by sticking around. Besides, he was starving and he had promised himself some ramen when he finished the quest. As long as I wasn't unconscious for a whole day again, I should have plenty of time before meeting Nejaya. Izuku made a quick stop at home to change clothes before heading back out to get lunch. On the way, he realized he still had the item rewards from the job change dungeon. You have received items: Crystal Helm, Crystal Leggings. Item: Crystal Helm. Item class: A. Item type: Helmet. Gem slots: 0 plus 20 cents. Item: Crystal Leggings. Item class: A. Item type: Leg armor. Gem slots: 0 plus 20 agility. Set bonus 3 5 pieces. All magic-based attacks have their power increased by 1 rank. I'm really turning into a mage, aren't I? I guess that could be the system's intention. If I'm meant to be some sort of necromancer, maybe I'm supposed to sit on the backlines and hurl magic. It really wasn't Izuku's style. But then again, he now had a summon that was essentially an S-rank, that being Igris, alongside many other high-level summons. Summoner-type heroes weren't exactly rare. Plenty of them existed amongst the top hero agencies, but very few of them had any substantial power to speak of. Summons were temporary, consumed a lot of mana, and were generally outpaced by other heroes with more standard roles, like tanks and mags. But in Igris's case, or even many of the other shadows, they were essentially just boss villains given summon forms. They would decimate most standard hero summons without breaking a sweat by Izuku's estimation. If human rankings were to be believed, Igris himself could fight 10A ranks at once and still have a good chance of coming out on top. The powers of the Shadow Monarch, quite frankly, were asinine in terms of its raw potential. All Izuku needed to do was keep collecting shadows and he'd become an unstoppable one-man army. There was a bit of a morality problem around the topic of bringing living beings, that Izuku himself killed, back to life. More than that, bringing those creatures into his own servitude. However, unless they were being forced to lie by the system, they actually seemed content, if not happy, to be taking shadow form for Izuku's sake. It was something to mull over a bit more, but Izuku figured he had the time to discuss it with Yorozu and get her thoughts before going any further with it. Finally, "I'm starving." Izuku nearly shouted as his favorite ramen place, a little hole-in-the-wall establishment, came into view. That's what happens when you spend your morning nearly bleeding out at the foot of some magical throne. He thought to himself, entering the crowded restaurant and ordering his usual. Though the place was a bit hidden, it had quite the reputation for its excellent food and the old, experienced chef who made it, who also had a habit of being a bit of a grouch. Izuku sat down with his bowl, picking up his chopsticks and getting ready to dig in when, "Oi, old man." The usual. Izuku looked up in shock. Anyone who talked to the chef like that was liable to get beaten by a dozen different cooking utensils. The chef may have been old, but he was also an awakened human and could thrash most people 7 ways from Sunday. But instead, the chef flashed a cocky smirk and responded with, "Coming right up." Izuku's jaw dropped, and he turned to look at whoever had shouted in the first place. The woman who shouted was a few inches shorter than Izuku, but her rabbit ears stood just a bit taller. With her white hair and tan skin, not to mention her boisterous personality, just about anyone could instantly recognize the pro-hero, Miruko. Izuku nearly squealed in excitement, narrowly restraining himself. Miruko was currently 7th on the hero popularity polls, and for good reason. Not only was the rabbit hero an S-rank who jumped between raids, helping out wherever she could, but she was also drop-dead gorgeous. She was the perfect combination of kick-butt and appealing. Honestly, Izuku was surprised she wasn't higher on the hero popularity rankings. Normally, she wore a sleeveless leotard and leg armor that looked like it could crush a building, but today she was wearing a plain white t-shirt, blue jeans, and brown boots. It was alluring to many in a much different way from her tight-fitting hero outfit. Something about a casual woman could appeal just as much as one dressed in clothes that exposed her curves. While some rushed to get her autograph, many others went back to their food. Apparently Miruko's boisterous presence in the restaurant was a common occurrence. Izuku wanted nothing more than to join the autograph line, but his sense stat told him something about Miruko that the others in the ramen joint couldn't feel. She was sessed off by these people. She just wanted to eat, she just wanted some peace and quiet after doing her best to save lives. And she was even more annoyed that she had to put on a smiling front for them. Izuku realized, a little too late, that he had been staring at the hero. He went to focus back on his food, but before he could, Miruko met his gaze, holding it with an intensity that was impossible to look away from. The two were fixed like that for a moment, only freed when the chef called out Miruko's order. Izuku shook his head and genuinely got back to his food, not wishing to upset the S-rank any further. He was hungry enough to immerse himself in the exquisite taste of the chef's cooking, so much so that he almost didn't notice the chair opposite his being pulled back for someone to sit down. He didn't think much of it, it was crowded after all, and he was fine sharing a table. Miruko's bright red eyes burrowed into him. Why is she sitting at my table? No wait, why is she staring at me? Sorry for staring earlier. It was the only thing Izuku could imagine she was sitting down next to him for. Her nose twitched and her ears flopped forwards. You smell good. Ay. Izuku may have changed his clothes from the blood-soaked tatters he wore when fighting Igris, but he hadn't showered or anything of the sort. By all accounts, his body odor was pretty nasty. Not to mention it was just a weird thing for Miruko to say regardless. What rank are you? I'm a reawakened, I'm getting a new measurement tomorrow. You have villain stench on you. She narrowed her eyes. You don't know your rank yet you went into a dungeon. A smirk stretched across her face. You're dangerous. Izuku nervously laughed. I assure you I'm not that reckless. I just don't know my exact rank. That's not what I meant, she replied. Your smell is different. Good, but different. I'm not sure I follow dash, I can smell mana. Every last hero smells like a wet dog dipped in sewage to me. But not you. You're almost appetizing to eat next to. Izuku didn't like the words appetizing and you in the same sentence, especially with Miruko's almost feral eyes. What are you? Izuku scooped up his empty ramen bowl as he stood. Right now. I'm a little weirded out. Please excuse me. W8. He looked back, surprised to see that her expression had softened dramatically. Sorry. I'm a solo hero. Her cheeks were noticeably red as she rubbed at her neck in embarrassment. I don't get out all that much. Who would have thought she'd be the socially awkward type? I didn't mean to be creepy, I was just interested in you, honestly. Usually it's the guy apologizing for being creepy. What a weird day. Izuku gave her a good-natured smile. Because I smell good. She gave a hesitant nod. It's an anomaly. That makes you interesting. I suppose that's fair, Izuku said. But maybe for the future, open with some small talk. Miruko flashed a blatant smirk at that. CYA around number 7. Izuku set down his bowl at the counter and walked out, certain that he would, in fact, see her again. You do realize she could have killed you? Izuku's eyebrows shot up at Yorozu's worry. Killed me? We were in a public place. And she's one of the top S ranks in Japan. You know how they are. The law barely applies to them. She wasn't going to kill me, Izuku reassured her. The two were currently waiting outside the Hero Safety Commission for 𝐒𝐠. Yorozu asked to come along when she heard the plan, and Izuku took the time to explain everything since the two had last parted. Ironically, she chose to focus on the Miruko bit. And besides, I had Igris with me. He's basically an S rank all on his own. I would have been okay. Yorozu still didn't look convinced. You basically called her weird. Some S ranks would kill you for that. Please just be more careful in the future. Izuku acquiesced with a nod. So, what about the shadows? What about them? Well, what should I do about them? I mean, there's a bit of a morality issue with bringing back the dead. Especially considering that I'm the one who made them dead in the first place. Yorozu shrugged. But they don't seem to mind, do they? But how will we know if that's the system or not? It could be torture for them, but the system might be forcing them to act the way they're acting. Or your initial assumption could be correct, Yorozu said, maybe they truly are happy to have a second chance in life. Izuku could sense the creatures in his shadow react to Yorozu, almost as if they were nodding along. But again, Izuku couldn't be sure if that was them or the system. Yorozu could sense his unrest, laying a hand on his arm. The system is already storing souls, and giving those souls a second chance is better than letting them sit there. You could be right, the system could be doing something malevolent. But there's no way to know, so for now, you use the shadows, and you use the system. There's a lot we still don't know about it, so until we learn more, or until the shadows start giving you a sign that something's wrong, I think you should use them, her brows scrunched up. But maybe don't use them in front of others. It could bring up a lot of questions. Izuku chuckled. Way ahead of you on that. I might need a hero outfit soon to hide my identity. So then what are you gonna do for UA? Well, I've come this far on my own, with your help, of course, Izuku quickly corrected. I can always keep the shadows as my backup plan. With the gauntlets and elemental gems I can just say I got a reawakening, and my quirk is elemental control. A quirk and a reawakening sounds a little too convenient, doesn't it? It has happened in the past. And honestly it sounds more feasible that the weakest hero in the world would get a much bigger boost than, say, an A rank. Yorozu pondered for a moment before sighing. Well, I guess it makes more sense than trying to conceal everything, or trying to explain the system to the world. There's not really another option. Well, if you don't see another way, I'm sure there isn't one, Izuku casually remarked, unaware of his comment's impact. As he stared out at the city, Yorozu did her best to hide the blush of happiness on her face. Oh, did you bring your girlfriend? Gah! Yorozu jumped as 𝐒𝐻𝐼a dropped from the sky, landing next to them without a sign of strain on her body. She didn't even have to crouch. That can't be good for your knees, Izuku mumbled. He probably could have done something similar with his new strength, but because he spent a good portion of his life as an E rank, he still had relatively sensible thoughts about how to treat your body. Hey, Izuku, don't ignore the question, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said, jumping towards Izuku with excitement in every syllable. Is she your girlfriend? We're raid partners, Izuku answered, unsure of how to respond to such a question. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a squealed at that. So you're refusing to say no? Wait, that's not dash, it's rude to force an answer like that, Yorozu interrupted, lightly scolding 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. So both of you are avoiding the question, interesting, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said with a teasing smirk. Yorozu and Izuku glanced at each other briefly, the single moment fostering a bountiful tension as the two thought in unison, I haven't really thought about it that much, we have been getting closer, haven't we? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a had spent enough time at UA amongst the love-addicted students to recognize the meaning that the glance carried, but clearly, these two needed a little more time to grow before they'd get there. So 𝐒𝐻𝐼a just sighed with a smile and gestured for the two to follow her. Come on. Let's get you ranked. Wait, wasn't I going to explain everything first? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a shrugged. Lunch is on me today. You can explain while we're eating. The lobby of the Hero Safety Commission was always busy. If there was one thing to compare it to, it would be the DMV. Constant lines, constant backlogs, and constantly annoyed people. It was its own hell. Izuku and Yorozu had both waited in that hell before, when they first got their official ranks, but instead of wading through the wasteland that was the Hero Safety Commission's public support, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a led them off to the side, where a door reading, authorized personnel and S ranks only, waited for them. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a Heido, she chimed, passing her badge to the man at the door, I've got 2 guests today. She then lowered her voice, one's a reawakened. We want to get him measured. The man scanned her ID, then nodded, not a word out of his mouth as he acknowledged her and opened the door. Welcome to the real Hero Safety Commission, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said as she pulled the two into a gleaming marble lobby almost identical to the public one, but calm, cool, collected, and professional. S ranks, with their agencies or their guests, roamed the gilded halls with a relaxed smile on their face, in stark contrast to the first lobby. Only S ranks and agency presidents are allowed here. Obviously, they can bring their own guests, but it's otherwise limited. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a gave a small wave to the receptionist as they approached. Hi. I scheduled a measurement test today. Of course, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a-chan. The room is all ready for you. Izuku chuckled. So you get everyone to call you 𝐒𝐻𝐼a here. It's in my contract. She joked, handing them temporary badges for the day before heading off for the test room. Well, a familiar voice spoke up, coming out from a nearby doorway. If it isn't the survivors. Detective Tsukochi. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the awkward stare of the Hero Commission agent. Relax, kid. Tsukochi smiled, brushing his hand against his stubble. You haven't committed any crimes. It's clear that whatever reawakening you went through was somehow abnormal or delayed. I'm just glad I wasn't losing my marbles, 'cause no dungeon would function like that without something special about it. As Izuku sighed in relief, Tsukochi continued, but you do owe me. Miruko was asking all about you. I made sure she didn't get a hold of your address. Izuku balked. Oh, is she angry? Should I be warning my sister about her dash? She's not out to kill you, Tsukochi quickly corrected. What he had intended as a joke had turned into an accidental panic. She wanted to apologize, I think. She said she was being weird the other day. But I figured it would be best if she didn't know your address just in case. I'm sure you know just how intense she can be. Izuku bowed his head. Thank you. I can't believe you managed to stop an S rank from getting what they wanted, Yorozu remarked, to which the detective shrugged. I may be an A rank, but I've got enough pull to stand up to the S ranks every now and again. Although, if you ever put me in front of Endeavor, I might need a new change of underwear after the fact. That guy isn't all there, I swear. Tsukochi spun a finger around his temple in the universal sign of crazy. If Endeavor himself saw it, he might have very well killed Tsukochi then and there. I'll let you kids carry on your way, but, the detective paused for a moment. I'm sure you'll brush this advice off. Just don't think a reawakening makes you any different, he cautioned. Keep the mentality of an F rank. It'll keep you alive longer. With that, Tsukochi brushed past the group, clapping both Yorozu and Izuku on the shoulder. That was uplifting, Yorozu deadpanned. No, for the first time since meeting her, Izuku noticed a perturbed look on Nejia's face. That was strange. He never speaks so freely. He's always been the cliched brooding detective. Maybe he just woke up on the right side of the bed. Nejia shook her head, but cast aside the dreary look and put back the cheery grin she was so known for. You're probably right. Eventually, the trio came to the measurement room, where a massive sphere rested. It looked like a solid ball of obsidian, but Izuku knew that it was condensed villain cores, forged into a measurement device. Please rest your palm against the device and I'll begin the test, a plain woman in office clothes said, walking over to the control panel. Izuku did just that, and a few moments later, the woman's face scrunched up whilst gazing at the display. Is everything okay? Nejia asked. Well, the machine is reading him as a B rank, based on the mana output he's capable of. But it's also reading like there's a dozen other people in the room. An A rank, several B ranks, and even an S rank. Not us? Nejia questioned, looking between herself and Yorozu. No, of course, Izuku and Yorozu knew the truth. The machine was picking up the shadows hiding inside of Izuku, which at least helped establish that shadows were indeed created at the same rank and power as their predecessors. By having Igris under his command, Izuku jumped to what was essentially an S ranking. Izuku couldn't help but grin at that. Just a week ago, he was barely even an E rank. But now, he stood on his own as a B rank, with an entire party's worth of power at his beck and call. Will it interfere with my measurement? The woman shook her head, still befuddled. I have a clear reading of you, so I won't have any problems verifying it for your new ID. And have you awakened a quirk since your last ID update? Basic elemental manipulation, Izuku responded. She typed on her display for a few moments longer before the machine spit out a laminated card with Izuku's face and details on it. The machine has ranked you as low A rank overall, with B rank amounts of mana. It assessed you as a multi-role battle mage. She nodded, impressed. Those are some very desirable qualifications. You might be able to get a gig at one of the bigger hero agencies with some credentials like UA. Thank you, Izuku said, taking his new badge as the woman bowed. They had considered doing a remeasurement of Yorozu as well, but not much had actually changed for her. Her mana measurements would probably be the same despite her improved quirk. Besides, they didn't want to risk her quirk evolution becoming a big thing. If the Hero Safety Commission started talking about it, others would surely hear the rumors of a girl with a powerful evolved quirk. It would make Yorozu's parents' job of finding their daughter that much easier. They weren't sure just how far their influence reached, but it was better to be safe than sorry. And since she was already ranked at A, it wouldn't affect anything within the UA system. Now you won't get put into the super low-tier classes at UA. Better teachers, better training, better everything. Izuku rolled his eyes at that. There's a class system to everything here. Even for students, Nejia shrugged. Sorry Izu, but the lower ranks don't take as much precedent. There's plenty of lower ranks for the government to throw at the smaller gates, but never enough high rankers. There was a lot wrong with how the government prioritized lives, but Izuku kept quiet. He didn't want to upset Nejia. After all, it wasn't like it was her fault. Now then, off to lunch. Nejia shouted, pointing into the air like a general leading their troops. And that's about everything, Izuku said, finishing off his recap as 𝐒𝐠 finished off her sandwich. He had obviously left out Yorozu's history, as that was her info to divulge as she saw fit. So what you're telling me is that you're not a B rank, but Japan's newest S rank. Izuku tilted his hand side to side. It seems like the system will at least let me reach S rank status, yeah. We have no idea what the limits are. And an undead army on top of it, 𝐒𝐠 rubbed at her brow. You cannot, under any circumstances, let the public see it. Not only will the S ranks and higher be after you, but entire governments. They'll do whatever it takes to get you on their side, even if it means threatening your family or way of life. People like Endeavor would be no different. I'm sorry, Izuku muttered as she grew pale with worry. I didn't realize telling you would have such an effect. I'm glad you trust me, 𝐒𝐠 clarified. I'm just concerned for your sake. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, keep the system between the four of us, she said, grouping K in with them. Even heroes like Dabi or Ryukyu, who aren't so caught up in the power structure, would be careless with a secret like that. And if you must use the shadows, have some sort of disguise or covering ready for yourself. Izuku nodded. Do you think any of it will interfere with the entrance exams? 𝐒𝐠 shook her head. Unless you show off the shadows or system, there's nothing that should arouse suspicion thanks to your updated ID. Then I guess that's settled for now, Izuku said. It'll be a hassle if we ever get a contract with a pro agency though. By the time you're out of UA, you might be enough to form an agency on your own, 𝐒𝐠 suggested. You might even get to keep your anonymity if you get strong enough. All Japan cares about is that they have their own powerhouses. You might even just end up as a solo hero like Miruko. Isn't defying laws like that akin to a national rank? Yorozu asked. Like he said, we have no idea how far the system will go. And it's not that far-fetched to have an S rank be secretive. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Izuku said with a smile, content for a moment to just enjoy the moment, the realization that he wasn't just strong and growing stronger, the realization that he had friends he could rely on, friends who would be there. For now, all we have to worry about is the entrance exams. MSTRs. Have you felt it? Before a throne of darkness, a lowly servant of the royalty knelt. He dared not gaze up at his leaders. He did not have permission. We have. The Shadow Monarch has graced this world with his presence. The woman declared in a voice that oozed with honey, like that of a Venus flytrap. It's time for us to prepare our daughter for the ritual, the man said, standing from his throne. Momo has avoided her parents for far too long. Her destiny is catching up with her. Izuku blearily rubbed at his eyes, desperately trying to focus on the paper before him. You really should get some sleep, Kay sternly told him, trying to snatch away the papers on the table. She had been helping create a study plan for him, for his UA entrance exams. Whilst the written portion was far less important than the practical portion, UA was still one of the best hero schools out there. And there were plenty of people who would claim it was the best in the entire world. It required a certain degree of knowledge to get in and stay as a student. Because hero agencies had all sorts of paperwork and responsibilities, students, who would one day become a part of these agencies, or even found one themselves, needed a good deal of intellect. Mathematics, language skills, history, as well as studying battle plans and formations, were all important parts of the written exams. How to calculate earnings, communications with the squad and possibly even foreign heroes, the history of villains and their biology, and knowing how to work in a group. Even with Kei's help, Izuku was struggling. He knew that Yorozu would pass both portions without any sort of strain given her intelligence and newfound confidence. Izuku himself had no reservations about conquering the practical exam, but it had been quite some time since he'd studied this hard and for this long. The exam is tomorrow. I gotta get whatever study time I can manage. You should go get some rest, though. You don't need to oversee me. Kei rolled her eyes. I'm up till like 2 in the morning most days, Aizu. Don't worry about my sleep schedule. But you need to sleep. You'll lose more than you'll gain if you stay up all night trying to cram. Your brain needs to reset and properly arrange all the new information it's been given. She wasn't fast enough or strong enough to grab the papers from her brother, so all she could do was stand up and sternly glare at him. Go. 2. Bed. Izuku sighed, knowing that she was right. I'm scared I might not pass. You'll get a decent enough score to pass the written test, she assured him. But decent isn't enough to beat the other applicants, then you'll just have to show off during the practical exam without exposing the system, of course. She smugly crossed her arms. While you were trying to study, I researched all of UA's criteria and some of their alumni. A lot of them had subpar written scores, but excellent practical exam portions. You've spent a lot more time than most others doing raids, so the examiner will see that you're more experienced and give you a higher score. You'll get in, Aizu. You just gotta get some rest for tomorrow. As Izuku's will to remain awake faded, he let a yawn slip through his lips, followed by a tired chuckle. Fine. I guess I'll get some. His head fell back against the couch, his eyelids closing over the emerald green irises. Kay stared in disbelief that he could fall asleep so fast and while still upright. She turned around to fetch a blanket, but by the time she spun back, a dark shadowy figure was looming over her brother. She nearly shrieked, until she realized that it was just Igris. Her brother had already shown off the stoic knight to his sister, who was interested in seeing his new powers. However, it still took a bit of getting used to. Igris nimbly worked his hand between Izuku and the couch, scooping him up before tucking him away beneath the sheets of his bed. It was quite the sight for Kay. Watching an S-rank, one that could likely tear down a whole city and was once a villain, tuck her brother into bed like it was a doting parent. And something about the shadow made her feel strange. Kay, for a moment, stumbled, caught by Igris moving faster than the eye could perceive. This time, she was unable to hold back the squeal of surprise. The knight looked into her eyes, and she into his. Kay could have sworn that she'd seen those eyes before. It's a strange day when you're nervous and I'm not, Yorozu remarked at Izuku's trembling hands. I feel like I haven't studied for an exam in years. Izuku intensely whispered back. The two were sitting in the matriculation hall with about 200 other aspiring applicants for the school. There were, in fact, other halls where even more applicants were being tested. And in one of them, sat Bakugo. Izuku knew this because, after years of getting bullied by the A rank, he had come to recognize his aura. Before he had to be pretty close to his once friend to sense it, but with the system boosting his abilities, he could tell Bakugo was nowhere in this room. Of course, that didn't mean they wouldn't meet during the practical exam. With a quirk, a B rank, and a battle mage role, he was essentially where Bakugo was in terms of strength. It wasn't unreasonable to consider he'd be placed in a raiding party with him. Well, you basically haven't. Yorozu countered. You said you were working crazy hard during your last years of high school, so I'd wager you didn't get a proper study session all that time. Izuku held his head in his hands and groaned. Don't go on without me, please, he begged, half-jokingly. There were significant doubts within his own mind about securing a passing grade, but he would have bet all the money he had that Yorozu made it into the school no problem. Yorozu lightly patted him on the back, rubbing her hand in circles, as if comforting someone suffering from nausea. Is he okay? A voice from the row in front of them asked. If he is not, he should leave as to save other testers from distraction. The boy, with a dark blue menere of well-kept hair and glasses that fit his face well, was not glaring or indicating aggression in any way, but Yorozu could feel annoyance coming off of his body. That's a rather callous stance to take, she remarked as Izuku raised his head. I'm fine, just a little nervous, Izuku quickly interjected, sensing a bit of animosity forming. It's callous to care that others are not distracted during such an important moment. Yorozu crossed her arms. It's callous to address the issue in such a way. You could have asked what the problem was and offer solutions before demanding he leaves the room. It's really not that big of a dash. I did check to see if he was okay. If a student of UA cannot handle simple nerves, then they should not be here to begin with. Yorozu scoffed. I'd wager he has more nerve than you. By now Izuku had become as white as a ghost. Really, you two, I'm fine, it's not that big of a dash. Quiet. They both snapped, glaring the other down. The boy squinted for a moment. Do I recognize you? It was apparently Yorozu's turn to become nervous, because she quickly answered no with a shake of her head and sat down. No. I'm sure I recognize you. Though you've obviously grown, I remember seeing an article regarding the Yorozu's heir. A girl with hair like yours, even your ponytail looks familiar. Izuku's nerves of the test vanished, and were replaced by nerves of this boy. Igris could sense it. All of the shadows could. Lurking within his darkness, they were ready to jump out and snap the boy's neck. Izuku himself was ready to throw down. The recognition seemed natural, but the boy's confrontationalism was out of place. Very few people ever managed to actually make Yorozu upset. It wasn't likely that this boy was working for Yorozu's parents, but it was strange that he recognized her so easily, especially considering that he was apparently using an older picture of her as the basis for it. Suddenly, the boy's eyes relaxed. He took a deep breath, held it for a few moments, and let it out. If my brother were here to see me, I'm sure he'd be very disappointed. I didn't realize I was making you both so uncomfortable, he said, referring to their pale faces. May we start anew? I am Tenya Ida. Ida! Izuku practically shouted, his nerves vanishing as he recognized the family name. 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐴𝐸 is your brother. Ida nodded solemnly. He was. Izuku felt like he'd been hit by a shockwave. Was a hero killer is on the loose. I'm so sorry, Ida shrugged. He will never be a hero again, but he will live. Izuku let out a pent-up breath. Oh, I thought he had died. No, Ida shook his head. My apologies, I meant that he was once 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐴𝐸. He is no longer that. His spine. The boy seemingly caught up with his thoughts and gave a light rub of his temples. Sorry. I do not mean to bestow my hardships upon you. This has been a rather odd introduction. He held out his hand to shake, which Izuku took, introducing himself. But when he offered the same hand to Yorozu, she merely gave her name. I will work to correct this awkward atmosphere I have created. Perhaps we will have time to become acquainted if we get put into the same class. Yeah. Izuku agreed, worried about Yorozu's shaking hands. Once more, the roles had reversed. Izuku felt like his soul had left his body. Meanwhile, Yorozu looked refreshed by the mental challenge. Apparently, exams did wonders for her mental health. The pair just couldn't seem to sync up. I did it, Kay, go on without me, he muttered to his brilliant sister, prepared to let his soul slip into the afterlife. Hello everybody. Izuku sat bolt upright in his chair, his soul scared back into its fleshy encasing by the raucous blonde man who had dramatically entered the exam hall. Welcome to the practical portion of your entrance exam. Anyone who was already exhausted by the exam, like Izuku, immediately snapped to awareness. The UA faculty member, who had hair taller than some toddlers, adjusted his volume now that he had the room's attention. With their bleeding ears directed at him, praying for a softer voice the next time his mouth opened, they waited with bated breath. Let's not waste any time. He shouted, albeit at a slightly lower decibel. I'm present MIC, one of the faculty. You'll be put into groups of 10 based on your rankings assigned by the Hero Safety Commission. Each group will be assigned a faculty member to observe. You will then be tasked with defeating a gate that is one rank lower than your group's assigned ranking for safety reasons. The massive screen behind him lit up with a list of bullet points. Efficiency, tactics, cooperation, and individual power sets will be deterministic in setting your scores. Remember, being a hero is more than just your own strength. Don't think you can win a place at UA by charging headfirst into the gate to claim more points. This is not a game. It's life or death, and the citizens of Japan depend on you to realize it as such and work together. The man deftly glanced at a note card that was hidden in the sleeve of his leather jacket. Unfortunately for him, he fumbled, accidentally dropping the card, which he was forced to pick up to skim over. Looks like that's all, folks. As you leave, your ID will be scanned and you'll receive a group number. Good luck and good hunting to you all. Now this is something I can do, Izuku said, standing along with the rest of the room. It'd be nice if we got placed together, Yorozu said hopefully. However, by this point in time, she was essentially a high A rank, if not an S rank. With her evolved quirk and baseline awakened power, she was stronger than Izuku without his shadows. Izuku didn't mention this to her, instead nodding in agreement. When they reached the exit to the hall, There were several men and women ready with scanners and clip-on tags so that each group could identify each other. "It looks like you'll be in group B5, the lady told Izuku, handing him back his ID. A7. Yorozu regrettably reported to him as they marched outside. They could see several faculty members holding up signs with their group numbers on them. Izuku clicked his tongue in annoyance. It wasn't that he needed Yorozu for a raid, it was simply the fact that they had worked together already. They knew what the other was capable of, and they knew each other's secrets. It was just convenient. "Well then, I guess we'll just have to do our best here, so that we get to work together at UA," Izuku said, putting on a smile for his partner. She returned it. "Meet up at that cafe by your place when we're done." Izuku nodded. "See YA there." The two separated, and Izuku walked over to the faculty member holding up B. She was a rather curvaceous woman with long dark hair and bright sky blue eyes. Izuku recognized her immediately. She was one of the most recognizable heroes in Japan. Not because she was high on the hero rankings, but because she was frequently shown on TV in her promiscuous outfit. The R-rated hero, Midnight. Izuku's love of heroes saw past the DMNTX-styled body armor she wore and instead was focusing on her unique quirk. Most quirks tended to be one of two things. Either they outright hurt or killed villains, or they assisted their party members. Very few quirks were actually non-lethal, like the sleep-inducing gas that Midnight could exude from her bare skin. Even though the woman wore armor like most pro-heroes, there were several parts of it that could be torn away to expose her skin. And really, the armor was thinner than most. It was clear the woman wanted to show off her SXL nature. "Izuku Midoriya," Midnight slurred out through honey-coated words. "I've heard quite a bit about you from Nejiya-chan. She seems quite interested in you." Izuku couldn't help the furious red blush that crossed his face. The woman was basically right up against him, whispering into his ear. Thankfully, there was someone to come to his rescue by redirecting Midnight. "Hey, how about giving the rest of us some love?" The boy, around Izuku's age and height, had shock blonde hair, with a streak of black running through it in the shape of a lightning bolt. "Oh, such vigor. Youth is such a turn-on." As she stepped away, Izuku was finally allowed to let out a breath. "She's weird," Izuku yipped, jumping away from the voice that appeared beside him. He had been so distracted by Midnight that he hadn't noticed the girl approaching. Just a little shorter than him, with black hair, black eyes, and a face that betrayed no emotion. She was the epitome of cold beauty. Yeah, she is," Izuku agreed. "I'm Yui Kodai," she said, bowing, still completely blank-faced. Izuku returned the bow, introducing himself as well. "Quite the rowdy bunch we got here." Another girl, Setsuna Tokuge, shouted, joining the fray. "It's quite the chaotic day, isn't it?" Ida said, appearing in front of Izuku. "I suppose we'll be working together." In the end, Izuku's team, made up of 9 others, included Yui Kodai, Setsuna Tokuge, Tenya Ida, Itsuka Kendo, Tetsu, Kyoka Jiro, Ejiro Kirishima, Ochiko Uraraka, and Denki Kaminari, the boy with blonde hair who had saved him from Midnight. Izuku sighed in relief that Bakugo wasn't in his raiding group. The two of them definitely would have bashed heads during the entrance exam and screwed something up along the way. "Since our Seki party is rated at a low A rank in total, we'll be handling a low B rank gate raid," Midnight announced, leading the group onto a nearby bus. "I will not be interfering unless your life is in danger. You cannot ask me for tips on clearing the dungeon, or fighting its villains. In other words, pretend I'm not there." She opened a compartment at the back of the bus, revealing armor and weapons, stored before the exams had begun. "In that case," Ida began, "we should get a head start while we still have a chance. I am a front-row DPS with a speed-enhancing quirk." Ida rolled up his breathes to attach some greaves to his legs. They had holes cut out in the back to allow for strange muffler-looking objects to peek through. Apparently Ida's quirk basically put engines in his legs. "Tank!" Both Kirishima and Tetsu shouted out in unison, activating their quirks at the same time. Kirishima's skin became like rock, and Tetsu's like steel. Jiro and Setsuna were both scouts, and Uraraka was a support type. which left Izuku, Kaminari, Kendo, and Ida as the DPSs. Yi herself said that she was a special case who could play DPS or support, so they decided that they would play it by ear with her role. As soon as they began their discussion, Izuku noticed Midnight scribbling something down on a clipboard. It was their scoring sheet. Thank God for Ida. Apparently we got some early points. No armor. Ida asked Izuku before squinting, do you even have a weapon? Thankfully, the crystalline armor that Izuku was wearing was invisible to the naked eye, while still protecting him and giving him its benefits. Izuku pulled back his sleeves, revealing the razor-sharp claws of his crystal crusher gauntlets. No armor, but I do have my weapons. Ida was taken aback. Where did those come from? Izuku feigned ignorance. From the storage unit on the bus. Oh, I see. Any special abilities we should know about? Some basic elemental control. It's my quirk. That should come in handy. Whilst everyone else was decked out in expensive armor and holding powerful magical weapons, Izuku had nothing more than his hoodie and gauntlets. He looked extensively out of place. Out of place aside from Uraraka, who had little more than a few artifacts to enhance her magic recovery and effectiveness. Even then, they looked extremely low-grade. For once, Izuku wasn't the least equipped in a party. For someone like Ida or Izuku, armor was less of a concern. Not only did they have tanks on the front lines, but they were incredibly quick. Izuku had armor of course, but it was part of the system. It was as durable as any other armor, but it was even lighter than most armors. Even Yui and Gyro had armor on, as well as Kaminari, who was a ranged DPS. And Setsuna had interlocking scale armor, which was lacking defense, but according to her, her quirk allowed her to dodge attacks easily or even regenerate. Uraraka seemingly had nothing close to that. Her quirk could make things weightless, and she had some basic healing magic, but that was it. In the event of a surprise attack, or a villain getting through the front lines, she was toast. So Izuku, whilst the others were distracted, opened his store page. They couldn't see it obviously, but he wanted to make sure they didn't see him scrolling through, muttering to the open air. Although, I suppose I mutter to myself regardless of the system. Whatever. Izuku's balance stood at 1,233,984 gold pieces. It sounded like a lot, but it was barely enough to afford a B-rank item. He debated on getting a lower-ranked item, but realized that it would be a horrible thing to give Uraraka something weaker and regret it. So spending nearly all of his gold, he retrieved a B-rank item from the shop, Ace's cloak. The cloak was a silvery white, made up of metal strands that could harden at the point of an attack, offering excellent protection despite being no heavier than a standard leather cloak. It also gave a boost to mana recovery. Izuku had spent a lot of his life being poor. He knew the signs. An older phone, clothing that didn't fit perfectly, and of course, her lacking defenses. And these days, he had a little extra to spare. Here, a support role needs something to protect them, Izuku said, standing to hand the cloak to the girl. Her wide eyes and bob-cut hair gave her a very innocent appearance, which only grew when she recognized what Izuku was offering her. And no, I can't take that, that's way too expensive, I can't. Ida rested a hand on her shoulder. He clearly brought something of this sort along in case someone else needed it. It does not fit the fighting style he has described to us. You should take it. Izuku gave Ida a nod of thanks. There's more to this guy than I thought. Well, if you're sure. Izuku nodded. Totally sure. I've heard too many stories of supports getting attacked in the back row. Ambushes like that are not necessarily common, but not rare either, Ida chimed in. It is important that the front line knows that their supports can take care of themselves, or buy time. Healers are incredibly important. With the two boys giving their opinions, Uraraka was finally convinced to take the cloak from Izuku. Wow, it's so light. Izuku explained its abilities, and he could tell Uraraka wanted to hand it back, fearing it was too valuable. Its purpose is to be damaged. Here. She looked up in confusion at his sudden statement. Don't try to keep it from getting damaged. Prioritize yourself over it. It's meant to be slashed at and torn up. I know you want to preserve it because you think it's expensive, but if you do so, you'll be foregoing its only meaning in life. Izuku was worried that if she saw an arrow flying for her, she might try to keep the cloak safe before she herself was concerned with her own safety. Uraraka clutched the light armor tightly in her hands, realizing that if she didn't truly use it, as Izuku said, then she'd be shunning the meaning of his generosity. And with that, she pulled it over herself. In some ways, it was better than other armors. Not only did it alone cover most of her body, but it allowed for a lot more flexibility and movement. I'll make sure it won't go to waste. Izuku cringed inwardly at that, an image of her charging into a monster to make use of the cloak. Don't try to get hurt, okay? Of course. We're here. Midnight announced, pulling up to the alleyway that separated two office buildings. In that gap, floated a swirling blue gate of energy, surrounded by safety commission agents. This is an exam, but remember, it is life or death, she said, echoing President MIC's words. We haven't had a student death during the exam in over 15 years, but that doesn't mean I'll be able to save you from anything. Take this seriously. They all nodded, some, like Izuku, who recognized the gravity of her words, with solemn faces. Others, like Kaminari, nodded with cocky grins. Then let's begin. She marched out of the bus, gathering a few glances from the pedestrians on the sidewalk and the hero safety agents. Both of the agents were female, but that clearly didn't matter, because they were trying as hard as anyone else not to stare at her body. Midnight quickly flashed her ID badge, and thankfully nothing else, at the agents, and the students did the same. Without another word, they were let through and were allowed to gather around the portal. I'll go first, Kirishima and Tetsu said, overlapping their voices. Kendo, a redhead wearing some sort of martial artist armor, crossed her arms. Do we really need to be careful about who goes in first? I saw an entire raid party get cut up by a single trap. I only survived because I was the last person inside, Izuku explained. It wasn't a fair comparison, as that gate was rather special. Regardless, it was important to take every last action seriously when it came to raiding. Ida nodded. Activate your quirks and go in. We'll wait a few seconds, and if you're not back, we'll follow. The two tanks did exactly that, marching through with all the confidence of All Might himself. Ida silently counted for a few seconds before following. Izuku was right behind him. Oh man, I hate the snow. Tetsu shouted just as Izuku came through. The surroundings, unlike most gates, were actually quite appealing. The gate placed them in a large snowy clearing, surrounded by gigantic, majestic trees covered in a layer of white. If it hadn't been snowing so hard, it would have been the most inviting dungeon layout Izuku had ever seen. Oh, I love the cold, Midnight remarked. It does wonders for my complexion. She shivered as the harsh weather pierced her rather thin coverings. But that only seemed to invigorate her. Izuku was worried about her getting frostbite, but awakened humans had an easier time in difficult environments, so she'd probably be okay. This is really open for a dungeon, isn't it? Uraraka asked. Yeah, it's not often you get a gate that doesn't have clear paths, Izuku responded. They're usually a maze of sorts though, so it's not all that different from an open space. No clear direction. So then which way should we dash? A crystalline cracking sound, like water freezing, stopped Kirishima in his tracks. But it didn't come from the forest, it came from behind them. Just as Gyro, the last person through the gate, came through into the forest, the rift in reality froze in air. The energy froze into a crystal shape, the exit becoming a solid form. Izuku rushed past his team, slamming his gauntlets against the gate with all his might. The shockwave echoed out, buffeting against Gyro. But the wall didn't budge. The hell? She shouted. I'd rather fail than not try it at all, he said, scowling at the gate. What? What's going on? Kendo asked, her ponytail whipping around as she looked for an answer, freezing when she caught sight of Midnight's pale face. It's a recursive gate, Ida answered. Not only will it keep us from leaving, but it means that this isn't the true dungeon. What? After we defeat the boss in this dungeon, another gate will appear. Only after we clear that gate as well can we leave. Izuku silently directed his thoughts at Igris, hiding in his shadow, asking if he could break through the gate. He could feel the knight shake his head. See, can't we just wait it out? Like a red gate? Uraraka asked, wrapping her new cloak tighter around herself. Midnight shook her head. The gate will only open if we defeat both bosses. Or if we all die, Yui acknowledged, still apathetic, even in the face of such odds. Well, we can clear 2 low B rank gates, right? With enough time we're not dealing with B ranks anymore. Izuku said. This gate is an A rank at least. I can feel it. But the second gate, it could be even stronger. What rotten luck, Izuku thought to himself. I'll probably have to expose the shadows to keep everyone alive. For now, there'll be an emergency backup. If the villains in this gate are intelligent, I don't want them knowing my strength so early on. He ordered the shadows to stand ready. If they needed to expose themselves to save someone's life, then they had permission to act on their own volition. Damn it, Midnight clenched her jaw. Okay, this is no longer an exam. I'll take the lead, don't dash. She froze up, her instincts reacting to something coming from the depths of the foliage. Izuku and Ida blurred through the air, their arms and legs, respectively, lunging to sweep the arrows of ice away from their allies. Izuku came to a stop right in front of Midnight, his gauntlet crushing an arrow just moments away from piercing her skull. Ida, meanwhile, fell to the ground, one of his legs run through by the projectile. He had just narrowly kept Kaminari's heart safe at his own expense. Kirishima rushed to his defense, prepared for a second volley, whilst others gathered behind Tetsu. But the second volley didn't hit home, because Izuku swept his hand in front of the group, creating a thin sheet of ice with his Omni-Element gem. It wasn't much cover, in fact, the arrows could have pierced it entirely. Then Yui stepped in. Pressing her hands against the thin sheet, she activated her quirk, enlarging it until it was several feet thick. Just in time for arrows to thunk into it and lodge in place. Nice, Kaminari commented, crouching over Ida, his hands crackling with electricity, ready to defend him if needed. Ida himself was gripping the arrow, snapping it in half and pulling out the arrow tip that was peeking out the other end of his flesh. As soon as he did so, muffling pained groans, Uraraka got to work healing it with her awakened powers. All right, let's. Setsuna looked around in confusion. Hey, where'd Midoriya go? Skill, Stealth has been activated. Izuku blurred across the snowy terrain, charging headfirst into the trees where the arrows had come from, where his sense stat told him the enemies were waiting. Once there, he could see pale blue figures leaping from branch to branch, moving to get a better angle on the rest of Izuku's party. Not a chance, he muttered, predicting the lead figure's next jump. Tensing his legs, he leapt straight up, disabling stealth as he did so. He didn't want to unnecessarily spend mana after all. At the apex of his jump, he came face to face with their attackers, a group of ice elves. Izuku's hand snapped out, the rigid crystalline gauntlets wrapping around the lead archer's throat. Suddenly weighed down, the elf came crashing to the snow floor alongside Izuku. Or at least, he would have if Izuku hadn't been holding him up still. The elf dropped his bow, scrabbling at his throat, trying to pry away Izuku's grasp. What's your name? Why are you attacking us? Not with the breath, breathe. He strained out, pure malice in his eyes. Fine, Izuku said, snapping the elf's neck with a sickening crack. You have leveled up. I can't afford to be too nice here, he sighed, scooping up the ice arrows from the dead elf's quiver. It's not just my own life on the line anymore. This was a seriously dangerous gate. If they died, it would break open instantly, spilling into the streets and killing an untold number of innocents. Even if there were heroes ready on the other side, they might not be ready. Izuku wasn't just protecting his team, but those beyond the boundaries of this pocket dimension. He flicked his wrists, sending the dozen or so arrows scattering through the branches, instantly killing 5 of the remaining 12 archers, and wounding a further. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. With only 4 of the archers remaining at full strength, with the other 3 barely able to even draw their bows, they attempted to flee. And Izuku, for a moment, considered letting them. Their fear was something he'd seen many times before, reflected on his own face, or that of Yorozu's. Sorry, he muttered, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. The 7 fleeing archers burst into flames. Not nearly enough to kill them. In fact, flames so weak probably didn't even hurt them, but as creatures of such a domain, fire was their greatest fear. It sent them tumbling from the tree branches in a panic, batting at their clothes and skin in a panic as the surrounding snow melted. Izuku could have incinerated them instantly, however, he was fearful of putting too much power into any one attack. With his new armor bonuses, he was capable of a lot more, for sure. But this was a dungeon inside of a dungeon. It was important to conserve resources wherever possible. This was a battle of endurance. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired item, Everfrost Bow. The remaining 7 elves were too busy putting out their flames to put up a fight, and Izuku easily skewered them with the claws at the end of his gauntlets. He now had their souls, and judging by the shadow save counter, he could raise more undead servants. It seemed to be tied to his level, possibly his intelligence, since that was his magical stat. He now had 50 slots open, with only 30 of them being taken. He could fill a good portion of those with the 13 ice elf archers he had taken, but he wasn't sure if commanding them to arise could be done in any manner that wasn't dramatic. He didn't want masses of darkness swirling about like in the job change dungeon, it was just too risky. Izuku let out a heavy breath. He hadn't exerted all that much energy, but going from relaxed to battle-ready got his BLD pumping like nothing else. However, his sense stat told him that nothing else was nearby. He stashed the new weapon in his inventory, promising to look at it later as he walked back into the clearing, where his party was just beginning to recover. It wasn't that they were slow, it was just that Izuku was fast. Before Ida, the only one to rival Izuku's speed, had been healed, the battle was over. "Hey! You can't just run off like that without giving us a heads up." Kendo shouted at him as he strolled back into the cover of the ice wall. Izuku winced, realizing that he hadn't said a single thing before vanishing. He was still getting used to working with others. In the past he'd either been a worthless weakling to be ignored or left behind, or he'd been strong enough to handle everything himself. Yorozu was the first time he'd really, truly, worked with someone. Sorry. Ida was hurt and I didn't want to give the archers the time to reposition themselves." Kendo's eyebrow shot up. "Killed them already?" "All 13 of them. I didn't sense anything else." "Oh man. We didn't even get to do anything." Kaminari bemoaned. "I'm sure we'll all get our chance," Ida remarked, standing once more on his healed leg. "There's a few groups of enemies a couple of kilometers out," Gyro said, her palm against the snowy terrain. Her quirk allowed her more subtle control of sonic-based magics, making her an excellent source of information. "Otherwise, he's right, there's nothing else in the woods." "You work quick," Midnight remarked with a light smile. The arrow had gotten remarkably close to her forehead, but she seemed back to normal now that the revelation of a recursive gate had worn off. "None of you children signed up for this, so I understand if no offense Miss Midnight," Kirishima interrupted. "But we actually did sign up for this," Tetsu finished. "Whether it was now or in the future, we knew we were putting our lives on the line," Kendo added. "Besides, now more than ever, everyone needs to be working in unison," their unofficial team leader, Ida, said. Midnight gave a light of excitement. Such tenacity makes me feel warm even in all of this cold." "You're still weird though," Yu remarked. Izuku grinned in spite of the situation. After all of those years of raiding with parties, this was his first time feeling like he was actually part of one. "You said there were several groups of enemies?" he asked Gyro, to which she nodded. "Then let's go hunting." Izuku Midoriya, level 56 strength, 130 plus 5 vitality, 120 plus 25 agility, 195 plus 45 intelligence, 117 plus 5 sense, 102 plus 25 available points, 0 mana, 2402, 2902 HP, 5712. 5712. The ranking of a hero is the cornerstone of society. Without one, they cannot safely be assigned to raids by the Hero Safety Commission, nor can they use the Hero app to find individual parties looking for additional members. Ranking is determined by many things, but it can only be measured by a scant few. Villain cores, melted down and reforged into an artifact, are the most common way to be measured. Typically these come in the appearance of a sphere or spheroid shape. By passing their magic through the artifact, heroes can send an accurate measurement to hero safety commission systems, as the artifact isolates and refines the hero's magic from other contaminants in the air. For heroes without quirks, magical capacity measurements are the singular test needed to evaluate their rankings. Said magic can also be used to identify a hero's role. Some of the roles, as established by the Commission, are as follows. Tank. A tank's magic is typically very dense, allowing them to absorb more damage. They have great synergies with heavy armor, weapons, and shields as their magic provides them a good deal of muscle mass. Healer. A healer is a support-type hero. Their magic is often assessed by commission systems as highly dispersed. This may read as weak. However, a healer's magic works by dispelling the magic signature of villains before the magic particles recondense to pull organic material back together and close the wound. Just like mags, healers can be in possession of more than healing magic, even if it is not as strong as their healing abilities. Scout. Scouts are often support-type heroes, as their magic particles tend to move the fastest, allowing them great agility. However, scouts may also be assigned a DPS-type assessment depending on the concentration of their magic. Mage. Typically mages have the most magic particles, making them easy to identify. They are given backline DPS assignments usually. While they have the most particles, they are not inherently stronger than, say, a tank or swordsman. As they condense these magic particles into very dense particle clouds to create attacks, their magic counts are inflated and have to be accounted for. Some mags can have magic similar to healers or enhancements, but it is rarely strong enough to do more than close some scratches. Swordsman. The most common role. Swordsmen have nothing special in terms of their magic particle qualities. By gathering magic in their bodies or on their weapons, they have superhuman abilities. See page 2 for more hero roles. Ranking, for standard heroes, is determined by an equation. M2B2CSM magic particle amount B body mass as to calculate how far the particles have to disperse C concentration of magic particles. This determines how much energy each particle holds as the speed at which the particles move. This equation allows for rankings to equate for high or low versions of any given ranking. See page 2 for the exact equation values associated with each ranking. The ranking scale works exponentially, with each further ranking being many multiples of the last. Strength-wise, the rankings are as follows. Note 1. Physical strength can vary depending on the role of the hero. These are the averages and not an accurate assessment of all heroes. Note 2. While some superhuman athletes may be able to keep up with E ranks physically, they do not have the magical energy needed to injure a villain. E rank. At their very weakest, E ranks are still exceptionally superhuman. They can lift many times what a pro-athlete human can, and their skin is far denser. An E rank can comfortably punch concrete, and only have some light abrasions. The average E rank can lift a weight equal to 3,500 pounds comfortably. This is short of being able to lift a car above their heads. Note, the heaviest thing ever lifted by a human was around 6,000 pounds, however they could not lift it for long, unlike an E rank with their power. Their punch is around 1,500 pounds of force. Punches of that force can easily break bones. The average punch of an elite boxer being 1,000 pounds of force. They can run around 45 miles per hour at a sprint. Their reaction time is 0.1 seconds, equal to the best reaction times of humanity. D rank. This is the rank at which all other humans fall behind. While some humans could theoretically match an E rank, D rank's weight and speed records have not been broken by any normal human. They can lift around 8,000 pounds, nearly enough to lift the weight of an elephant. Their punch force is around 4,500. A punch of this nature would be fatal to a normal human. They can run about 90 miles per hour, and their reaction time is 0.5 seconds, allowing them to enter a state of focus so that a battle with an equally fast opponent appears to be at normal human speed. C rank. This is where true superhuman abilities begin to manifest. C ranks can lift 30,000 pounds, the weight of some fighter jets. Their punching weight is 12,000 pounds, more than enough to shatter a tree into a million pieces with one punch. They can run at nearly 220 miles per hour and have a reaction time of 0.005 seconds. B ranks. At a B ranking, it becomes nigh impossible for human instruments to truly measure their upper limits. An average B rank is estimated to be able to take down a small office building with his bare hands, though the process would take some time. A ranks are highly valued amongst governments. They are stronger than B ranks, but far more common than S ranks or higher. Could level several buildings without breaking a sweat. Equivalent to an army of E, D, and C ranks. S ranks, city-level destroyers. Impossible to accurately measure. S ranks tend to be the most well-known heroes, as they are not hidden away by their governments, and are generally the strongest of heroes without quirks. XS ranks. The true strength of the XS ranks is a closely guarded secret in their respective countries. The only thing known about XS ranks is that they must have a strong quirk as well as S rank base strength to qualify for this ranking. National ranks. The true strength of the national ranks is a closely guarded secret in their respective countries. Whilst figures like Thomas Andre or All Might are very public, they have reportedly not shown their true might since 𝐭𝐸𝐻's appearance. Continued on page 2, 15 targets up ahead, Gyro reported. Looks like bears of some kind, Setsuna confirmed. In a somewhat disturbing fashion, half of her face was missing. Her quirk allowed her to separate parts of her body and control them telekinetically. All right. Kaminari punched his palm, cracking his knuckles. Then let's get down to dash. No, Midnight cut him short. This is a battle of stamina. We're going to take each conflict slowly and carefully. She then looked to Izuku. Can you make a hollow sphere of ice? Yeah, but what will? Izuku's face lit up. Oh, that's brilliant. Ever so carefully, he wove his gauntlets around a single point in space, creating a thin sphere of crystal clear ice. What's going on? You guys have your own language now or something? Kaminari asked, to which Gyro slapped him on the shoulder. Oh, what was that for? It's a gas bomb, genius. With the sphere completed, Izuku left a tiny hole at the top, which Midnight stuck her finger through. Though she could tear away parts of her skin-tight bodysuit to release massive amounts of the gas, she could also output it from anywhere on her skin. As such, she began to fill the icy container with the pale purple mist, allowing it to build and build until the sphere was close to bursting from the pressure. Midnight withdrew her finger and Izuku closed the hole as fast as possible. Once they were sure it was ready, Izuku handed it to Setsuna, who grinned mischievously now that her body parts were back. Her right hand detached from her body, taking hold of the makeshift gas grenade and weaving through the forest. Are we gonna do this for every single villain we come into contact with? Kaminari asked, crossing his arms, clearly impatient. It's a sound strategy that, in the event of failure, still causes some chaos and confusion amongst our enemy. Yeah, but what if the wind blows the gas towards us? We're gonna get knocked out too. Or we have to wait for the gas to dissipate before fighting the villains. Kaminari pointed out, to which everyone stared at him with wide eyes. What? You just said something smart, Gyro murmured in disbelief. Kaminari rolled his eyes before smirking. I'm always smart when it comes to the qualities of appealing women, he said, winking at Midnight. It's a crime that you are legally considered an adult, Gyro muttered under her breath. I'm in position, Setsuna interrupted. Through her eyes, she was just a few meters away from the ice bear clearing. Some were resting, but others were up and about. If she wasn't careful, they'd spot her before she could crush the sphere. Do it, Ida commanded. Izuku, through his sense stat, felt her floating hand rush into the center of the pact and crush the thin sphere of ice. Thanks to the built-up pressure, the gas exploded outwards, instantly enveloping the white fur with the pale purple smoke. He didn't need superhuman hearing to catch their rage-filled roars, however. Good, Midnight purred, in her role as a seducer. The more they roar, the more they inhale. True to her word, within moments, the cries faded. Midnight, physically, was a pretty weak hero. B, maybe even C rank at worst. However, despite that, she frequently participated in A rank gates. It was all because of her quirk. Most villains had some sort of resistance to status effects, making it hard for mags to properly debuff their enemies. But Midnight's quirk seemed to bypass most protections that villains had. She could put entire boss rooms to sleep, including the boss villain itself, something that was unheard of up until then. Of course, like with any strategy, there were downsides. Her quirk wasn't smart in its targeting, and it could put other heroes to sleep if they weren't careful. And if a villain was intelligent enough to sense the danger the gas represented, they could use magic to blow it away, or simply avoid it to the best of their abilities. But since Midnight fought as a support hero in parties, these outcomes rarely affected her efficiency. So far, the only thing that was uncertain was if she could put S ranks to sleep. It had yet to be tested. How long do we have to wait for the gas to dissipate? Kendo asked. Not long, Izuku responded, stepping up and walking towards the clearing where the purple mist was spreading from. He raised his gauntlets and focused on creating a small twister. Since it was no stronger than a breeze, it didn't take much mana out of Izuku. The mist funneled into the twister, which Izuku then directed upwards, causing the gas to dissipate in the snowy atmosphere. It was thinned out so that it wouldn't come back down and catch them all unaware. The Omni-Elemental gem was really putting in a lot of work. And beneath the shroud of anesthetic gas was a pack of ice bears with their tongues hanging out of their mouths. They were out cold. Let's harvest their pelts, Ida suggested. Even awakened humans could end up succumbing to the elements after long enough, and there was no telling how long they'd be in the gate. Miss Midnight? Izuku asked, having the same thought as Ida regarding the length of their stay in the gate. Does a recursive gate work like a red gate? Like with time dilation? Midnight nodded. The conversion is about the same. 1 day in here is around an hour in the real world. Thank God for that. Kaminari shouted, discharging a lightning bolt from his fingertip straight into the skull of an ice bear, exploding it into a red goopy mess. You have leveled up. Izuku was too busy cringing at the violence to notice his increase in levels. It was one thing to kill a villain trying to kill you, but killing something when they were asleep. It just didn't sit right with him. Midnight rested a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Why don't you let them handle this? I'm sure they're a little antsy. Instead of the strange lust or frenetic gazes, Izuku only saw the warm understanding that could only come from a mother. It reminded him of the aching in his heart, the absence of his own mother. This is the job of a hero, isn't it? He muttered, the others marching on to kill the sleeping bears. Midnight shook her head. There's no shame in what you feel. The only thing that matters is that you protect what's important when the going gets tough. Trust me, I know the guilt that comes with this power. It's not a bad thing. Izuku let out a heavy sigh. Thank you, it's what I'm here for, she said, reminding Izuku that she was, in fact, a member of the UA faculty. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. In addition to the 3 levels he earned from his party members killing the bears, Izuku also got their souls. There was no official party system, it seemed, but the system itself still recognized his contribution to killing the bears. At least that's what Izuku assumed. And it seemed like no one else was gaining any strength from the killings, so the system's growth was still his alone. Once the others were done putting the ice bears to sleep for good, they skinned the creatures, cleaning off the pelts and fashioning them into coats. Uraraka took to the job with ease, another sign of poverty that Izuku himself was used to. She knew her way around fabric, better than he did, that was for sure. Well, it doesn't make up for this, Uraraka said, brushing her fingers against the silver cloak, but here you go. She smiled, handing him the first of the fur coats. Izuku wrapped it around himself, happy to have a little more insulation from the cold. Thank you. Once everyone was dressed, Ida turned to Gyro. Where's the next pack? You have leveled up. 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 With Izuku, Midnight, Setsuna, and Gyro working in sync, there hadn't been a single mishap so far. They'd cleared about 80% of the gate's villains so far. They feasted on ice bear meat, which was actually quite tender and juicy when cooked properly, and so far they had only taken a few breaks for rest, with alternating shifts so that some of them could catch some sleep. It was hard to keep track of time, since it seemed like there was no day-night cycle, only endless cloudy skies raining down snow upon them, but by their estimation it had only been 2 days. The ease by which they had taken out the ice bear population had put them all at ease, or at least, almost all of them. Izuku was still worried about the elves. They had only encountered the handful at the start of the raid. It was odd for a gate to have such little diversity, and judging by Setsuna and Gyro's scouting, ice bears were the only villains left. He couldn't sense anything else himself, so he left it alone, but he got the feeling that there was more to this snowy landscape. Izuku Midoriya, level, 65 strength, 148 plus 5 vitality, 138 plus 25 agility, 213 plus 45 intelligence, 126 plus 5 sense, 111 plus 25 available points, 0 mana, 4201, 4201 HP, 6012. 6012 Izuku was currently alone on the night watch. Kaminari was supposed to stay up with him, but he fell asleep just half an hour in. Izuku was fine with it, because it gave him the chance to let his shadows out to patrol the area and to look at his stats. I'm not crazy, right? Izuku asked Igris, who was standing by Izuku's side. After playing around with the Shadow Monarch powers, Izuku figured out that he could recall all of his shadows within an instant, seamlessly and stealthily, so he wasn't too worried about having them out. Igris shook his head. There's more than just bears out here. You haven't found anything. Igris again shook his head, then stopped and raised one hand flat in a SSO gesture. He pointed to Izuku, then the bear pelt he was wearing. A bear that looks like me. He felt the overwhelming urge to facepalm coming from Igris, but the knight stayed cool and pointed to himself, then Izuku. Oh, you found the pack leader. Igris nodded. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the pack leader is the boss of this gate. We still have another gate to go through, so it could just be an easy start. Igris gave him a look that said, it's never that easy. Izuku chuckled softly, not wrong there. But Izuku's mirth caught in his throat. What was that? He hadn't felt anything magical through his sense stat, rather, it was a soft thump thump thump, coming from far away. Igris and all the other shadows slunk away to hide beneath Izuku's shadow as he yelled. Wake up! What is it? Ida shouted, leaping to his feet, so perfectly awake that Izuku had to wonder if he was even asleep to begin with. I'm not sure. It's either really big footsteps, or small-scale detonations. Why no, Kaminari groaned, pulling himself up, his hair all messy. This is the point in the movie where the T-Rex appears. You dumb SHT. You fell asleep. Gyro shouted, quite literally backhanding him to wake him up quicker. You guys see that? Uraraka asked, looking up into the snowy wind. What? Izuku's eyes widened. Run! Skill, Speed Strike Fire has activated. Izuku scooped up Uraraka and Yui, throwing them over each of his shoulders and sprinting away from the campsite. Ida did the same for Kaminari and Gyro. Setsuna's body split apart and flew away in different pieces. Kirishima and Tetsu were too slow, so they just activated their quirks and braced for impact, with Kendo and Midnight being shielded by them. All of it was just in time for icicles the size of pickup trucks to pepper the area like artillery strikes. They exploded on impact with the ground, sending ice shards scattering like so many pieces of shrapnel. It shredded trees, boulders, and even managed to scratch the two tanks' seemingly invulnerable skin. The barrage seemed to last for minutes, but in reality, the first wave of projectiles landed all at once. It was the shrapnel that made it seem never-ending. It's the pack leader! Izuku shouted. We need a location. Ida skidded to a stop in the snow, setting down Gyro, who slammed her palms into the ground. Her face scrunched up in concentration, and she tilted her head, trying to isolate the sounds. The next wave is coming. Setsuna warned. 15 kilometers in that direction. Gyro shouted, keep them alive. Izuku yelled to Ida. I'm gonna end this. Ida nodded, already ferrying around the team to safer locations. Even from 15 kilometers, this artillery barrage of ice was DMN accurate. Trying to move up on it with the entire team was a complete fantasy. The rule of artillery warfare was to hunker down and wait for the shelling to stop. In this case, it was to hunker down and wait until Izuku could kill them all. Even at the pace of the fastest normal human in the world, a 15-kilometer sprint would have taken nearly half an hour. But Izuku cleared most of it within the first 5 minutes. It was only when he was within 500 meters that the icicles began crashing around him, the pack catching up with his speed. 𝐸𝐵𝐺. The knight emerged from the shadow, speeding through the air like a bullet, drawing his onyx blade from his hip and slashing in a wide arc, carving through the barrage that threatened to rain down on Izuku. By that point, the pack was in view. They looked just like normal ice bears, white fur, ice blue eyes, bodies the size of 2 tanks stacked on top of each other, and claws longer than some people were tall. Aside from that, they had only one major addition. Like 𝐴RCA, they had massive crystals growing out of their backs. These were the platforms from which the icicles grew and were launched at asinine speeds. And all of them seemed to be linked by tendrils of mana, connecting to the lead bear, larger than the rest. Polaris Pack Leader, Rank, a Type, 𝐸𝐵 Role, Miniboss Proficiencies, Long-Range Combat, Tank, Underling Enhancements. Skills: Alpha, Endless Winter, Polar Howitzer Miniboss Hair. Izuku grimaced as they continued launching barrage after barrage over to his team. So there is more to this gate. Then let's not waste time. Arise! 13 Ice Elves LVL1, Elite Grade 47 Ice Bears LVL1, Elite Grade Izuku pulled from his soul list and expanded his shadow army, now capable of 90 individual shadows thanks to his intelligence stat growth. No doubt his raid party would feel the expanding mana, but Izuku could simply brush it off as the battle getting heated. Alongside his 60 new shadows and 𝐸𝐵𝐺, his previous shadows emerged, charging headlong into the front line of the Ice Bears, with Izuku and 𝐸𝐵𝐺 squaring off with the pack leader. Once they stop firing, Ida will head to help. We'll have about 5 minutes from that point. Izuku relayed to 𝐸𝐵𝐺. The knight held up 2 fingers. Hey, you think this will all be over in 2? Then let's go. Izuku skidded to a stop, throwing his arm back like an Olympic athlete about to make a javelin throw, which he basically was. Fire, enhanced with a body of earth, and accelerated with wind. Izuku stacked magic on top of magic as the spear of pure energy appeared in his grasp. And finally, skill, Echo Attack has activated. As Izuku hauled his arm forwards, mentally directing his skill to affect the javelin, 3 blasts of force acted on the attack. The Wind Blast, Izuku's initial throw, and the resounding Echo Attack. It instantly became a Mach 10 missile of pure destruction. But in that brief span of time, just before impact, the Ice Bear rolled forwards, its back facing the magical attack. The shards growing out of it took the brunt of the impact, and instead of the javelin exploding with enough energy to decimate its body, the magic was redirected. The crystals shattered, its ability to fire artillery destroyed, and the rest of the energy was directed to its extremities, rather than center mass. Like it was hit with a magic shotgun, all 4 of the pack leader's limbs exploded into gory bits of red paste. That should have been the end of it, but opponent is activating skill, Endless Winter. As if picked up by a magical wind, the shattered crystals swirled around the bear, roughly implanting themselves where the stumps of its legs were. The bear roared in agony as the crystals tore through its flesh, building up thicker and thicker until it had 4 new limbs. At the same time the skill was taking hold, 𝐸𝐵𝐺 was rushing close, his sword millimeters from lopping the villain's head off. Clang! But the sword, which could slice through almost anything, living or otherwise, stopped short, halted by the crystalline limbs. The shone with an eerie blue glow for just a second before exploding with force, impacting 𝐸𝐵𝐺's sword with a ferocity that managed to send the S-rank equivalent shadow skidding back along the snowy terrain, his sword laying in dissolving smoky pieces on the ground. Of course, 𝐸𝐵𝐺 himself wasn't even close to harmed, and he didn't seem all that perturbed by the loss of his sword, but it was clear that this was no ordinary bear. Just like 𝐴RCA, it had been modified by something, pushed to the limits of its body by the crystals. However, unlike 𝐴RCA, those limits were showing. The bear's eyes were growing dulls, its flesh and BLD body falling weak. For the briefest of moments, it had surpassed an S-rank and even broken his weapon, but that moment was over. 𝐸𝐵𝐺's activated skill, BLD Red Blade. With his hand flat, like a karate chop, 𝐸𝐵𝐺 lunged forwards, energy surrounding his fingers and slicing clean through the bear's neck, dropping it to the ground with a heavy thunk. You have leveled up. 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 You have obtained items, Damocle's Sword rank Ice Elemental Enhancement Gem Arctic Steel Material. Alright, let's clean up in the next 30 seconds, 𝐒𝐿 said. As soon as the ice bear had died by Igris's hand, the rest of the artillery from the backlines had ceased altogether. They had more than enough time, but it was better to be safe than sorry in exposing a power like the Shadows. Just as 𝐒𝐿 was about to resurrect the pack leader, Igris approached him, kneeling and dropping the bear's decapitated head at his feet. Thanks. 𝐒𝐿 gave a painful half-grin, but just sighed and handed Igris Damocles. It's not really my thing. The sword was pure white, almost opaque, and was beautifully ornate, with carvings up and down the hilt and crossguard. 𝐒𝐿 wanted to check its specs, but he was on a time crunch. Arise. Polaris Pack Leader 𝐿VL. 1. Night Grade Skills. Alpha, Eternal Winter, and Polar Howitzer, under the influence of Shadow Extraction, have fused into the skill, Sub-Zero Omega. Skill, Sub-Zero Omega. Passive skill, Leader skill. Mana cost. Mana is only consumed when generating ice elemental attacks through this skill description. This skill's abilities affect all other members of the user's species line. If the holder of this skill is buffed, or acquires new skills, they can bestow them upon their species line as well. This skill grants long-range ice elemental attacks in the form of artillery. This skill grants crystalline growths along the user's body to augment their physical abilities. Well, this guy definitely needs a name, 𝐒𝐿 muttered, realizing he was going to become a cornerstone of the Shadow Army. He took a hit from Igris of all things, so, your tank. The massive shadowy bear, larger than before, rushed 𝐒𝐿, stopping just in time to not crush him, but also to get just close enough to nuzzle against him. Hey! Hey! 𝐒𝐿 tried to shout through the mass of inky fur. The others will be here soon. 𝐒𝐿 managed to push tank off and survey the battlefield. It was desolate. Back into the shadows, you guys. As they slunk away, 𝐒𝐿 noticed his previous ice bears were now augmented as well with the same sort of artillery pieces on their backs. Nice to have some range. Just like that, 𝐒𝐿 was standing alone in the snowy fields, surrounded by more than a few ice bear corpses, their warm fur going cold in the harsh climate. By the time Ida showed up, 𝐒𝐿 was taking a breather, sitting on the paws of what was once Tank's body. It seems I owe you a greater apology, Ida gasped out at the sight before him. I was truly wrong when I said you didn't belong, back in the examination hall. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. Out of all the things I've been told, that wasn't much. And you were just looking out for everyone around us. Perhaps. But I would feel wrong if I did not apologize to you and Yorozu. Welp, 𝐒𝐿 slapped his hands on his knees and stood. We still have a problem. What's that? That wasn't the gate boss. You're right, 𝐒𝐿 and Ida spun towards the forest on their left, where a snowy mist was being kicked up, obscuring several horses and their riders from view. But I was very impressed with the way you handled him. The words were crisp, they crackled against the air, and seemed to freeze the world for an instant. Unfortunately, I am not as brutish as that beast. The snow cleared, revealing a royal squadron of ice elves, each decked out in hauntingly gorgeous armor. But none of them mattered to 𝐒𝐿. The only one he cared about was the one speaking. A king of sorts, an ice elf, with power to rival an S-rank, and his eyes, though cold, were burning to kill. How far away are the others? 𝐒𝐿 muttered under his breath to Ida. 2 minutes, maybe. He's at least an S-rank, 𝐒𝐿 said, sizing up the elf king before him. His pale blue lips were curled up into a cocky grin. He made no moves to immediately kill them. Oh, you're good. I was trying to hold back my mana. Ida's ears pricked up at the elf's words. I wish we could understand villains. An open dialogue would buy us time. Only then had 𝐒𝐿 remembered that humans, awakened or not, were incapable of understanding villains most of the time. There were sparse incidents here and there, but outside of 𝐒𝐿, communication was a CRP shoot. Our only shot is midnight, Ida reckoned, but 𝐒𝐿 shook his head. He knows about her quirk. He's been watching us this whole time. There's no way we'll get the chance to hit him with it. The elf's grin only stretched wider at that. How do you know? 𝐒𝐿 gave a slight shake of his head. I could feel something, but I couldn't pin it down. Ice Elf Elder Baruka, rank, S-type, Polaris humanoid role, boss proficiencies, dagger combat, stealth skills, Blizzard's concealment, ice manipulation, Ice King's howl, so he really is S-rank. I might not have a choice here. Igris could probably stand toe-to-toe with him while the rest of us kill the minions. Then we can overwhelm him. Baruka is using skill, Ice King's howl. Alert, skills have been frozen and cannot be used. Come forth, Izuku muttered under his breath. Nothing happened. Shadow extraction cannot be activated whilst under the effects of Ice King's howl. The player's level is not high enough to resist it. Well, I guess we have no Ida was shoved back by Izuku, who held up his hands to block the incoming strike from the Ice Elf's dagger. The impact created a shockwave that cleared the surrounding area of snow entirely, revealing the cold dead weeds underneath their feet from the endless winter. Izuku's forearms felt like pistons straining under the weight of something they weren't designed to handle, screaming from the pressure. Despite the fact that Baruka had stabbed out with his dagger, it felt like Izuku was being hit with the blunt force of a had he not leveled up during the time inside this gate, he would have already been dead, no question. Izuku activated his Omni-Elemental gem, igniting his gauntlets with burning flames. While skills were blocked from activation, it seemed that items could still be used. It was fortunate because the flames caused Baruka to wince and leap back. Like other creatures in this environment, heat was their enemy. I didn't even see him move. Izuku held up his gauntlets like a boxer, still imbued with fire magic. He's got some sort of stealth ability. I'll do my best to take him on. Get rid of the other elves. We don't stand a chance unless we gang up on him. Baruka cackled. You're asking for the help of humans. How pathetic. I expected more from a being like you. A being like me. Does he mean the shadows? Can he sense the system? I was hoping to play with you for a bit, but maybe you're not all that. Baruka slashed his daggers, two curved blades of ice, through the air, creating a wall of ice off to his right. It was just in time to shield his men from a bolt of lightning. But even with Baruka's rank, the lightning, with all the heat and energy contained within the plasma, was able to explode the wall with ease, peppering the villains with ice shards. Izuku took the opportunity to rush forwards, throwing a haymaker at Baruka's head. Still resetting his stance from the dagger swipe, Baruka only had enough time to raise his arm at an awkward angle, using a dagger to block the blow. Despite the blade being thin, it felt like Izuku was punching a brick wall. Even still, the flames of his gauntlet licked past the dagger, singeing Baruka's skin and long flowing white hair. He winced in discomfort, but was swift to kick out at Izuku's stomach, which he narrowly managed to avoid by twisting his body and tucking into a roll. His fast, but not insanely so. Physically, his high A rank, maybe low S rank. But his magic? That's S rank for sure. The only reason Kaminari managed to blow up that ice wall was because Baruka had no time to respond, and because he's weak to heat. Izuku grimaced as he faced off with Baruka once more, sizing each other up. Their exchange had been so quick that Ida hadn't even begun to attack the other elves, who were watching their leader with what looked like apathy. Do they want him to lose? Do they not care? Whatever, this isn't a good scenario, but it's not hopeless. Just gotta hold out for dash, you're not worth my time. Izuku didn't even see the blow coming. A massive pillar of ice shot from the ground at a low angle, smashing into him like a semi-truck, a magical semi-truck. HP, 4312 7121. Izuku couldn't breathe. The wind had been knocked out of him so greatly that all he could do was lay in the freezing cold snow, and try to find any semblance of air. Kill them all, Baruka said to his royal guards, causing them to leap from their horses and charge Ida, Izuku, and the rest of the raid group, now emerging from the forest thicket. They were all A rank. Izuku could have handled one, maybe two, on his own, but they would quickly tear apart his raid team. They wouldn't last much longer, not without shadows, not without. Wait! Izuku shouted, pleading with the royal guards rather than Baruka. Just wait. You can understand me, right? One of the guards, moments away from burying a dagger into Ida's throat, paused, glanced back at Baruka, and said, yes. And you can understand us. You are no normal human. Ida looked to Izuku, You can understand them. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shot back a look that said, save the questions for later. I just want to know one thing. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 extinguished the fire on his gauntlets. Why are you trying to kill us? Our liege demands it of us. Why? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked again, directing the question at Baruka. Baruka just grinned sadistically. All humans need to be killed. If you wish to hand over those vermin, perhaps we will let you live amongst us. Amongst you? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 got the sense that they weren't just talking about their group. We will not let outsiders harm our home, the guard said. Our liege is compelled to kill creatures like you because of what the rulers did to him, but we are not like that. We were born without such shackles. We merely wish to live. Then why must we fight? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cried out, ignoring the strange terminology they used. The elves glanced subtly at Baruka, the evil energy showering off of him, giving 𝐒𝐬𝐽 the whole picture. Elder Baruka, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 respectfully began. We were mistakenly pulled into a situation more dangerous than we were prepared for. All we wish is to leave. Yourself and your people will not be harmed as long as you can help us. Kiful. I am king of this land. I rule it all. It's meat. It's women. Everything. You think I'd stoop low enough to help things like you? One of the royal guards gritted his teeth. My liege, please, you were not like this before. Once upon a time, you would happily accept a deal such as this. These humans are strong, but they are young. Allow them grace. I beg of you. I will never do such a thing. And if you suggest it again, I will slash the throat of your firstborn. The elf paled. Yes, my liege. You can't speak. Like that, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 spat back at Baruka. Not to someone who works under you. Baruka chuckled. He is nothing but beneath me. You have families. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 spoke to the guards, who nodded. And outside of Baruka, you live in peace. Somewhere in here. They didn't nod this time, but their eyes said it all. Then help us free you from 𝐻𝐻. Baruka flicked his daggers, sending another pillar of ice rocketing at 𝐒𝐬𝐽. HP 11-13-71-21. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 coughed up BLD, the crimson spattering melting into the snow. My domain knows peace because of me. My domain is perfect because of me. I will not have you sully it. Nor shall you intrude on my power. Baruka stomped over to 𝐒𝐬𝐽, raising his dagger high, aiming for 𝐒𝐬𝐽's heart, ready to carve it out. He swung down with all of his might, but... Forgive us, one of the guards said, a tear rolling down his cheek as his sword pierced Baruka's side. But we do this, in memory of the symbol you once were for our people. 3 more swords pierced Baruka, then a few arrows. The elf fell to his knees, coughing up purple BLD, mirroring 𝐒𝐬𝐽. The sadistic light in his eyes dulled for a moment. My children, I am forever proud of your resolve. Then, the light in his eyes died completely. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's vision began to darken, his body destroyed by the S-rank elf. He had broken bones, a punctured lung, and a whole host of other issues. He desperately tried to remain conscious. Because if the other elves turned against his party, they'd be done for. But the pain shut down his muscles, his mind, and he simply could not fight against the encroaching darkness any longer. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying. He was the only one who could understand you. A sigh could be heard. I suppose it is not surprising that the rest of you are no different from average mortals. This one is special, no doubt. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 groaned as the words hit his ears. Is everyone? Oh my gosh. The first voice, revealed to 𝐒𝐬𝐽 as Uraraka, rushed to his bedside within the warm log cabin. Are you okay? I need an Advil, but yeah. The others? They're eating at a different building, and some are sleeping. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sat up, his body, though healed, remembered the pain of Baruka's attacks. He looked around the room. There wasn't much. A small desk, the bed, and near the door, there was one of the elves that had been guarding Baruka. I'm sorry. The elf raised an eyebrow, before letting out a small smile. Those were not words I expected. You clearly cared for him. We did, once upon a time. What changed? What did you mean by rulers? The elf opened his mouth, but the only thing to emerge was a static that assaulted Izuku's head. He screamed in pain, clutching at it. Uraraka panicked, but the elf remained calm. There are some things even you cannot yet hear, I suppose. Izuku took a few sharp breaths. Yeah, let's not try that again. All you need to know is that once our liege had passed, another gate opened. I assume that was what you were hoping for. Izuku nodded. I was hoping we could settle it all peacefully. Well, sometimes violence is the only answer. We had lived under his rule for so long that we almost forgot our morality. It took incentive to push us towards this path. He seemed at peace before his soul faded. Perhaps this was the best outcome for us all. I will do what I can to live up to his glory days. You're the new elder. He nodded. Which is why I ask that you leave as soon as possible. My people must begin to mourn and heal. They are uneasy with mortals in our village. And there are some within our settlement who are like Baruka, not nearly as strong, but just as driven to kill you. Thankfully, we have them sequestered away, but it cannot be kept that way forever. I understand. Izuku swung his feet over the bed. We'll depart immediately. The elf nodded. I will lead you to the gate. After gathering up their team, Izuku and the others left the village, with Kirishima and Tetsu waving to a couple of the elves, who shockingly waved back. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen, Midnight uttered. It certainly is. Yui agreed, still as deadpan as ever, but finally in step with Midnight for once. So, Midoriya, have you always been able to communicate with villains? Izuku was dreading this question. He had avoided using his shadows, if only because he had been forced into such a situation, but in saving them all, he had done something else surreal. Not always no, he said, which was the truth. I think it's my quirk. I have better control of mana, so maybe I can understand them because of it. And there was the straight-up lie. He loathed doing so, but there was a limit to who he felt comfortable revealing his past and his secrets to. I don't advertise it because I've had a lot of experiences being different. I don't like it, was all he was willing to say. Ida nodded. Well, it was our salvation. So I do believe it is our responsibility to keep it a secret. The others chimed in, voicing their agreement. It was something Izuku wasn't too afraid of being leaked. Because even if it was leaked through gossip, it wasn't all that incredulous, as compared to his shadows. It was still a big thing, sure, but it wasn't something that would get him hunted down by other heroes to find the source of his power. You hide the real reason. The elf asked. They do not know what you are. Izuku shook his head, curious about the what in his statement, but was hesitant to pry, should he be hit by that same static as before. I see. After some time, the group emerged into the same clearing that Baruka had attacked them in, where a spinning gate waited for them. Take this, the elf said, reaching into his cloak and withdrawing one of Baruka's daggers. Why? The elf smiled wistfully. Just a reminder that there's hope for some coexistence out there in the universe. I think he would have appreciated that. I don't think I deserve it, but, thank you. For everything. I'd forgotten what it was like to talk and have someone listen. Much less in the middle of a battle. This hasn't been a happy day. But I believe it. Has been a good day. Whatever that means. It was something Baruka used to say to us. Izuku returned the bittersweet smile, knowing that somewhere in his shadow, the ice elf Baruka, his shadow already extracted, was watching with pride for his people. Izuku had received Baruka's soul, as well as levels and items, but had waited to look upon anything until he was out of the gate, out of respect for the elves. But he figured the elf would like to see his village one last time, with a clear head, freed from whatever had turned him so evil. Be well, whoever you are, the elf said, turning on his heel before giving one last glance over his shoulder. Midnight sighed, rubbing her temples. All right, well, we're not done yet, folks. We still have one more challenge to conquer. You have received alerts. You have gained 7 levels. You have acquired Baruka's dagger. You have acquired part of a runestone for the skill, Dominator's Touch. Izuku Midoriya, level, 77 strength, 172 plus 5 vitality, 162 plus 25 agility, 234 plus 45 intelligence, 138 plus 5 sense, 123 plus 25 available points, 0 mana, 6123, 6123 HP, 9561. 9561. The second Izuku exited the snowy forest through the gate, he was yanked to the ground by Kirishima, who had entered the portal in front of him. He held a finger up to his lips and pointed. Tetsu was also one of the first through, and he took the responsibility of making sure everyone was quiet when they came through the gate. They were crouched behind a small cliffside, the rock face hiding them and their gate from whatever was around the corner Kirishima was pointing at. Izuku nodded, then delicately crept around the cliff. He wanted to use stealth, but there were already a lot of questions about him. Adding a crazy skill like stealth to those questions was a bit too much. Peeking around the tan stones, Izuku spotted a small camp of sorts. There were a few tents and shoddily built structures here and there, but the main draw was the massive figures crouched around a fire. Easily 10 feet tall, each humanoid had BLD red skin, glowing crimson eyes, and fangs that jutted out from their lower jaw. High Orc, rank, a type, Carius humanoid role, basic foot soldier proficiencies, raw strength, blunt force weapons, teamwork skills. Berserker, environmental resistance. The villains roared in laughter as they tore apart a still-moving creature, struggling to escape their grasp, to no avail. The mess of BLD and guts made it impossible to tell what it had once been. Despite the fire, the orcs didn't even attempt to cook the meat, instead happily slurping up the bloody mess and crunching down on bone like it was potato chips. Izuku got the sense that there would be no talking to these things and coming to a peaceful conclusion. "I've muffled our voices," Gyro said, using her quirk in combination with her awakened sonic magic to create a slight soundproofing. "A rank," Izuku reported. "Fighting them head-on is risky at best." By now, thanks to the system, he was probably approaching A rank himself, if he wasn't already there, so he would be able to handle them fine, but even with the others and all their quirks, they would be in significantly more danger. "Then we stick to the plan," Midnight said, causing Izuku to build another sphere, this time out of very thin stone. It camouflaged better and wouldn't melt in this climate. Speaking of the climate, as Midnight filled the gas bomb, Izuku looked around. The landscape was all stone and barren desert. The sky was a deep orange and not a single cloud occupied it. No trees, no plants, no water to speak of. It was a horrible place to live. "All right, we're good," Midnight reported, causing Izuku to seal off the sphere and hand it to Setsuna. The girl detached her arm and a single eye, weaving it around the cliffside and moving towards the campsite. They'd done it a dozen times before, so their teamwork was seamless, and without so much as a word, Setsuna crushed the stone ball in her hands when she was in position. Rah! High Orcs are activating skill, Berserker. It didn't work, Izuku muttered, subtly withdrawing Baruka's dagger from his inventory. "What do you mean?" "The ice bears roared too," Kaminari pointed out, but Izuku shot Ida a look that said it all. "Prepare for a fight. Tanks get ready. Backline support, give us some space." Item, Cryonic Entropy Item Class, S Item Type, Dagger Attack, plus 300 gem slots, 0 All ice elemental skills and attacks are enhanced by 100% when wielding this dagger and their mana costs are cut in half. "There's no way they know we're back here, let's just pull back," and Kaminari trailed off as a massive shape filled their view, appearing just in front of Tetsu and Kirishima. Izuku didn't waste a moment, raising his gauntlet and shooting out a shard of ice, sharp enough to pierce the flesh of even the High Orcs. But the red-skinned beast just leaned to the side, allowing the ice to stab into his shoulder rather than his heart. He didn't even flinch as the cold spear tore apart his flesh and muscle. He was so unconcerned by the pain that the first punch he threw was even with his injured shoulder. "I got thigh dash," was all Kirishima managed to get out before the orc's fist slammed straight into his temple. He hit the ground so hard you'd have thought he fell from orbit. Thankfully, his quirk had saved him from instant death and unconsciousness, but it was clear that if anyone else took a hit like that, they wouldn't be getting back up. Kaminari let fly a bolt of lightning from his fingers as Tetsu took over Kirishima's position while he recovered. The bolt exploded against the side of the orc's head, sending the scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air, but he still didn't fall. Unlike the ice elves, these orcs were used to the harshest of climates. Heat, nor ice, was a weakness. Skill, Speed Strike Fire has activated. Ida and Izuku rushed forwards at the same time, Izuku swinging his dagger and Ida kicking out with his armored legs. The orc caught Ida's kick moments before it hit, but he was too slow to keep Izuku's dagger from slicing his neck wide open. You have gained 2 levels. But as the body fell, and Izuku landed back on his feet, he was shown a haunting sight. The rest of the orcs, all clutching clubs, maces, and battle axes, staring down at their dead comrade. Not a single one even looked sleepy. Acting on instinct, Izuku swiped his dagger through the air, creating a veritable storm of icicles that shot through the air, spearing half a dozen in fatal areas. But only 3 of them fell down dead, the others not even perturbed by the spears piercing their hearts or other organs. And there were more still that were completely unharmed. You have gained 2 levels. Mana, 5910, 6652. Izuku was stunned. Not by the orc's clear indifference to pain, but by his mana count. Not all that long ago, it would have dropped entirely to 0 using an attack like that. But with the dagger, his new stats, and his armor, it dropped about 700 instead of 6,000. On top of that, it was regenerating far faster than before. Meaning that his elemental attacks were no longer a last-minute trump card, but a viable attack strategy. Now, there was no reason to hold back. Instead of the small ice daggers, Izuku called into existence several 2-meter-long javelins of pure ice above the orcs. And as they rushed to avenge their fallen, Izuku brought the spears down on their heads with scary precision. Split in half from head to PP, they couldn't simply ignore the pain, and they fell into lumps of meat with a sickening thunk. You have gained 3 levels. Mana, 5512, 7512. In leveling up, he even managed to replenish more mana, making it look like the massive attack only cost 400 mana. Phew! Is everyone okay? Kirishima got hit hard, but I think is coming out of it, Tetsu reported as his fellow tank rubbed at his temples to shake off the soreness, helped by Uraraka's healing magic. This isn't good. By now even the basic villains of a gate have surpassed the rest of the team. No doubt the boss villain is going to be a staunch S rank. Just a week ago I wouldn't even fathom taking on something like that. But I do have the shadows. Just so long as my skills don't get negated again. Alert, Shadow Baruka LVL. 1. Elite Knight grade has incompatible skills with Shadow Extraction. Blizzard's Concealment has been modified to become Shadow Cloak. Ice King's Howl has been modified to become Kanidaru's Blessing. Skill, Shadow Cloak active skill mana cost, 10 mana per second. This cost is supplied by the player. Description, the user can cloak himself and up to 12 other shadows to hide themselves completely from physical and magical detection. Skill, Kanidaru's Blessing passive skill mana cost, 0. Description, this passive applies to all shadows under the player's control, as well as the player themselves. This skill prevents almost all debuffs from afflicting the player and their shadows, or cures them if they manage to be inflicted upon the player or their shadows. Well, that solves the problem of worrying about my shadows being locked away again. Izuku had been rather indecisive about resurrecting Baruka. Whatever had happened to the elf had clearly changed him for the worst. In his last moments, he had expressed pride in his people, and in his shadow form, it was clear that he was happy to no longer be a burden. For those reasons, Izuku got the sense that he truly had been a good man. Elf, at one point. He wished that he could dismiss souls to the afterlife, or whatever the true end of life was, but it simply wasn't an option, so he felt it best to give what souls he could a second chance rather than letting them sit on a list like some old knick-knack on a dusty shelf. And because of Baruka's past, Izuku felt it was the right thing to let him keep his original name. He had been thinking of a few, but really, he just wasn't good at naming, so it was a win-win to keep it as it was. Hi orcs. To start a dungeon off. That's just crazy. This is a job for A or S ranks. Not B ranks. We managed to handle them, Ida said, doing his best to calm Kaminari. What worries me is the future of this gate. In no time, he had come to the same conclusion as Izuku. Are you kidding me? The boss is gonna be an S rank. We're gonna get stomped. The only reason we handled the last boss was because we witnessed a first in the history of raiding. Villains helping the heroes. A strategy dash won't help against an S rank. Even Midoriya got bodied by that last guy. And you think complaining about it will do anything? Setsuna interjected. We either win or we live the rest of our lives in orc territory. Or we die, Yui added. Come on. Let's just man up and do this. No more depressing stuff. Kirishima shouted, likely worsening his headache as he stood. Well, I guess I'll probably have to show my hand in the boss room, if not before that. Oh well, better than a dead body. Izuku nodded at Kirishima's call to action. There's no point in overthinking it. We'll just get Izuku's sense stat exploded as a body rose behind him. Hidden beneath the mass of his dead brethren, one of the high orcs had concealed their mana, giving them the perfect opportunity to lunge forwards with their battle axe, primed to cut Izuku in half, and phoom. Before Izuku, or the orc could react, a warhammer, a few meters in length, crashed into the orc, turning his brain matter into sludge. That was a little close, Yui muttered, walking over to collect the warhammer. She threw that. Perhaps it was a little stupid to think in such a way, but Yui was relatively small compared to the massive hammer she had thrown. She was awakened, sure, but her magic was in a support role. And yet she had crushed an orc that even Kaminari hadn't been able to truly damage. Even Kendo had a good helping of muscle on her body, making it feel more natural for her to swing around something 100 times her weight. That weapon, Gyro marveled. There's no way that didn't cost a lifetime's worth of money. Uraraka wasn't wrong. The hammer was an S-rank weapon for sure. It was appealing in its destruction. Red and white, the BLD seeping down, it didn't detract from its ornate design. I saw it moving under the bodies, Yu said, grasping the handle of the hammer. And in response, it shrunk to the size of. Wasn't sure if anyone else did. That's right. Your quirk allows you to alter the size of things. Izuku was doing his best not to nerd out over such a cool quirk, especially not in such a dangerous situation. Inanimate objects only, she said, displaying her power. Yui would start a swing with the hammer small, allowing her to swing faster and with much more force. Then, near the apex of the swing, she'd enlarge the hammer again. In an actual fight against her, blocking or predicting any attack would be absolutely impossible with the ability to change the size of her weapon on the fly. If she had gotten the chance to fight Baruka alongside Izuku, she might have actually been able to do some work against the elf. You weren't kidding when you said you were a special case, Kaminari responded to the display. Why'd you say you were support? Yui shrunk her hammer back down to the size of a keychain and hooked it onto her belt like it was one. If I'm close enough and I sense it coming, I can use my quirk to shrink magic or debuffs. It's technically an inanimate object, so my quirk works on it. If she'd been there with me, Baruka wouldn't have caught me with my breathes down. Inside his shadow, Izuku could feel Baruka cringe, as if he was embarrassed about his previous actions. Which, to Izuku, felt genuine, as the elf had been under some sort of influence. It didn't feel like a summon blindly obeying its MSTR. It gave Izuku a little peace of mind to know that the shadows had some free will at least. Okay, well, all in favor of her being like in the midline. Is that a thing? Kaminari asked. It's either front line or back line, there's not really an in-between, Midnight said with a lopsided grin. Izuku could tell it was forced, she wasn't holding up any better than Kaminari, she just knew how to hide it. She's used to professionals, in an environment they're prepared for, in a gate they're ranked for. Even though Midnight had gone through quite a bit as a hero, she hadn't yet experienced the true call of death that Izuku had felt since day. Only now was she beginning to shiver from its presence. We have more pressing matters, Ida said, course-correcting the group. Gyro, can you do a search? She nodded, pressing her hands to the ground and concentrating. There's not much. Maybe a few roaming groups of high orcs nearby, but, her face beaded with sweat, and with a suddenness that made Izuku want to shout in surprise, she fell back, as if hit by an invisible force. She cupped her hands over her ears. I can't. Her head lurched back, as if possessed. Which, she was. Skill, stealth has been activated. The second Izuku realized their support had been compromised, he vanished. This was an intelligent foe. And knowledge was power. So, he'd cut off just a little bit of this enemy's resources by erasing himself from their equation. Humans? 𝐺𝐻𝐼 croaked out, sounding like pebbles were tumbling around in her throat. The 10 of you are weak. Looks like he can't see me after all, 𝐒𝐿 thought to himself, leaping straight up the cliffside to get a better look. As 𝐺𝐻𝐼 had said, there were only a few nearby orc camps, but all of them were heading in their direction. My men will tear you to pieces. We won't lose so easily, Kendo assured the voice. Kahaha. You may have felled a few of my proud soldiers, but can you handle the same number tenfold? You have two choices. Die at the hands of my men, here and now. Or follow them and seek mercy. 𝐺𝐻𝐼 drew a small dagger from her belt and placed the tip against her throat before anyone could move. She will be the first to go. Ida, ever the team leader, instantly held his hands up. No. We'll follow your men. There's no need for bloodshed, he said, perhaps optimistic about their chances considering their last gate encounter. Excellent choice. 𝐺𝐻𝐼 started walking forwards, the knife still held to her throat. No one, not even Ida, dared to tempt the situation. Instead, as they were marched through the desert, with orcs flanking them, Ida shot a glance up to the cliff, where 𝐒𝐿 was camouflaged. He didn't look directly at 𝐒𝐿, but it was enough. Ida had seen him. He was going along with the plan. Well, this could either be super stupid or super smart. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, checking to make sure his shadows were still with him. Thanks to Baruka's new skill, he doubted anything would change, but he needed them. There was no longer any room to hide his strength. It was time to see what these powers could really do. It didn't take long for the orcs to guide 𝐒𝐿's party to their destination. It was the only structure of mention in this barren hellscape, a bastion of sorts. Line up. I want a full-scale barrage the second I give the signal, 𝐒𝐿 demanded, releasing the ice bears from his shadow. With the extra 83 ice bear souls he had on his list, he was able to resurrect enough until he had a full 130, all modified with tanks' artillery abilities. They were stationed far enough away that not even 𝐺𝐻𝐼 would be able to hear them, especially since they weren't moving, eating, or roaring. Hell, they weren't even breathing. Item, Everfrost Bow Item Class, A Item Type, Bow Attack, plus 250 gem slots, 0 description, a common bow wielded by the Ice Elf people. Mana can be channeled into it to create arrows of magical ice. Do you think you can use this? 𝐒𝐿 asked sheepishly of Baruka. I know this was your dagger, but I'm not really a bowman. We need to spread the weapons a bit. Baruka delicately placed one hand over his sternum and performed a bow of sorts. It must have been the Ice Elf etiquette. Regardless, it said all 𝐒𝐿 needed to hear. Thanks. When we get out of here, I'll give this back, 𝐒𝐿 promised, holding the dagger. Now let's go. He called the necessary shadows back into his darkness and activated stealth once more, sprinting across the barren desert, towards the bastion of aging stone and wood. By the time he got there, his party was just about to be let through the front gate, still. With 𝐺𝐻𝐼 held hostage by whoever was controlling her. Before anything goes down, I need to make sure that she's no harm to herself. The massive wooden doors, reinforced with steel, creaked open, pushed by the muscle-bound orcs, revealing a hallway reminiscent of the job quest dungeon, just far larger. The group was ushered inside, many of them pale and trembling. 𝐒𝐿 wondered if they even noticed his absence, aside from Ida, of course. 𝐒𝐿 slipped in with the crowd, still invisible to the naked eye. Ducking under the orcs, he made his way up to Ida, lightly tapping him on the shoulder and whispering, I've got a plan, before slipping away once more. 𝐒𝐿 scaled the stone walls, perching himself up on the ledges of the bastion, following from high above, and waiting. Shit, 𝐒𝐿 nearly let slip an expletive as they dove deeper and deeper into the bastion. He realized he had made the best decision in hiding. There weren't dozens, or hundreds of orcs, there were at least 1,000. It was a genuine army, one that would steamroll the real world if they didn't clear the gate. If I had been dragged along with this, I wouldn't have been able to set up tank and the artillery. 𝐒𝐿 had felt like a coward at first, but had the orcs truly learned of him, trying to eliminate all of them would have been nearly impossible, not even mentioning the 4 orcs standing at attention before the throne of the bastion, nor the orc they were guarding. Pinnacle Orc, rank, High A type, Ascended Carius humanoid role, Royal Guard proficiencies, Raw strength, Blunt force weapons, Teamwork skills. Berserker, Environmental resistance Shaman Orc, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, rank, S type, Ascended Carius humanoid role, Boss proficiencies, Magic, Status conditions, AoE magic attacks, Combined magic. Skills, Hymns of the Orc God, Environmental resistance, Endless mana, Wait for the signal. Izuku mentally commanded his shadows, releasing Baruka, Igris, Arca, and his other strongest shadows. Baruka instantly cloaked them all in his version of stealth, and they maneuvered around the soon-to-be battlefield. "Welcome, humans!" the shaman shouted. He leisurely leaned his chin on one hand, propped up by his throne. The other hand he waved out to the party, and instantly, Gyro fell down. Izuku almost jumped down then and there, worried that he had killed her. But thankfully, cradled in Kaminari's arms, she began to rapidly blink her eyes, coming to a confused state of wakefulness. All the orc had done was free his hostage. Well, that wasn't entirely true considering he had them surrounded by 1,000 more orcs. So it was more like he had lessened his hold on one hostage and gained another 10. Izuku just hoped that since the orc had been talking through Gyro, he knew how to communicate in human tongue. He himself couldn't tell the difference, so to him it always sounded like Japanese. "What do you want with us?" Ida asked, already certain of the answer, but unsure of Izuku's plan. He decided to engage the orc. "Time passes so slowly here, but soon, we shall be released to kill all the mortals beyond that gate. Regardless, my men grow bored of this world. A little entertainment is always good for troop morale. As the leader of your own pathetic squad, wouldn't you agree? I know a lot of dirty jokes. I'm sure I can keep your boys busy for." Setsuna was cut short as the shaman waved his hands. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using gravity magic. The girl's scale armor was crushed and bent as she was slammed into the ground by the increased gravity. In fact, all of the party were forced to their knees, if not completely flat on their stomachs. "I do not long in your bravado, only your fear. Perhaps it will be more pronounced if I put you all to sleep, only to wake one by one, noticing your numbers grow thinner. You can shove it right where the sun don't shine, beach." Setsuna forced out. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 chuckled. "I can't wait to see the tears running down your face as you face the might of my men." Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using skill, Hymn of Slumber. Everyone's struggles ceased as consciousness faded from them. It sent roars of laughter and spite screaming out of the orcs' throats. "Perhaps we should start with their eldest," the orc shouted, pointing to Midnight's prone form. "Or maybe her body would be better suited to other forms of entertainment for my men." More roars of approval followed. "Sorry, but it's time to get this show on the road," Izuku announced, stepping in front of his teammates' prone bodies. "Also, I kinda have a duty to protect these guys as the strongest here." "What?" The orc's bellow nearly knocked Izuku over, but he kept a calm smile on his face. "Who dares intrude upon my domain without permission?" "The person who's gonna kill you," Izuku said, arrogance creeping into his voice. He hated taking that tone, but he hated the way the shaman talked about Midnight even more so. "Ha! You! Alone? How pathetic!" 𝐒𝐽𝐫 cried out, pumping up his orcs like an announcer at a sports game, and they responded in kind. "I tire of the endless ignorance of mortals. You know not who you stand before." Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using skill, Hymn of Slumber. Hymn of Slumber has been negated by Kanidaru's blessing. Izuku feigned a yawn. "That's a pretty useful power you've got there. What else can you do?" The shaman's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using skill, Hymn of Agony. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using skill, Hymn of Blindness. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using skill, Hymn of Frenzy. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 is using skill, Hymn of Lethargy. All negative effects have been negated by Kanidaru's blessing. "Fine then. You shall be the first combatant to face my finest champions." He gestured to the 4 pinnacle orcs standing at attention by his throne. "No. I won't." The shaman scoffed. "Do you think you have a choice?" 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU shrugged, leaning into the arrogant act. I'm not sure. We'll see if they're still standing in 3, What-2? 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU swiped Baruka's dagger, forming a dome of thick magically enhanced ice around his sleeping raid teammates. You dash. 𝐭𝐲𝐺 only had time to shout a single word before the entire bastion was laid to siege. Hundreds of artillery shards from the shadow bears began peppering the bastion. And make no mistake, it lived up to the title of artillery. The entire entrance to the bastion, along with 100 orcs, were instantly crushed or shredded by the attack. The shards may have just been ice, but they exploded just as any shell would upon impact. Chunks of the ceilings and walls fell away, killing even more and causing a panic amongst the intelligent creatures. You have gained 10 levels. Arise! 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU shouted as the first wave came to an end, bringing down the ice shield to survey the damage. 127 High Orcs LVL. 1. Night Grade. Shadow save limit. 300 Every shadow still hiding within 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU burst forth, and every fallen orc that 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU could reach emerged from their previous bodies cloaked in oily black wreaths of darkness. Rag! I guess you 4 did make it. The 4 pinnacle orcs snarled at 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU, still standing guard by their shaman, who was wreathed in a solid blue light of protection. He was perfectly unharmed, but his generals were looking rather grim. Bleeding from dozens of cuts, bruised all over, likely a couple of broken bones, and one even had a missing arm. Kill him! 𝐭𝐲𝐺 demanded, raging over his fallen men. Sorry, but I'm not their opponent. I think the generals should fight the generals, 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU suggested just as 3 arrows were loosed from Baruka's bow. They pinned the first pinnacle orc's legs to the ground. The second was met head-on by Igris, launching himself from the remaining ledges where Baruka had perched them. His 𝐵𝐵 sword was cleaved in half by Igris's new blade of Damocles. The third and fourth were faced down by 𝐼𝐭𝐻 and Rasaka. Wow! This is, wow! Setsuna said, standing up once more and causing 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU to balk in surprise. Yeah. They look pretty though, Yu nodded in agreement, looking at the bright lines of energy running through the shadows. You're awake. Setsuna smirked at him. I separated my body when I realized he was going to cast another spell. It prevented it from locking onto me. And I used my quirk to shrink the magic before it hit me, Yu said, her eyes drooping slightly. Well, I gotta say sorry for hiding all of this, 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU said, gesturing around them. Although there were still hundreds of orcs surrounding them, the artillery and the new high orc shadows had created a momentary calm, almost as if they were standing in the eye of a storm. Baruka! 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU called out, pulling him away from his pinnacle orc target, which was now firmly nailed to the floor by arrows. He gestured to the shadow orcs picking up the unconscious raid party. Get them out! Baruka obliged, cloaking them all, which seemed to hide the students and Midnight as well. Can't exactly complain. Setsuna said, splitting off her arms to send them rocketing into the face of a nearby orc. Rather be deceived than dead. You will just be dead. Orc shaman, 𝐭𝐲𝐺 is using skill, Hymn of the Fire Dragon. The orc's robe morphed, crawling up the air until it was a bright red scaly head, one of a dragon. 𝐼𝐭𝐻! 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU shouted, using his dagger to conjure another thick sheet of ice. The shadow reached out, his crystalline body glowing with energy that interlaced with the wall. 𝐼𝐭𝐻 is using skill, Unnatural Enhancement. Skill, Unnatural Enhancement active skill mana cost, 500 mana on activation. This cost is supplied by the player. Description: by channeling the natural aspects of his crystals, 𝐼𝐭𝐻 can enhance a single magical attack or defense by 50%. The boost came just in time, as Yui placed her hands against the ice, mimicking the strategy from the snowy forest, thickening the barrier until it was a glacier all on its own. With an explosive amount of energy, the dragon head above the shaman shot forth a wide jet of flames. Come back! 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU called to his troops, returning them to his shadow and saving them from the blast. But the orcs weren't so lucky. In his wrath, 𝐭𝐲𝐺 had incinerated any troops standing near 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU. Even his generals, pinned down by arrows, or incapacitated by their sliced-up muscles, succumbed to the attack. He had done more damage to his own troops than 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU had managed so far. Between the artillery, the shadows, and 𝐭𝐲𝐺's own attacks, the orc army had been cut down to 1/4 of what it had once been. The only downside to the shaman's stupidity was that Izuku hadn't gotten any levels for it. He claimed their souls, but that was about it. How long can he keep this up? Yui asked as if taking a leisurely stroll, despite the fact that she was outputting a ridiculous amount of mana to keep the ice wall thick with her quirk. The more it shrunk, the more she had to increase it. Well, he has a skill called Endless Mana. Skill, Endless Mana passive skill description. Mana regenerates at a rate of 500% faster. It's not literally endless, but at this rate it might as well be. Setsuna, Izuku called, tossing Baruka's dagger over to her. Go for the eyes. Her smirk turned into a rather devious grin. She detached the arm holding the dagger, allowing it to shoot directly upwards through the flames. It singed her skin, melting parts of her armor, but once it was above the flames that were so firmly directed at the ice wall, she was free to maneuver, and she sent the dagger rocketing for one of the most common weak spots on any creature, the eyes. Rah! 𝐒𝐻𝐽 cried out in pain as the razor-sharp dagger pierced his cornea, driving itself deep into his optic chiasm. It cut off the stream of flames, but he wasn't done yet. Igris! Izuku shouted, leaping over the wall and rushing the throne, allowing the rest of his shadows to leak out behind him to defend the girls. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is using skill, Hymn of Giants. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is using skill, Hymn of Strengthening. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is using skill, Hymn of Rage. The orc ballooned in size, rising above his throne at nearly 3 times his original height. Skill, Echo Attack has been activated. Launching off the ground, Izuku charged ahead of Igris, not because he was faster than the shadow, but because he knew what was coming next. Orc Shaman, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is using skill, Hymn of Protection. A bright blue shield of energy appeared as the orc realized the speed of his opponents. After all, a mage's biggest weakness was close quarters, and with one eye blind, he needed more time, something Izuku wasn't willing to give. Izuku's fist struck the shield, sending waves of energy emanating from the center of it like dropping a stone in a pond. It cracked and buckled, but held strong, until the echo attack at least. Like glass, the shield shattered into nothingness, leaving nothing between Izuku and the orc. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 wasted no time bringing his fist down on top of the much smaller Izuku, but by now, he had enough strength to withstand it for a few moments. It was more than enough for Igris to rush in and use Damocles to bisect the arm at the elbow, and free Izuku from beneath the shaman's fist. You have a strong mix of physical power, magical power, and intelligence. And you use it all in combination. You're not some dumb brute who thinks they can just punch harder, Izuku said as the orc clutched his stump in pain. At the very least, I can respect you for that. But unlike Baruka and his people, you and your men have no sense of morality. Setsuna's arm dropped his dagger back into his hands before returning to her body. What? What are you? I'm the Shadow Monarch, Izuku said, holding up the dagger to point it directly at 𝐒𝐻𝐽's skull. No. No. The orc attempted to leap forwards, but Izuku activated his elemental powers, creating an explosive force of wind and fire magic in the palm of his hand, sending Baruka's dagger screaming out of his grasp like a bullet freed from its casing. The hole it had started carving in the orc's eye was completed as it shot out the back of his skull. You have gained 6 levels. Player has reached level-based rewards can now be claimed. You have acquired items. Orb of Avarice, part of a rune stone for the skill. Dominator's Touch treasure trove of the orcs. Izuku brushed off the alerts, retrieving his dagger before turning his attention to the remaining orc army, who were slowly being whittled down by the shadows alongside Yui and Setsuna, who were both fighting hard despite their exhaustion. He didn't seem to be gaining any more levels from them, which made sense considering how many he had already killed and how many levels he had gained. Arise. 4 Pinnacle Orcs LVL. 1. Elite Knight Grade Orc Shaman 𝐒𝐻𝐽 LVL. 1. Elite Knight Grade. I can't stand that name, Izuku bemoaned. Let's go with Tusk. Short, sweet, and to the point. Now, Tusk, light 'em up. Tusk is using skill, Hymn of Blazing Fire. The room exploded with fireballs, engulfing every orc still desperately fighting back against the shadows. They were turned into a charred and crispy corpse in seconds. And just like that, the battle had ended. Setsuna, Yue, and Izuku all collapsed onto their butts as a gate popped into existence by Tusk's old throne. Izuku recalled all his shadows, aside from the ones carrying the rest of the still sleeping raid party, who he had bring to the foot of the gate. In the case of a recursive gate, it was locked close until either the entire team died or exited. So people couldn't just come rushing in to help, regardless of if the boss was cleared or not. "So, you gonna explain yourself?" Setsuna brazenly asked. Izuku winced. "I'd rather not tell you the whole story. There's a lot I don't want to expose to the general population yet." "No doubt," Yui agreed, her eyes still drooping. "I don't have a problem keeping it secret, but I want the whole story." Setsuna nodded along with her. Izuku sighed, "All right. But can we go through it another day? I really just want to get out of here." For them, it had been several days since the start of the entrance exam, but for the outside world it had only been a few hours. Still plenty of time for Yue and the media to catch on to the situation and freak out, so Izuku expected a great deal of people beyond the boundary of the gate once they exited. "You and me both." Setsuna stood on wobbly legs and walked over to the gate, slinging 2 people over each shoulder. It was good they were asleep because a ride like that would have been pretty uncomfortable. Izuku did the same, taking another 4, allowing the more exhausted Yui to walk through the gate unburdened. Izuku was almost blinded as flashes of light assaulted him upon exiting the gate. Just as he had expected, reporters were surrounding the massively cordoned-off area, doing whatever they could to get a shot. "No way! They made it! That's all 11 of them. Do you think those ones are dead?" "This way!" A man dressed in dark clothing, wearing what looked like a strange scarf around his neck, grabbed Izuku by the elbow and pulled him away from the closing gate and the reporters to where an entire medical tent had been set up. Dozens of doctors and nurses rushed out to take the students and Midnight from Izuku and Setsuna's shoulders and get them medical attention. They should just be unconscious from a spell. Izuku shouted to the doctors, in case they panicked and thought that they were limp because they were dead. "You 3 finished off the boss fight?" The man in dark asked. "He's dead," Izuku confirmed, looking up to the man and trailing off as he recognized him. "Eraserhead. Oh my gosh, I'm such a huge fan of your underground work. Can I get an autograph? When you have time, of course." Izuku quickly corrected, realizing just how unapologetic he sounded in spite of the situation. Eraserhead sighed, his eyes heavy with bags. "You 11 defeated a recursive gate for your first exam at UA. I don't think I need to tell you that you've been accepted. Seek medical attention if you need it. Otherwise, go home and get some rest," he said, walking off to the tent without another word. "Wait. Is there a student, Momo Yorozu, here?" Eraserhead shook his head. "She finished her raid assessment hours ago. I'm not sure where she went. Goodbye." "Well, that was blunt," Setsuna said, raising an eyebrow. "But hey, we got in." "Yeah," Izuku shook his head, somewhat in a daze after the whole situation. There's someone I really should meet up with, just so she knows I'm okay. Are you too good?" Setsuna nodded, her hands on Yui's shoulders, allowing her to lean into her. Yui may have shrunk the effect of Tusk's magic, but she still got hit by it, unlike Setsuna who dodged it outright and Izuku who nullified it. "I'll make sure she gets home safe." "Thanks," Izuku said. They were still in the alleyway they had entered the gate through, so instead of leaving the direct path and dealing with the news, Izuku leapt straight up, bouncing off the walls until he reached the rooftop, using stealth to hide himself. He checked his phone. Nothing from Yorozu, and he couldn't sense her mana in the crowd. Maybe she had already gone to the cafe. He sent her a text and went running for the cafe, dashing along the rooftops. By the time he got there, the sun was beginning to set, and the cafe was lively, but there was no sign of Yorozu. Maybe she went home. It didn't sound like Yorozu, but then again, it had been a strange day. He checked his phone again, still nothing. At least I know her own raid went okay and she got out. All the way home, Izuku continued to glance at his phone. And it wasn't until he had placated Kei's worries and gone to bed that he stopped checking it. In a dark circular room, lit with torches bearing blue flames, there stood an altar at the center. Standing atop it was a girl with her feet chained together by pure black steel. Her body was clothed in a sheer, strangely artsy outfit that left her essentially naked. Her arms were lifted above her head, entirely encased by a dark leather that seemed to seek the light and energy from both the room and the girl. A soft satin sash covered her eyes and a bit 𝐔𝐸 occupied her mouth, keeping her from speaking. "It is about time you returned home to us, daughter," a robed woman said, standing before the girl. "There is no escaping your destiny, Momo."